A good day to you, and you are looking live at round number 6 of the Atlanta Motorsports Park 2024 Championship Karting Series. Race fans, I'm John Matthews, joined up in the booth by Steve Newbold. Steve, already we have action on track. It is our pre-final for our LO206 Junior division.
Yeah, I believe there's only 4 laps to go. We will have the timing and scoring up on our screen here shortly, but we do have Lincoln Massey leading the way, followed by Kalen Berghofer, Talon Laney, Cohen Walche, Javier Soto to round out your top 5.
Well, race fans, it is a steamy day out there, so you're seeing our drivers competing on track. Steve, something we'll mention frequently during this broadcast is that temperature. Currently 87 degrees. It is humid, scheduled to go up into the low 90s. And Steve, a lot of these drivers, you see them in that black driving suit. That can only add to the pressure cooker out there on track.
Yes, sir. It's going to be really hot, especially for some of these younger drivers that are not accustomed to running in the heat. Me personally, when I ran karts, I only had a winter suit, so it's going to be kind of difficult, you know, if somebody's out there running in a winter suit at this point in time.
So now we see it looks like our top 2 of Lincoln Massey and Kalen Berghofer have opened up just a little bit of daylight over Talon Laney, Cohen Walsh, and Javier Soto, who are running in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and it's a good gap back to the rest of the field. So the action today, as we had mentioned in the open, this is our pre-final. Those are 10 laps in distance, and the finishing order of the pre-finals will set the lineup for our 12-lap finals that will happen later in our broadcast. For those of you watching on Kart Chasers, thank you for joining us in the broadcast.
We're not on Kart Chasers anymore, John.
Where are we?
We are on our own. We are on the Atlanta Motorsports Park Facebook pages, YouTube, and what else? I can't think of.
Probably like a Facebook Live.
Facebook Live, yeah. I believe we're on Facebook Live.
And our sponsor, Rigdon Media. That's a familiar name. Will Rigdon is our producer this afternoon.
Actually, our sponsor for this series is Swan Mechanical. We're still in pre.
I just said on the bottom of the graphics. It's right there. Our executive producer for the broadcast is Will Rigdon. Our producer, Michaela Denny. The man behind the board, our director, is Mikey Lane. Out on cameras, we have Colby up on our tower cam, and then we have Cowboy, Chris Bowles. And Wes Watkins will be down in the interview area. Drone shots, this is a current steady shot provided by Jeff Farver, courtesy of AlumaCube Engineering.
Oh, looky there.
And now we're dropping down with Daryl Cannon, a.k.a. Killboy.com, for the first-person view. So you're riding along in 4th place here as they're clicking off laps in the LO206 Junior pre-final.
Lincoln Massey still leads as Kalen Berghofer tries to put some pressure on him. And, you know, these two are always duking it out. But you also have to worry about Talon Laney back there in the 3rd position. Looks like he's trying to catch up and maybe make a move a little bit later on in this race with only, I believe there's 2 laps to go.
Well, and for Talon, it would really be important that, again, this sets the lineup for the finals. If you are in 1st or 2nd, you're on the front row, and that can be okay. If you're in 3rd, you're not on the front row. So Talon will have extra motivation to try to pass one of those 2 as the white flag flies in the air from our starter this afternoon, Will Taylor.
Lincoln Massey still holds him going down through into turn 2. Let's see. Oh, Kalen gave him a little bit of a bump and run there, but he wasn't able to get past him. Let's see what happens here in turn 3 and turn 4.
As you see, the young drivers sort of bobsled their way up the hill. This LO206 Junior division, when we say juniors, think middle school students. It's for drivers ages 12 to 15. Steve, there is a good chance that Lincoln will be in the broadcast booth at some point later in the broadcast. He usually drops in and calls a race or 2 and really provides us that insight of what it's like to be in this driver's seat.
Give us about 15 minutes. We'll be up here with an ice cream and probably just hanging out with us. Lincoln's going to continue to hold these guys off coming into turn 14 into 15. Let's see if he can hold off Kalen Berghofer to clinch the podium for the final race today.
And the gap has opened back to 3rd, so they'll come off turn 17 for the final time. Checkers in the air. Lincoln Massey, your LO206 Junior pre-final winner here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. At this point, the drivers will come up the hill, and then they'll head through tech, make sure that everyone has met the minimum weight and any additional tech before heading back to their haulers.
Now, John, we're seeing something that we have not seen here. I don't know if you can see it in the top right corner of your screen, but we have solar panels now on the roof of our karting complex. I don't remember the company that provided those, but, I mean, they're wonderful.
They've also added solar panels on one of the paddocks over at Main Track, as well as the sky bridge that goes out towards the main track. They've added some solar panels there as well. So we'd like to go fast, also like to be green here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. As the camera pans around, you're seeing some of the images of this facility. The kart track is a 1 mile length course, 17 turns. It is a generally counterclockwise track. And there you can see the drivers just going over the scales, make sure that everyone is the appropriate weight. Minimum weight, 320 pounds. That's for the driver, the kart, the fuel, everything that they have.
Let's not forget about the 43 feet of elevation change. That's kind of important.
That is a very unique feature of this track. We are broadcasting today from Dawsonville, Georgia, actually about 3 miles west of the city proper, here on the grounds of Atlanta Motorsports Park. So as the drone gets a little bit of elevation, you can start to see some of the hills that were nestled in and amongst. And Steve, when we started the season back here in March, not a lot of foliage, but now a lush green canopy amongst the hills.
I still see it as gray, but yeah, we'll go with that. But yeah, it's definitely, yeah, I can tell personally that it gets darker, but that's how I know that there's green out there.
And for the first time today, we'll welcome in the third member of our announce crew down at Victory Lane. Welcome, Chris Conowall. Who do you have, Chris?
I've got Talon Laney, Callan Berghofer here, our top 1 and 2, and I've also got our intern, Mahita, is here as well. And since Mahita is new, I'm going to pass the mic to her since we've got a little bit of time, and let her introduce herself to 2 of these seasoned veterans out here. And here you go.
Hi everyone, my name is Mahita. It's great to be here today. So I'm just going to ask you, how do you feel after the race? What was going through your head after the victory? Congratulations on that. Thank you.
Well, right now I feel extremely hot. I feel like it's like 120 degrees in my suit. But what was going through my head in the race was just try to defend and block as I could on the last 2 laps, and I did. And it was a really good race.
Where are we broadcasting?
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, all right.
So tell us about the conditions out there. Obviously hot, and how did you guys? Were you guys drafting one another out there today, or how did it go?
So I wanted to get away from Talon and Colton. So we drafted for the first couple laps, but on the last 2 laps, I couldn't catch him. Wasn't close enough to make the move. My heart's pacing, and also it's very hot.
Extremely hot, extremely hot. But all right, so next race, you got the podium so far in the pre-final. Number 1, number 2. We're going to send it back up to the booth, and we'll see you guys in the final. Good to see you. You guys stay cool out there, all right?
All right, thank you, Chris. We'll have more
Cool.
words.
All right, we're going to send it back up to you.
All right.
Wicked hot down here.
Thank you, Chris. Race already underway, and it is our pre-final for our LO206 Cadet division. And it looks like we got a no start there, Steve. Some drivers a little too antsy to get on the accelerator.
Well, we're not talking about antsy, but we're talking about how Lincoln Massey looked after that race. Oh, my gosh, he was winded, and that's something you don't usually see. That just tells you how hot it is out there.
Yeah, already in the upper 80s, a lot of sunshine. And it's easy for us to describe what they're going through, but they're doing it in literally a head-to-toe suit. You know, they have the driving boots on, a suit, some sort of baklava or sock on their head, and then a helmet, trapping all of that heat. As the field comes to the green flag is in the air, so we're underway with our LO206 Cadet pre-final. Now, earlier, Steve had talked about 43 feet of elevation. This is the signature turn at AMP. Drivers drop 3 stories, and there's some chaos at the bottom of the hill. One run up on top of the other. It looks like the 56 and the 71. So Nico Corpita in the 71.
And Luke Rower in the 56.
And Luke Rower. So a couple of our top starters got tangled together, and the rest of the field already charging down the back straightaway. And they're pretty much single file. They're heading towards turn number 9, one of our better passing spots. Drivers will be on the brakes, and then
look
they'll come
at that
off through the
attempted
S's.
pass. I can't tell who that is in the red driver's suit, but he had some get up and go there.
And we'll try to get you the names and the scoring on screen as you're riding along with them. This is the high point of the track, turn 14.
Colin McDonald going for the early pass.
And this is another good passing spot into turn 16, hard on the brakes. And already they're 2 wide through
That'd be
16
3
into
wide.
17. Yeah, I'm trying to make it 3 wide. And that's 1 lap at Amp. As, boy, what a tough break early on for Rower and Corpita. Rower started right up front, but you could see the karts got hooked together coming up that hill. So that's the hill we had said turn 2 was a U-turn. Drivers drop 3 stories into it, and then after that U-turn, come right back up 3 stories.
Let's take a second to highlight the 122 of Ryan Perez coming up 6 positions within 1 lap. And almost putting the fastest time out. Well, almost. About a second behind.
Well, if you want to follow along at home with the same live timing and scoring that Steve and I use, you can use the Race Hero app. You can download that in the Apple App Store.
Or for our friends.
Is it in the Google? I
don't know if it's
on Google Play.
I don't know if it's on Google Play or not. It might be. It might not be. We'll find out.
In the background, you can see some of the main track on your right, as well as the paddock area at the top of the screen. A lot of karts here. It's been really a wonderful season, and we're continuing today with round number 6. Hard to believe, Steve, seemed like just a couple of months ago, seemed like forever ago, we were kicking off our season March 16th. When we were out last time, it was Saturday, June 1st. It was a race not only for the Atlanta Motorsports Park Kart Championship Series, it was co-hosted with the Georgia Karting Championship Series. It was round 2 of that adventure. So we'll be back in action on August 24th. It'll be round 3 for the Georgia Karting Championship Series and round 7 for our locals here. A lot of racing opportunities as they're trying to get side by side through the S's here.
Now Ryan Perez has already laid the fastest lap of the race so far at a 101.389, and Isaac Carvalho is doing his best to hold him off, but Perez is hard charging early on in this race, and they've already broken away from everybody else.
So they sweep through turn 16 once again. They're looking to put lap number 3 onto the board as they're still nose to tail. Isaac Carvalho leads, Ryan Perez in second. Then it's a big gap back to Bo Stowers in third.
As they come back up the hill, Isaac Carvalho still holding off. Ryan Perez, followed by Bo Stowers, Colin McDonald, Hunter Wilson, Fernando Bahina, and Luke Rower and Nico Corpita. Tough break for those 2 guys in 7th and 8th.
And they are nose to tail for first and second. Will Perez make a move in the braking zone of 9? No, at the moment he just gives a little space. This is where he got a good drive off the lap previous, and right now Carvalho carves a good line, and he's going to withhold any advance of Perez.
Perez is still catching ground, and he's catching them pretty quick. He's already on his back bumper entering turn 15 and 16.
Now these LO206 karts, they use a 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton engine. It's a 1-cylinder engine. To me, they have almost a muscle car sound, Steve.
Yeah.
Compared to the 2-stroke classes that have a very high pitch, high RPM whining sound, these have a deep grumble. But what you're noticing here, race fans, these karts are just slow enough that they can draft just enough so that it's almost hard to get away from somebody behind you.
Now we're going back and forth to the best lap. Isaac Carvalho again, or with this past lap with a 101.331 compared to Ryan Perez's 101.348 this past lap as well.
Once again, Perez right in the tire tracks of Carvalho down into turn number 9. From there, they come off 10 through the S's. That is 11 and 12. They'll be full on the throttle here for turn 13, and then that is the high point of the track as they enter turn 14. A wild kind of blind downhill right-hander. There's turn 15, and then they'll set up for that all-important braking area, turn 16.
As they come back into the front stretch, it looks to be like Isaac Carvalho and Ryan Perez are just going to be in their own little race as we get the halfway flags.
That's right, 5 down, 5 to go here in our LO206 Cadet pre-final. We mentioned Cadet. The junior division is for drivers age 12 to 15, cadets age 7 to 12. So think of this as elementary students that are out here. And Steve, I know the last thing they want to think about is school right now, but elementary aged kids.
We're what,
out there on
about
the carts.
2-3 weeks out from school starting back in this area?
It starts exceedingly early, it seems like. as once again our top two nose to tail heading to turn number 9. Seems like for the moment Carvalho doing just enough to hold off Perez, and Steve, you're right. Lap 4, Carvalho had the fastest lap of this race. And just to give you an indication, race fans, 61 seconds is the lap time. So a mile track, 60 seconds would be exactly 60 miles an hour, and they're doing that average around this track.
It amazes me the speed of these little carts. You would never think, you know, you're less than an inch off the ground and you're getting it.
So they'll head down into that signature turn number 2 once again. Carvalho opening up a little bit of daylight, trying to bobsled his way up the hill. These drivers don't have a transmission in these cars. They have a single gear, chain driven off the engine, and that gear selection can be so important, Steve. And you have to wonder if Perez is going to make a move to the inside, and he does. Down the back straightaway, they're wheel to wheel, setting up for the brakes, but Carvalho with the drive on the outside. So have to wonder if Perez thought maybe just better of it. It seemed like he had the angle on the inside.
Either way, these two are going to start on the front row, and it's going to be an interesting final race when we get to it. But they're always the top two in this division to really duke it out. Well, you also have Bo Stowers running in third, who's another name that's always in the mix for the podium positions.
Earlier we had mentioned the Georgia Karting Championship Series. That's a 4-race series. 2 races here at AMP. The other 2 races are down at Lamar County Speedway, just outside of Barnesville, Georgia. We were down there on March 23rd, and as we said, the next race here at AMP, August 24th, will be round 3 of that series. The final race will be Saturday, October 26th, and that's Lamar County Speedway. Steve, a much different challenge for the drivers. I'd say it's about 0.4 of a mile, tighter turns, bumpier, as again, we see Perez peek down to the inside, but just sort of fades back in behind Carvalho once again.
I think he's playing mind games with Carvalho because Perez definitely has the speed to get around him. I think he's just toying with him right now, trying to wait for the perfect opportunity to get around him.
Maybe he doesn't want to pass too early and set himself up for a slingshot.
That's what I believe as well. You know, slingshot engaged.
Yeah. And
Shake and bake.
We're two races in. We've had 2 Talladega references already. But race fans, that Georgia Karting Championship Series, when they head to Lamar County, much different track. I don't want to say it's flat, but there's maybe 10 feet of elevation differences.
Maybe 10 feet.
It's a tighter track. You definitely have that elbows up feel there. A little bumpier too. A lot more character in that track. As drivers here come by our vantage point, turn 5, and then head down the hill through the kink. That's the lowest point on the track. Let's see if Perez can get a wisp of draft. Gets to the inside, and the momentum peters out, so he's just going to fade in behind Carvalho. But Carvalho maybe a little more
he got a little wide
there
that time. I think Carvalho got a little wider than he usually did because he looked a little bit uncomfortable and he was a little squirrely coming off of.
I think he was defensive going in, and that sort of pushed him wide on the exit.
Threw him off just a little bit as Perez catches back up to him, and with the white flag coming out this time by. And this will be where he makes his move. It'll be this lap.
It would seem to be now or never. Perez again showed the nose down to the inside in turn 16 as the white flag comes out from starter Will Taylor. So they have just 1 mile remaining on this hot July. It's now technically afternoon. It's 12:03. Always a little confusing. Do you say morning or day or afternoon? What do you say? As they sweep by our vantage point in that AMP kart racing building down through the kink. Let's see what Perez has in his book of tricks. Can he get by Carvalho?
Is he going to go to the inside, or is he going to take it? He's going to take it outside this time.
Carvalho defensive down the inside.
See if he swoops in tight. It seems like Perez might have the speed. He might catch him in turn 14. There he goes. He's going to make his move into 13, swinging into the inside. He might keep it on the inside to come into 14, see if he pinches him off.
Just couldn't get the overlap to get on the inside. So one last gasp here as Carvalho defends down the inside of 16. Will Perez get a run to the stretch? It does not appear that's going to happen. So the checker's in the air. 2 hands up in salute. Isaac Carvalho, your LO206 Cadet pre-final winner.
That's unusual to see 2 hands. Usually it's 1 hand. He's a little excited today, I would say.
In this heat, he probably wants to celebrate just a little bit more.
He probably said, thank God this is over.
Might have. For those of you listening on the grounds, if you want to hear the public address broadcast for the race, you can tune your FM radio to 88.7 FM. That's 88.7 FM. We also want to mention the names of some of the staff. Our race director this afternoon is Eli Bearden. I believe that's Eli checking the scales there.
I don't know who that is.
Our scorer is Jeanette Brunner for the afternoon. Here you can see that thumbs up. Every driver loves to see that. Another thing we want to point out, you can see the little GoPro camera right to the side of Bo Stowers there on that number 35 machine. Steve, every driver, it seems like, has one. You'd be the exception now if you didn't. And they always go back and they watch those tapes and they find little ways to get a little bit better at their racecraft.
Exactly. Speaking of getting a little bit better, our broadcast has gotten so much better. We got our own little studio now.
Yes.
It's nice. Will Rigdon, thank you very much. Jeremy Porter, you guys made that possible.
How about this? It's cozy.
It is cozy. It is nice. We have chairs up here. We've got a little table. We've got a place for my computer. We can sit here and watch the race. We have a great outside view of the track.
Well, actually, I think the room we're in is one of the classrooms that they use for the karting school. So, viewers, if you're watching and would like a chance to maybe drive one of these karts, dip your toe into the world of karting, go to www.atlantamotorsportspark.com. You can get to the karting link. We have Arrive and Drive karting, where you can just show up and use one of our rentals. And they have schools that I believe are on Mondays. They do a half-day program. You get to be in one of these racier karts that we have here. And that's really a great way to gain some experience and some seat time. So, Steve, we're sitting in that classroom. Previous broadcasts, we were down the hall in the same room as race control, which sometimes provided its own level of excitement.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's a little different.
So we're off in the isolated confines. We're still in the same building, though. And you can see the drivers getting through tech, getting set up. Our cameraman down in Victory Lane is Wes Watkins this afternoon. And, Steve, it looks like at least the top two are there.
Yeah, we were hearing the bumblebees flying by, so that can only mean one thing. That's Tag Seniors and Tag Masters.
That's right. They are rolling through their parade lap.
Now, these guys gave us one heck of a show last week. Or not last week, but last race day. But there is definitely a smaller field, and it looks like we're getting the green flag from race control. So we will get to that as quickly as we can.
But we're still awaiting for our top drivers in our LO206 Cadet pre-final, once again won by Isaac Carvalho. As the field, you can see the field screen by in the foreground. That was the Tag Senior Master, so business definitely going to be picking up. These tags don't have a four-stroke engine. Steve, I imagine our viewers can hear that high-pitched whine. It's a two-stroke engine. Life begins at 8,000 or 9,000 RPMs, but before we get to that, we're going to go back down to Victory Lane to get a word with Chris Conowall.
Hey, thanks, guys. Isaac Carvalho, Ryan Perez are here, number 1 and 2, respectively. I'm going to start with Ryan Perez, who a couple different times made a try for the pass. And so talk about what you expect from the next run and walk us through the race a little bit.
So I was starting last because my agent wasn't good in practice and qualifying, and I started so good that I just have momentum. I just like to race, and yeah. And when I was going down and start, there was 2 people that crashed, and I had a revenge to catch people uphill because a guy crashed behind my back bumper, and Isaac just went very wide, that he had more momentum because he went wide and I went in. And yeah, and I was in the 9th lap, I was trying to pass him in the last lap, and I couldn't because he was defending pretty good. I didn't know that he would defend that great, but I just didn't respect it, so yeah.
All right, so you hear that from Perez, who was right behind you. So talk about how you were able to defend and take the checkered flag.
So it was very simple. So I started 6, and then it turned out on turn 1. It turns out everybody just got a little touchy, and then And then when I came down to turn 2, the guys went on top of the bumper, and then I decided to go wide and then gain more speed up the hill. And then on the last lap, and then I know he was behind me, so then I tried to defend every single corner.
Excellent. So you guys both started in the back and came to the front. You're going to be our winner for the pre-final and second place. And we're going to see both of you guys in the final. And stay cool out there, okay, guys?
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to send it back up to you. Ryan Perez, Isaac Carvalho.
All right, thank you, Chris. Action on track now. The pre-final for our tag senior and master division. Business picking up these drivers about 10 seconds quicker than the laps we just saw laid down in the cadet division. More power, more RPMs, more thrilling on track. Steve, we have a guest joining us in the broadcast suite. Race fans, you can imagine what it's like to be a driver out there. Well, how about be a parent of one of the drivers out there? So in this race right now, placed in third is J.R. Blevins, and we have his dad, Christian Blevins, joining us. So Christian, what's going through your mind as your son is out there on track?
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for having me up here. This is a really cool perspective, so I really appreciate the opportunity to see it from this angle.
It's air conditioned. You can be honest with
well,
us, right?
that's true too. Yeah, that's a nice plus. I might have to come back and do this again. So, yeah, that's a great question. You know, watching this as a dad and seeing your kid out there. Of course, there's the nerves. You know, you want your kid to, of course, first of all, be safe, and then, you know, of course, like any parent, you want your kid to do well. So, but you know, really, I think one of the unique things about motorsports in general is, you know, once your kid leaves the grid and goes out there, you know, there's nothing you can really do to affect the outcome. It's totally in their hands. So it's a little bit, you know, kind of, I think, learning, especially when you first get into this, of just sort of letting that go and, you know, kind of giving them the freedom to go out there and make the decisions that they make, and hopefully the result of those decisions is a positive.
Top 3 on course right now. Oliver Nabert is clad in that red cart. Behind him, Brooke Shambo and J.R. Blevins running in third. They are on your screen right now. Christian, we'll start with how old is JR? Because when we talk seniors, it's 15 and up, so, you know, high school and beyond. Mm-hmm. How old is JR, and then how long has he been involved in racing?
Yeah, so he is 16. He'll be 17 in September, so not that far away.
But he's bulletproof at that age, right?
yeah. Exactly. Which is okay. You know, you have to have some of that mindset as a racer that, you know, it's not going to happen to you. Yeah, and so this is our, if I remember correctly, this is our 5th season of karting.
Okay.
We made a pretty rapid, I guess, swing in growth from, you know, we started out in Cadet LO. And then when the time came to move to either LO Junior or something else in the junior category, we went ahead and moved to KA Junior from LO Cadet. So that was a pretty big step. And then we raced KA Junior for, I think, about 2 seasons. Then we moved up to senior. And then it actually wasn't until this past, honestly, late November, early December, that we even first sat in a X30 or tag senior. So this is still, you know, quite new to us in terms of how long we've been racing. And, you know, we've only been doing this for 5-6 months now.
Okay. We're talking with Christian Blevins, the dad of J.R. Blevins, who's running third in this tag senior master pre-final. Christian, I have to imagine for a lot of the kids where they're younger out there, the dad is the crew chief. Are you the crew chief, or has it come to the age where you've started to hand off more of that to JR, more of the week prep responsibilities?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I actually wish that he did a little more of that. So I actually stopped being the crew chief, which I was for a long time. When we moved up to KA Senior, I really kind of stepped back from being crew chief at that point. At that point, we were also starting to go do some nationals, and it just became apparent at that point that for the level of preparation that required to be competitive at those events that exceeded my knowledge base.
Okay.
And quite frankly, my time that I had also to commit to prepping the kart. So currently we're with DCT.
And do want to mention white flag in the air, so just one lap remaining. These tags carving some quick laps. Quickest time of this race is Blevins, 50.697 seconds. So Christian, you said you kind of stepped aside and basically got some help, got him in a racing team?
Yeah. So we've been running with the DCT SODI team now for a little bit, and has made a huge improvement. Those guys do a phenomenal job, and again, we just from the moment we made that switch to having a kind of quote real pro mechanic start working on things that was obviously exceeded Dad's knowledge base, the results were almost immediate.
As our field's coming down to turn 16, Oliver Nabert in that red kart has been leading from the drop of the green. Checkers in the air. Oliver Nabert sweeps by to pick up the pre-final win in our tag senior master race. Brooke Shambo second, J.R. Blevins in third. Christian, I'm wondering if we could get you back for another segment. I have more questions. I'd love to hear more about the karting life. So would it be too much for you to come out of the heat and come in and join us in the booth at some point later in the broadcast?
Oh, gee, let me think. I think I can fit that in my schedule.
Okay,
right.
Good.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Christian. That was Christian Blevins, the father of J.R. Blevins, who finished third in the race that we just finished on track.
Now, speaking of the DCT crew, that's somebody that you actually don't see out at today's race. Little bit of insight of what happened with those guys. They had a lot of their stuff stolen over the past week, and it was about $30,000 worth of equipment, carts, tires, stands, uniforms, their trailer, their truck. All kinds of stuff have been stolen. They did recover a few things, but I believe that there is some stuff still missing. I don't know if Mr. Blevins here has any input on that.
Yeah, yes. So obviously a very unfortunate situation that, is just, it's hard to believe really. But the one thing I will say that has been evident from really the moment that we and DCT kind of put the news out of what happened was, again, I think one of those things that's unique to the motorsports world is it's really a family, and the amount of people that came around us that were ready to offer assistance and help in any way that they could was really just astounding.
Yeah, because you guys are I would say a multi-million-dollar organization in total with everything that you guys have, wouldn't you say? Or pretty close to it.
Pretty close, I think. So, yeah, it was certainly a big hit. So we came into this weekend, and I was thinking to myself, like, okay, we're maybe knocked down a little bit, but we're not out.
I mean, yeah.
So, it was really important, I think, that, we were here this weekend to kind of put the wind back in the sails of everybody. Nothing makes a race team and a race driver feel better than being at the racetrack.
That is truth. It's the elixir for all ailments, getting to the racetrack and being able to get at speed. Well, Christian, we look forward to having you back in the broadcast with us at some point when you're ready to come up and chat or get out of the heat. But for the moment, we need to send it down to Victory Lane where Mahitha Sentil has a word with our winner. Take it away, Mahitha.
Hey guys, I'm here with Oliver Nybert, who got first place today. So Oliver, I'm a little new to the karting and go-kart world, so could you tell me about your strategy, how you had to deal with track conditions, and if there was anything you had to change coming into the race today?
I knew it was going to be hot, so we couldn't have the setup to make it really grippy. And at the start of the race, I knew I just had to get in the front quick, and I did, and I just kept on going, which is really good.
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mahita. And we are now on track. Action not letting up here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. The kid karts are on track. This is our youngest division. We've gone from really the fastest karts that are not shifters all the way down to our slowest karts. It's the kid karts for ages 5 to 7. So Steve, really think kindergartner, almost preschool, depending on where they are at 5. They run the jelly bean here, so these laps click off real quick.
Look at that mohawk flowing through the air. It's Arlo Stowers who is back.
Yep, Arlo looking like either Marvin the Martian or a Spartan Warrior.
No,
out there.
he's Spartan Warrior at this point.
So there you can see the drivers come around turn 1, and then they do the cutoff. When other classes have a bad start, they'll come around that cutoff. The kid karts use it just to shorten up the course and create that jelly bean shape. We didn't see the start here, but kid karts is the only division besides shifter that does a standing start. Most karts come rolling down through the tramways. For the kid karts, Steve, let's be honest, it's difficult enough to be able to drive the cart, so they do a standing start so everyone gets a fair shake. But right now we're watching on track. Arlo Stowers running in second with that trademark red, what do we call that? Like the red, the Spartan Warrior helmet, we're going to call it. Our leader right now, Alex Schumer, is just a little bit ahead.
Now, you look winded. I'm going to be completely honest.
Well, we have to welcome to our broadcast. We have another guest up in the studio. It's our winner from our first race today, Lincoln Massey. Welcome to the broadcast, Lincoln.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Glad to be here because you're out of the heat outside, right?
Yes, it is so hot outside. Just being in that helmet. Oh, look at this pass.
Getting a pass on the outside there. I have to say, Lincoln, when the cameras were on you in Victory Lane, you could tell you were hot. I mean, it just stifling out there.
Yeah, it's just like way too hot. Just you gotta keep cool at all times. I'm glad my helmet does have a lot of vents so that the air can move through my helmet, so I'm not overheating in my helmet. But it's just really hot.
Now, we think of, it's definitely going to be hot when you're sitting in staging, because for our fans, staging is up in the upper left corner, fully broiling in the sunshine. But Lincoln, when you get on track and you're rolling, on a hot day like today, does it feel cool, or is it just more hot air passing over you?
So once I get up to speed, like on the back straightaway, sometimes I'll just open my visor just for like a quick second to let some air in, and it's pretty cool. It's not like blazing hot air just going into your face, but it's pretty cold.
Because we have to say, when you're on track, as the white flag's already out here, they do click off these laps quick in our kid kart division, where Lincoln, you have on the racing boots, you're in a suit that's literally from foot all the way up to your head. Also, under your helmet, are you wearing some sort of like either a sock or a baklava that you have on?
So I don't wear a sock. I don't like them. They always like agitate me, and it gets like just really hot whenever you're wearing one, because usually most socks, they go over your mouth.
Okay.
And if they're over your mouth, you ain't breathing out of your mouth, so it's just going to be even more hot.
As the checkered flag comes out, Alex Schumer picks up the win here in the pre-final for Kid Kart. Arlo Stowers second, Luca Valdez third, Wyatt Rower fourth, and Mason O'Donnell rounding out the top five. Steve, I don't know if we get a word with them because they come off not past the tech area.
They're really fast. That's the problem. Getting the kid kart drivers is probably the most challenging thing you could do as a pit reporter at Atlanta Motorsports Park. If you get one of them, it's a miracle.
I think they're going up to tech, so
they might be able to grab one or two of them.
They might be able to. Next race coming up after this will be our. Actually, we're splitting things up. We're scheduled to have our Kid Kart LO206.
Oh yeah, this group is way bigger than it used to be. We used to have one or two drivers. Harrison Marich is one of the.
Well, and they used to run all the Kid Kart together.
Yeah, together.
So we're getting a growth in this, and again, this is for drivers age 5 to 7 race fans. So you have to think when they get out of the cart, Steve. I'm still amazed that it's like a little 40-pound kid because they're a 40-pound kid. I mean,
they are a 40-pound kid.
And here you can see they're actually going through tech. The cart's narrower, smaller than what we'll see in other classes. The wheel track not as wide.
Looks
well, as you're saying that, some of these, I've seen a kid who has went to a full-size chassis and kid kart, and some on cadets, and it just depends on like just what you can afford and what your kid can drive. So sometimes you'll see those longer carts going around the track.
But Steve, if we tried to sit in that, if we could fit in the seat, which we can't, our legs would be like over the steering wheel. They're so tucked in there.
Looks like we got Brooke Chambeau down there with Chris.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Brooke Shambo, and we were just talking while y'all were doing your interview, and Brooke is telling me that she had been racing 2 years and then just recently got back into it. So I'm going to pass the mic over. Tell us how long you've been racing out here.
Yeah, so I spent 2 years in Cadet when I was like 10 and 11. AMP was my home track. I raced for 2 years and then kind of got out of it, and then recently for the past like 6 months I've been out on the track every day, whether it's at track house here just pounding out laps. So I think that's really helped me improve my skill to be able to be at this level now.
Speaking of, sorry about that. Speaking of, what level are you racing at now? You're at LO206 Cadet, is that right?
No, I'm racing X30 Senior right now. And then I did Cadet Swift when I was, before, yes.
Okay, so now that you're back into it and out here putting in the laps, you got any from that first pre-final, any feedback you'd like to send up to or send out there to consider for the racers that are coming up?
Yeah, I think definitely, I think we lost speed like down the hill and then coming into, by the building, but I think we have a really good run going down the back straight and then coming out into the last corner. So I think we're good there. I think we just need to make a few adjustments, and I think we'll be on track probably for the final. So, yeah.
Awesome. Before I let you go, tell me, Brooke, where do you hail from? Where do you grow up?
I'm from Monroe, Georgia. Yes.
Awesome. And so you race at other tracks, but you spent quite a bit of time out here at AMP as well?
Yes. So I race also at Trackhouse Motorplex up in Mooresville, North Carolina. I also come down here to AMP, and I race down here. So I kind of switch back and forth between the two. So, yeah.
Well, it's always good to see you out here, Brooke Shambo. Congratulations on getting back into it, and we'll look for you at the final. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send it back up.
Chris, you forgot to mention that Brooke's able to do all that with the manicure that she had. Nails there.
Brooke, they're talking about your manicure. They said you're able to do all that and have such a great manicure.
Thank you.
All right, give her a shout out on her page. All right, sending it back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. Next group of karts already on track. This is another group of our kid karts. This is the LO206 division, if we want to call it that. They're running that typical LO206 engine, choked down quite a bit. So what we saw before was the Comer kid kart, just 1.5 horsepower. These karts can make up to 8.5 horsepower, and they're a little bit heavier, about 186 pounds. Remember when I was 186 pounds, Steve? It was a time in the past.
186 pounds. God, I was in high school when I was 186 pounds.
Little more power here out of these karts. So once again, we're joined in the booth by Lincoln Massey. So, Lincoln, you're running in LO206 Junior. Is this the division you started in? Did you start in the kid karts?
So, actually, I started in LO206 Cadet. So, the difference between Cadet and kid kart is in the kid karts, the rev limiter plate is different. I think it's a red plate, so it restricts the limiter to, I think, 4,000 RPMs, where with the original plate in the LO, it is 6,200.
And for our viewers, when Lincoln says plate, almost think of it as a restrictor plate or a governor that the cart just won't go as fast, almost like the pedal won't go as far down.
Yeah, it's a lot slower, but it is a really good start.
We got 2 to go with Harrison Marich leading the way, and Carter Merard in second, Matthew Perez in third, Holden Gargis in fourth, and Anthony DeFeo in fifth.
As we have the 61 of Harrison Marich.
Oh, the 26.
He locked it up.
Spun it backwards, so that might bring out a local caution. You can see the marshal trying to tell the driver to get back in the right direction.
Man, that's the curse of the announcer if I've ever seen it. I said his name and he spun. That was Anthony DeFeo.
Dang.
Every time. White flag is out.
White flag's out. Local caution you can see up at the top of the screen as Marshall just able to get DeFeo back on track. Checkered is out, and Harrison Marich picks up the win. So some nervous moments there in the last lap. Steve really shows danger is lurking around every corner at this AMP facility.
Yeah, he got real quick back in the racing line, and that cart right behind him was coming up real fast. That was very, very dangerous. That actually happened to me. Well, not really happened to me, but in practice, they both cadet and junior were going out, and I was leading practice. And as I was coming around the entrance to the track right here, a cadet pulled out and was inches away from hitting my side pod. So
Lincoln, it is summertime here. You're not in school. Something I've always wondered among the different drivers, are you homeschooled? Do you go to school? What does schooling look like for Lincoln coming up in the fall?
So my school, I just changed schools. I'm going to Connections Academy. It is a virtual online school where you can just do school from your computer, and sometimes they have field trips that you can go to in person, and there's just a lot of things that you can do in Connections Academy. But I was at Bethlehem Christian Academy.
And was that a change where are you setting yourself up so that you homeschool? Will that mean more Lincoln, going on trips or going to bigger weekend events?
Yes, it will mean that I will be able to go a lot more places while doing school. So like I can go to farther other places as long as I have internet. I'll be able to do school.
So, Steve, to me that sounds like for the drivers a lot like when you heard about childhood actors.
Yes.
Where they would, they do school, 4 or 5 hours in the morning, and then they do the life that they've been building around. So it sounds like, Lincoln, you'll be setting yourself up for that. Wish you luck with that. I know homeschooling, how do your parents feel about homeschooling?
Well, so I kind of have been wanting to do it since 6th grade. And my mom finally just gave in and said, why not? Let's just try it so you can just stop aggravating me.
Because we have to say, it's a sacrifice for the parents to do the homeschooling as well. It's a change for the entire family when you switch to homeschooling.
Absolutely. We just went to an orientation just a couple days ago, and they said that the parent, guardian, school helper, whoever, has to spend in my grade, 8th grade, 2 to 3 hours with the student, which is only, I think, 4 hours of learning, or maybe 5. But there's only a couple hours of learning with no breaks, but you can take breaks when needed.
All right, well, right now we're going to send it back down to Victory Lane. Looks like we have some excited young faces, so take it away, Mahita.
Hello everybody, I'm here with Carter and Harrison today. So first, Harrison, I'm going to ask you, how do you feel after the race?
Really good, and I'm really excited.
Really excited? That's good. Tell me a little bit about yourself. How old are you? How long have you been racing for?
I think for 1 year, and I am 7 years old.
You're 7 years old? All right. Okay, over to you, Carter. Can you tell me how do you feel after the race today?
Really exciting. I passed like 3 people. I feel like I did amazing.
You did do amazing. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself? How old are you and where are you from?
I'm 7, about to be a half, and I feel like it's a great accomplishment.
It is a great accomplishment. All right. Thank you two so much. Back up to y'all.
So, Steve, definite difference with the winners in our kid kart division. They still have all their gloves, all their gear on. The older drivers,
yeah, they got everything off. They're like, no, we're done.
Yeah, just like, meow.
Trying to jettison
Just
that
throw
heat.
it everywhere.
Next group of karts that will roll onto the track will be our KA100 Junior division. That is sponsored by our VRD Racing and the Primal Racing School.
Yeah, this K100 Junior and senior class will be pretty exciting. One of my good friends, Oliver Nybert, is racing in this class. So if
and he just raced in the
X30 Junior.
Yeah, in the Tag Senior. So quick turnaround. Lincoln, we like to think of it's only 10 laps out there, but to do 10, jump in another car, do another 10, is that going to wear Oliver down by the end of the day doing all these extra races?
Absolutely. It's just so hot. A lot of people underestimate us drivers as it's just 10 laps. How bad could it be? Well, it is really bad. When it's 90 degrees outside, and then you have a suit on and all this stuff, and you're driving around the track using a lot of force, it's just really hard. So
I guess it adds one more dimension to not only do you have the physical aspect of driving the car, you have the mental focus where you have to stay razor sharp for that entire 10 laps. So now you add the heat and the emotions and just the drain that comes with it. It really clarifies what Ken Squire said when he said drivers are common people doing uncommon things.
Yep. That's pretty much it. Like, you can a lot of people just get on a go-kart and just go drive it and just, like, think that they can just go drive it and just be able to drive it. But it requires a lot of endurance that you need to get around and not, like, just give up. So.
Well, Lincoln Massey, thanks for joining us up in the booth. I know you probably have to make some adjustments on your car and get an ice cream cone.
Oh, yeah, got to get my
traditional
ice cream.
But what is it going to be today? Is it going to be the Twix? Or?
It's going to be. I already had a Twix. But
okay, you're going to do another one?
Okay.
Why not?
Well, hey, come on back up after. We'd love to chat with you again and give you a break from that heat.
Yep, I will.
All right, race fans, that was Lincoln Massey joining us up in the broadcast booth.
Man, it's got to be really hot out there right now.
As next group of cars already goes slicing by. It's our KA Junior division. I imagine this is still just their formation lap. Steve, hard to think of. The drivers are already, boiling hot from sitting in the sun in the staging lanes, but these karts still need to get out there and make sure that those tires get up to temperature. And once again, race fans, if you want to follow along with Steve and I with the live timing and scoring, you can go to the Race Hero app. You can download that in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. So getting ready for our 10-lap pre-final here in our KA Junior division. KA's a little bit faster than our LO206 division. These are air-cooled two-stroke engines, so if we get a look at the engine, you'll see those fins coming off, but a little more simple compared to the tags. The tags actually are water-cooled, have a radiator, a lot more parts, but you see the plumes of smoke come out from the two-stroke. And no start this time around. That red and yellow flag. Somebody was jumping the gun.
Looks like the outside driver will be technically inside. Our outside from our perspective might have potentially jumped the start there. It's the kart that's in second, I believe. Can't tell who that is.
So you can see they use that cutoff. Now in the kid kart, that was the racetrack. But here in our higher divisions, that is, instead of having the field circulate all the way around the track, they just give a quick turnaround to get back to go.
I mean, some classes you need that.
Yeah.
You got 40 carts trying to come through there, and it's, man, it makes it difficult.
So they're getting in the tram line, seem to be stacked up.
And they're already, okay, well, they were out of the tram line there, but green flag is out.
Yep, good enough to go as we have cracked the 90-degree mark. That's some news our drivers probably didn't want to hear as they charge down the hill to turn 2.
Can't tell exactly who's up front. It looks like red kart, red suit, so that's probably Oliver, right?
Oliver Neighbor, that familiar red kit, number 856, as he leads the field, single file through the kink, down the back straightaway. Steve, we don't talk too much about the kink other than please be single file. We've seen some wildness if
We've
you're
seen
not.
3, 4, even 5 wide through the kink at one point in time.
Which usually the engineering crew doesn't mind because they're cutting the grass, but the drivers don't seem to like being too wide through the kink.
The CKNA event here was wild, to say the least. We had 3, 4 carts coming through 3, 4 wide into the kink, and it was just hold on and
I want to say it was our biggest event, but I think we had more carts in May when we had a race. But
every race day we've broken the record except this race day.
Okay, so our executive producer has fact-checked us that our June race day, our last race, was our biggest event. But that CKNA event, race fans, was just LO206 classes. So you had pretty much all drafting all day. I mean, it was bumper-to-bumper action.
180-something drivers with, I think it was 27 races by the end of the day that we had called.
It was a lot going on. But
I took a long nap Sunday.
So race fans, we're watching our KA Junior Senior Division. They have, I want to say it's just the juniors on track right now.
I believe you're correct, yes.
But VRD Racing, the sponsor for this race. When the seniors come out later, that is sponsored by Primal Racing School. Us announcers need to get into some of these racing classes. I mean, Steve, we're sitting in the new room, and we're in the classroom, so we're ready. We're going.
Well, we're educating people. That's what we're doing.
We're getting educated at the same time. As Oliver Nabert leads the field up the hill, second place, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Then it's Harry Cunningham third. Fourth place, Luke Giglio with Adam Wine running in fifth. Great vantage point here as you see them come screaming down through the kink.
That's about 40-something feet of elevation right there.
And that gets to the lowest point on the track. So now we're racing along. Top 5 have broken away from the rest of the field. 6th through 10th is Talon Laney, then Emma Schumann, Luke Allen, Meyer Lewis, and Finn Cook. Not as much drafting in this division, Steve. The kart's just really just so much faster. 52-second lap times.
That's about a whole 10 seconds faster than the LO206 division, give or take.
Yeah, that's about right.
About half a second off of 10 seconds.
So our top 5 just finding their way. Again, Oliver Nabert in the lead. When he was in victory lane, Steve, you could see that patented hairdo that he has. It all fits under the helmet, but goodness, it has to be hot.
Yeah, there's no way I'd be running around with all that hair. Yeah, that would be the summer that you shave it all off.
Yeah. It is definitely hot. It should be hot again when we have round number 7, race fans. That's coming up Saturday, August 24th. And we would love to have you join us again on the broadcast, whether you're watching on Facebook Live or YouTube Live. We'd appreciate it if you give us a like and then go down in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from this afternoon. We'd really appreciate seeing who is joining our feed. And then on the platform you're on, whether it's follow or subscribe, the bell button, do all the things on the platform you're on. So anytime we go live here, you'll be notified that we have content.
That, or if you're adventurous, swing on by Dawsonville, Georgia, stop by Atlanta Motorsports Park, join us in person, join us live for all the racing.
It is an absolutely wonderful facility. Just off to the right, you can see the main track and the main building over there. Just one other facet. New condos getting built and finished up in the background there. Steve, those are absolutely wonderful.
Oh, yeah, I went through a tour of one of them not that long ago. Oh, my God.
And you could really...
If I had the additional money, I would put my office right here.
So
no questions asked.
You could wake up to the sound of racing in the morning. As Oliver Nabert has been passed here. Looks like Gabriel Lopez Velarde able to get by as they're 5 laps in already. Laps clicking off quickly here in our KA Junior pre-final.
Looks to be like Lopez Velarde is going to hold off Nabert as they come into 3 and 4. But let's not forget about Harry Cunningham in the 3rd position, catching those guys. And it's going to be an interesting 1-2-3 battle for that 1st position.
So once again, welcome to the outskirts of Dawsonville, Georgia. You are watching round number 6 of the Atlanta Motorsports Park 2024 Karting Championship Series. I'm John Matthews, joined by Steve Newbold in the booth. Steve, we've already had some guests, and I'm sure we'll have more as the day continues. Down in Victory Lane, we do have Chris Conowald and Mahida Senthill reporting the action down there.
Oh, look at that, side by side across the line. Gabriel Lopez Velarde barely holding off Nabert for that position, and there's only 4 laps to go.
And he was able to hold off on the outside of turn 1, so he held off the advance of Nabert. Action getting heavy amongst our top trio. Harry Cunningham in 3rd. Have to wonder if he's just stalking, waiting for a moment. Maybe the top 2 get a little too involved.
Yeah,
and he might go
let's not
1.
count out Cunningham here, because Cunningham has made a major move. He is on the bumper of Nabert right now. He was about 2-3 kart lengths back 2 or 3 laps ago. And now he's already caught the pack because they keep battling each other.
So our top 3 head up the hill to turn number 14. We're going to zoom in with the drone here, and you're going to race along with them as they head to turn 16, the big braking area, and get ready to click off another lap. That duo right there, 4th and 5th, Adam Wine, Luke Giglio battling as our leaders put another lap into the books.
The 1-2-3 as they go into turn 2. Let's see who's going to come out in front right there. That looks to be like Gabriel Lopez Velarde. Still going to be holding off Oliver Nabert, but Harry Cunningham is still catching them. He has put down the fastest lap of the race at a 52.645.
And again, compare that, race fans. Our opening LO206 Junior, they were running about 61 seconds. So the wick has been turned up here in our KA 100 Junior division. Coming up after this will be our LO206 Masters and Legends. That's always a fun one. Steve, when we were enjoying the racing from about 6 weeks ago, round number 5 on June 1st, what class was it that had that 1/1000th of a second?
It was
gap?
this class.
It was this class.
It was Gabriel Lopez Velarde and Oliver Neighbor.
Popsicle sticks were in the air from our starter, Will Taylor, so 2 laps to go. So you're saying it was
the top 2.
Okay. So we might be seeing the sequel here.
Maybe we'll get a 3-wide finish this time. Oh.
Neighbor muscles the car off our turn number 5 right by our vantage point.
He thought about going around him right there, but he just kind of nosed it back in, and he's going to try to go around him on the inside there,
right,
and he's going to
the
squeeze him
grass.
off.
They might have been leaning on each other.
Oh,
Neighbor
now
to
they're
the lead by Velarde.
Now they're bumping and banging as they're going through the S's.
And here comes Cunningham still in third. You could see that Lopez Velarde took a defensive line into turn 9. Neighbor didn't care. He just went further to the inside, almost clipping the grass with his left side tires. So our leaders, first, second, third, nose to tail off
Rubbing
turn
his
number
racing,
17.
because that's definitely what is going on right now. As the white flag flies, Oliver Neighbor's going to lead them into turn 1 and turn 2.
So business picking up here. Somebody wants to be able to start first in the final. Once again, race fans, this is just the pre-final. If you're enjoying it, hang around. The finals will be 12 laps instead of 10. A little more racing packed into the day.
Oliver Neighbor, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, and Harry Cunningham, 1, 2, 3 as they're coming into the S's. Let's see if there's going to be a late break here by Gabriel Lopez Velarde to try to squeeze him off. And
there's some defensive lines there in the entrance to turn number 9.
Harry Cunningham is giving it all he's got back there in the third position against Gabriel Lopez Velarde, but I don't believe he's going to be able to pull up fast enough to get around him to take a shot at the lead.
Well, the drivers have one final shot down into turn 16. They are still nose to tail. Lopez Velarde does not seem to have a way around, and with the checkers in the air, Oliver Neighbor picks up his second race win of the afternoon here in our KA Junior pre-final, sponsored by VRD Racing.
You know, we need to get a scale out there and actually see how much they weigh before and after the race.
Like
because of sweat. Yeah, like sweat.
My gut says it's not long enough. Like when you think of a NASCAR race where it's 3 hours long, there you definitely sweat out a lot. But Oliver Neighbor, I imagine we're going to see an exhausted-looking Neighbor in victory lane in just a moment as everyone goes across the scales. Make sure that they're the appropriate weight. In the KA class, again, a little bit heavier than what we had in some other classes. So the KA Juniors, 320 pounds.
Somebody get that boil water.
Yeah. Or a bucket. Do the ice bucket challenge at this point.
Yeah, it's time for a bucket of water, some ice, a Powerade. I don't know. Going with the Lincoln Massey method, maybe an ice cream cone.
Yeah, got to have the I don't think the race director would like him eating ice cream out there. But
yeah, probably not the best time to do that, but, you know.
And you can see these drivers don't waste any time getting the gear off, trying to get any bit of cooling that they can.
Well, it's our favorite time of the day. Well, my favorite time of the day. It's time for the LO206 Masters and Legends. And with Will Bite Racing,
So we
Al
have
Edwards.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, another new name to welcome to the team. It's Al Edwards, the proprietor of Will Bite Racing. So, Will, we do want to say we might have to get a word in from Victory Lane, but welcome to the broadcast here, round 6 of the Kart Championship Series.
Thanks, John. I appreciate it. It's really great to be here. We're having a pretty good day today.
You're looking winded as you come in, like you just came from the pits down there.
We saw those KA 100s go out, and I was like, oh, boy, Masters is coming up. So I had finished all my stuff. It looks like we're going down to Chris down there for the winners.
Yes, indeed. And I saw you come jogging by. I commend you for your, I thought, is he training to be a gladiator or something? That is just brutal out here, and you came running by. But I've got our 1 and 2. Speaking of gladiators, we've got Oliver, Gabriel down here, and you guys have been doing battle for quite a while out here. Today was, of course, no exception. So, Oliver, tell us how you were able to hold it to the end, your second pre-final win today.
It feels really good. I had a really good start, and I thought I had a really good lead, and then coming from the half, Gabriel caught up, and he passed me in the last corner. and we just switched, and I just managed to pull it off.
Excellent. All right, Gabriel Lopez Velarde here. Gabriel, so tell me, track conditions obviously a factor out here, but what else kept you from being able to make the break?
Well, I went defensive on the second to last lap in 9, but he was able to fit the car in a super narrow space. We made a bit of contact, and I kind of just yielded off because it's the pre-final, and there's no reason to make a bad move and just us to both be out of the race.
Yeah, what wise words from Gabriel Lopez Velarde. There was some bumping. We've got Mr. Cunningham over here as well. I'd like to bring him because he was knocking on the door. Harry, right? You got all right, Harry. So you in third place there. You were putting up some of the fastest laps, but we had some great defensive driving from these guys. Tell us from your perspective what was going on during that race.
I just wasn't able to catch them, and they were both fighting and pulling away in places that I couldn't catch them on. And I was putting in good times, but they were just faster and on the straights and stuff. So I wasn't able to get an overtake.
Gotcha. So would you say that any adjustments to be made, or what are we going to see in the final that you care to share with us?
I could tell you, but I have to kill you.
There you go. All right. How about you guys? Any less brutal end for me if you tell me your strategy?
No.
There's a no-go. All right, Gabriel. Well, I won't ask you to give up your secrets either, but Harry, where are you from? It's my first time meeting you down here in Victory Lane.
I'm from England.
You're from England? Really? So how long have you been here in the States?
About a year.
Oh, yeah. What do you think of Dawsonville, Georgia, and Atlanta Motorsports Park?
It's a beautiful part of the world. The views are very nice.
Awesome. And who are you here with today?
My dad and Eugene Pinenko. He's coaching me. So.
Excellent. Okay. Well, congratulations. You got your first podium here, and we'll see you guys in the final. Congratulations. Another win for you. Congratulations as well. Stay cool, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. We'll see you.
Thank you.
All right.
See you, Harry.
Thank you, Chris. One lap in the books in our LO206 Masters and Legends division. Race fans, Masters, one of the most consistently competitive divisions on track. Masters is for ages 35 and up. Legends, 55 and older. These carts have to weigh 390 pounds minimum. And once again, we have Al Edwards in the booth. Now, Al, a lot of times you'd be in behind the wheel of one of these, and today it looks like you're just working the wrenches.
I am working the wrenches, working the team. We've got 23 people here at Will Bite Racing with all the LO206 Tag Senior and Tag Masters. So we've got a lot of drivers here today. We're kind of enjoying the little bit lighter of a turnout. That's mostly because of the Stars event that's going on in Cincinnati and a number of other four-stroke events. Now let's take a look at this lineup here. We got Matt Laster, who's qualified third in the pre-final, has very quickly moved to second, is right on the bumper of the leader right now, Ian Drennan. And we have Adam Phillips, another Will Bite driver, Atlanta Light Engine, iCart guy, and he has taken up the rear here. And David Fusco has moved out to the front. He's a Will Bite driver there in LO206 Legends behind Aaron Putnam there at the end of the Masters group. So this is really going to turn into some fun racing here.
So before we came on, there was an incident in turn 1 during the initial green flag lap. I did not get all the carts that were involved, but it looked to be 3 or 4 carts, so I'm going to assume it's probably the guys that are in the rear of the field.
So Frank Ball, Danny May, Zach Thomas, Jeff Griffin.
And Leon Robertson, I believe.
That's tough luck. I hate to see that. Jeff Griffin had a pretty good incident the last race, so we got him fixed up for this race, and that's really unfortunate to see. I'm going to have to go visit him as we go here. But again, it's nose to tail racing, LO206 Masters here with Ian Drennan, it looks like, leading. No, Adam Phillips has now moved back up to lead the number 315 iCart with Matt Laster just taking a look around, a little peekaboo. It's early in the race so far, though, so everyone just kind of needs to work together and break away.
That's 3 laps in the books for our field. Once again, we run the Masters and the Legends together. But, Al, how awesome is it that we have a Legends class? For a couple seasons ago, really even last year, Legends wasn't thought of. So now we have a sort of unique battleground for the older guys.
Well, we also, we have to break out the rental walkers and rollators and things like that for the above 55 crowd. The oldest in this group actually is David Fusco. David Fusco's in his mid-60s and owns Fusco's Pizza and Fusco's Via Roma there in Ackworth, his sponsor. And just an amazing driver, an amazing guy, and it's really good to see him back in the second half of the season. He came back last race in round 5 and won the Legends class by a small margin against Frank Baldozier. It looks like we still have Frank Baldozier in second place there in the Legends division. Chris Kellett in third place. And you see Matt Lassiter and Adam Phillips starting to break away there from Ian Drennan and Austin Gargis in fourth here, a wheelbite driver. Austin Gargis, who took some time off to start his son here in karting, who's been in the kid kart class, an LO206 kid kart. And he is doing a really great job, showing some great improvement. But Austin kind of set his own racing career aside, as much of a career as these could be. And but, you know, as always a parent, sacrificing for his young children. And he is great to see him out there in fourth place and a contender for the top 3.
Well, another name we want to mention as far as being a new dad is one of our drone pilots this afternoon. Congratulations to Jeff Farver, a new dad. Jeff is the one that flies the high top, the steady drone cam. Right now we're flying along with Daryl Cannon, aka Killboy.com, and you're riding in 6th place. So Al, in some of the other classes where the field gets spread out, I imagine drivers might be able to just pause for a second and gather themselves. How difficult is that here as they've put 5 laps in, 5 laps to go, where you don't probably get a break when you have a cart right in front of you and a cart hounding from behind?
No, what I always tell people is just to race the race that's in front of you, not the race that's behind you. When you start looking back, your steering goes in that direction. Oh, we have a move here. Austin Gargis to the inside. Oh, he's not. Is he going to make it? He's going to get shuffled. He's now been shuffled back to 5th place, unfortunately. It looks like there's a little bit of contact there coming out of the clubhouse turn 4. And he is now in 5th position, but he'll probably make that. That's Paul McElry has moved up in front of him, number 403. And Paul's having a great season this year as well in his new Coyote kart. But then again, Adam Phillips is just leading it with Matt Lassiter, and you see how they break away here on the backside of the course, and then they all of a sudden get right back together. So I think that little bit of contact was 3 or 4 karts there in turn 4. But you see that late braking there with Ian Drennan. He's been practicing on that. We've been watching Eugene Panyenko in his videos, and he's a driver for Eugene's team, Kart Freedom, and just been a really good improving driver here. And so he's going to start making up the gap. And there he is in turn 2, late braking into turn 2. He's making that. He's going to be coming right up on the tail of the number 3 position here. It's anybody's race at this point, which I'm sorry, actually Ian Drennan in 3rd position at this point behind Matt Lassiter. It looks like there was a switch to number 403.
So for just a moment, our top 2 had broken away, but like an elastic, they're all back together again as you're looking down on our top 3. Head into turn number 9 on the brakes. Adam Phillips leading, Matt Lassiter in 2nd, Ian Drennan in 3rd.
And in the LO206 Legends, it looks like we've had some position changes as well, with David Fusco still out in the lead, and Chris Kellett has now taken the 2nd spot. Frank Baldozier in the 3rd spot. Frank Ball is in the 4th spot.
We haven't seen much of the Legends where they start a little farther back so that they can have their own race within a race fans. But if the action gets good, we'll go to it. But boy, we're seeing some great action here in our Masters, the group leading.
Absolutely. I'll just tell you right now, I recruited for Masters. We had almost a non-existent Masters class 2 years ago. Over the winter last year, I decided to recruit for it. I converted most of my team over to Masters. At that time, my team was only like 12 people.
And a couple years ago, you would have a few Masters sprinkled in with the senior division. That's how they run them.
So I wanted to get them some TV time here, and so if you get 8 or more, you get your own class on the schedule. And so that's why our class is so big here in Masters. Also with the kind of conglomeration we did with the CKNA, Cup Karts North America, we've got a lot more folks that are Masters age and weight that know about our facility. And so that's the way we grow it. We grow it organically within our own club, and then we grow it nationally with some press and also these awesome broadcasts that Atlanta Motorsports Park does such a great job. I got a shout out to Will Rigdon. We have literally some of the best drone pilots and some best camera guys in the business. We've got some of the best announcers in America to do this, between Charles Head and you, John, and And we have up an aspiring one here right next to me, which I love to see. Congratulations on Dixie, by the way. I know
Thanks.
that was a truckload
Steve,
of fun.
don't interrupt him. He's complimenting.
Yep,
Yeah, you just bask in the glory. Now let's take a look at turn 1, 2, and 3 here. They are practically nose to tail. Matt Lassiter is going to wait for a moment here, and he's gonna get within striking distance here. He might even go for it right here, come out of the draft, but it looks like he's gonna stay in the tire tracks of Adam Phillips as they pull away a little bit from Ian Drennan. And Ian Drennan just does a late break to suck right back up on there. So it looks like what Ian doesn't have on the straightaway, he can make it up in the braking zone. Again, he has been practicing that with Eugene Penyenko and Kart Freedom. So if you ever get out on the web and you look up Kart Freedom, you'll see some of these practice videos where he does kind of an overlay. Eugene really is good with data, and that's one of the things I like about his videos. So you can literally do a side-by-side video and data comparison in kind of a quad display that he does. It was really, really neat. And the white flag is out. It's Adam Phillips, Matt Lassiter, and Ian Drennan with Paul McElree hot on their heels in 4th position. Let's see what happens if there is anything.
And race fans, this is just the pre-final. We'll be back for 12 laps later in the broadcast. Once again, their finishing order here determines where they will start in that final. Adam Phillips, your leader, Matt Lassiter in second. They'd be on the front row. Let's see if Ian Drennan has anything to say about it. Lassiter closes right into the rear bumper of our leader, but he's content to stay in the tire tracks for now, although maybe a little bobble from Phillips.
Yeah, a little bobble there by Matt Lassiter. Looks like got into the bumper there of Adam Phillips, and everything's tightening up again. You're going to watch. Quite frankly, just let sleeping dogs lie here. Finish the race. Let's just finish the race here. Don't try and make any crazy maneuvers. Is he going to do it under hard braking? No, he's going defensive, though. Matt Lassiter, he's not going to let Ian Drennan do a late break into him here. And here comes Matt Lassiter on the outside of Adam Phillips. The 2 Atlanta Light engine customers, oh, wow, they cannot pull it off. Matt Lassiter still ends up in 2nd place. So no position changes whatsoever for about the last half of this race. It looks like David Fusco pulled off the first, coming in 9th overall. Frank Ball is in 2nd right behind him. Frank Baldozier 3rd and Chris Kellett 4th. Well, that was a good race there in the Legends. They had a lot of position changes, didn't they?
Well, I think that's just an hors d'oeuvre. They'll be back for 12 laps later. Every driver will roll across the scales. And Al, how you see them getting up out of the cart? Is that just, they're a little older, they're a little stiffer?
No, just get me out of here. Honestly, it's so hot. You want to get your helmet off, get your suit unzipped, and just.
Is it even more hot because that engine's sitting right next to you, kind of baking you?
Yes, and you're soaking in the sun. You've got hot exhaust. You got a hot engine that this thing's running about 345 degrees on the cylinder head, and it's super hot. So, you want to get out of that cart and get. You see these guys just throwing the gloves, throwing the neck protector in the seat. Just get me out of here. Now this guy's in blue jeans. Look at this. He's in blue jeans and a jacket. And he's got to be hot, man.
That would be who is that?
When the guys with the Georgia Championship Karting Series run in the vintage cars, you see them mostly
they're always
in jeans and leather jackets.
Jeans and leather jackets.
That would be scalding hot.
That's the way we did it back in the day, in the 1980s and 70s. And
I'm trying to think who is the most. This is the Swan Mechanical guys.
Yeah.
Those are Tyson and Tyler.
Yeah. And what's funny is they will change. If they do a dual class when we have the dual events here, they will change into their legend or their vintage gear. They will not be in their regular suits. They'll change it into their jackets and jeans just for that race.
Commitment.
High styling and profiling out there. So the next race that will roll onto the track will be our tag, cadet, and rookie paired up. So we'll move back to tag, touch, and go. We'll hear more of that high-pitched whine of the two-stroke engines as our drivers in our Masters and Legends just getting ready to roll.
That's the way to do it.
That's right there. So I'm going to bid you guys adieu, and I'll be back for the Masters race, maybe a couple of others there in the finals. And it's going to be a lot of fun, guys. I really appreciate you having me up here.
All right, thank you. That was Al Edwards with the Wilbite Racing team. They were the sponsor of the LO206 Masters division. And now we're going to head down to Victory Lane. And again, we have Mahita there, and Mahita, looks like you have a bunch of tired, sweaty guys down at Victory
Yeah,
Lane.
I do. I'm here with Adam, Matt, and Ian. So could you tell me a little bit about the end? There were really no changes. Were you guys working together on that, or was it more of just we'll see what happens?
Yeah, it was mainly working together. We had all talked beforehand that we knew that the longer we went, the hotter things were going to get, and it was going to get a little greasy. So we know enough to just hang tight, ride it out, feel things, and learn for the main event.
Yeah, no, the heat, it's awful. I understand that. Was that like a last-minute decision because of the heat, or was it something you guys like came in knowing?
To be honest, I just I got into second place there, and I know for the final I want to start on that outside row in the front. So I just stayed behind Adam. I knew I was giving him good pushes. He was driving nice and consistent, and I figured, you know, if I just stay back there, we can finish 1-2 just like that. So that's what we went for.
Yeah. Anything else to add?
No, it was really good, clean racing, super fun, and like the guys have already said, it's really about setting ourselves up for the next one, which I think the last 2 laps will get a little spicy.
Yeah, that sounds good. Do you have
To
something?
say one thing just before we go, because you never know what's going to happen. I don't know if I'll finish up here, but I got to say, give a shout out to the family of Doug Wilson, who passed away earlier this week. It was a racer who used to race up here, usually come up here once or twice a year and race with us. Unfortunately, he passed away earlier this week, so I want to give a shout out to his family, let them know we're thinking of him, I'm racing for him, and wish the family all the best.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. All right. Good job, you guys, and we'll hand it back over to y'all.
All right, thank you. Mahita down in Victory Lane. Hope you get a chance to head inside and grab a cooling break, as it is a scorcher out there, Steve. Again, nobody wants to know this, but we have eclipsed the 90-degree mark here in Dawsonville.
Yeah, it's hot. It is really hot. I am thankful that we are in an air-conditioned booth that's nice and dark, and we're not out baking in the sun like producer Will Rigdon is right now.
And once again, if you're watching, whether it's on YouTube or Facebook, give us a like and leave a comment. Let us know where you are joining the broadcast from this afternoon. Now, Steve, something that has changed here, we see all the rental carts that are parked behind the wall there. On arrive and drive days, you stage in that building that's underneath us. On race days, they no longer do that. It's not a staging area. They just actually have carts pitting there. But I remember last year when they'd queue up the carts there, and then you'd have
the sweet,
40
sweet smell of
LO206s.
Warrington octane.
Not the smell, but you'd have 40 LO206 engines rumble
Shake
to life.
the building.
That's right, shake the building.
That's the one thing I do also miss, is that and the smell of the burning 110. So also, we'd like to make an announcement. Please stay hydrated today, as hot as it is. All of our spectators that are out there, please stay hydrated. Come in and talk to our cashiers that are downstairs. Get you a water, get you a Gatorade, Powerade, whatever you'd like. Just all we ask is to stay hydrated.
Yeah, definitely a scorcher out there. So it's a labor of love, we'll say, as well.
Got a nice view of some of our sponsors up there on the platform. We got Liquid Moly, which is a motor oil and additive company. We've got Blazers Hot Wings. Danny May, again, a couple race weekends ago, Danny brought a bunch of wings up here for us. We are thankful. Thank you, Danny, for doing all that.
I don't know if I want to say that I'm thankful at this point. I want to say that I'm feeling entitled.
Oh, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit, because
I'm pining for some wings.
Me and Will kind of dogged him for like a whole race day, and the very next day, 'cause it's a doubleheader, he comes up and brings us like 100 and something wings,
like a trough
with
of
the
wings
exact ones that we said would be great if he brought up, and that was great.
Well, and you had mentioned Liquid Moly. Liquid Moly is the official sponsor of our Tag Cadet division that will be rolling onto the track shortly. Once again, I'm John Matthews, joined by Steve Newbold in the booth. We've had a revolving cast of characters joining us to really bring some insights to what these drivers go through at any given point, or dads go through. It's definitely a family affair out there. Well, race fans, if you're enjoying today's broadcast, here's the rest of the schedule for the 2024 Kart Championship Series. We'll be in action again on Saturday, August 24th, and that is a paired race with the Georgia Karting Championship Series. It'll be race 3 of that. Then we'll have a doubleheader September 28th and 29th, and wrap things up on Saturday, October 12th. I see a couple of tired gentlemen down in Victory Lane, and you get the word, we'll send it to Chris Conowall.
Hey, thanks very much. I'm here with David and Frank, and glad you guys stepped under the tent there. Forgot there was 2 fields going on in that particular race, and so let's get with you, Frank. Conditions being what they are, the drivers in the other class they were talking about just working together as best they can. What are your thoughts on that?
I agree. So first off, let me say thank you to David on that start. Amazing job on watching that green flag drop and taking us, because there was a bunch of cars off on the track. I think we worked really well as a group together. We stayed 4. We had some traffic come in. That gave opportunities for passing, cleaned it up. I had nothing for David. He was out there. I was chasing him. But sticking together works on this track. Little slick today. Definitely hot out there. You feel it, messing with the carts a little bit. But shout out to Danny May helping us out and our team.
Yeah, Frank Ball. And so there was in the beginning, did I hear right that there was a little bit of contact down there?
Yeah, I guess up in front of us, the back of the field with the LO206 Masters had a mess up, and it got kind of confusing. It was like go, stop, go, and I thought to myself, well, I'm going to go, and if I get in trouble, that'll be later, because I was afraid if I stopped, he was going to hit me, and I just kind of weaved through, and I got to agree with him. The track's getting a little greasy. And I got to admit, I like catching up to the back of the field in front of us, because I use those guys as picks against people like him. I'm like, if I can get up to one of them and get them in between, because it's kind of tough, because I'm having to play defense against these guys, but I'm also having to try to get by the guys in front of me. And some of those guys in the back of the field is a little wiggly back there. I don't know a nicer way to say it. It's just a little scary. So I'm trying to get by them safely without giving up any positions. But I agree, we worked well together, and let's see if we can do this again in the next one.
Yeah, 100%. So a lot of other drivers out here reluctant to give that much insight, because they're afraid they're going to give something away. But speaking with you guys is especially helpful for us who we're learning the sport. So final words to you, Frank.
So we don't win $1 million in this race. We're all friendly out there, so that's why we all work together, right? We're out here for a good time. Everybody supports everybody. It's just it's a gentleman's sport, and everybody drove like gentlemen. I was amazed at some of the passes stuff we had out there. So, hell of a great race.
Yeah, and I think last time I was out, you mentioned something, the difference between is it your age and what was that quote you made?
Oh man, I'm old. I can't remember quotes from yesterday.
Yeah, you said it's a choice.
Yeah, it's definitely a choice. Being out here is a choice to do it, and as long as I have the opportunity, I'll be out here pushing.
All right, so I'll quote you. You said that it's a choice between getting old and growing up.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Growing old, is something that happens. Growing up is optional. You never have to grow up.
I've actually quoted you a few times on that since, so thanks for that. Okay, so we're going to send it back up. Hang on a second. We would be remiss if we didn't pass the mic here.
Oh, no, you don't have to pass the mic to me, but congratulations to these great drivers. Frank, it was great to see you come from basically the back to second. That's awesome. Really, really good job. Love this Legends class. We're going to keep on growing it.
Well, I appreciate it. All right, we're going to send it back up now, and everybody stay cool out there. And, great words of insight. Thanks, Frank.
All right, thank you. That's Chris. One call. That's all, Conowall. Or, Chris, what's the line there? One call, Conowall.
No, it's better call Conowall.
Better call Conowall.
Close enough.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
The one call, that's all, is somebody else that's not the best attorney. It's better not. He's not as good as Chris.
Yeah.
We're just going to say that.
The start of our tag cadet rookie, a little bit of drama here. They brought out the red flag. I don't know if they're trying to get the drivers lined up.
I don't know what's going on.
This is unique. They're maybe they're giving them a stern talking to. This cadet and rookie race fans, we're talking about drivers that in the cadet division, 8 to 12 years old. Rookie is 7 to 10 years old. So, again, elementary age students. Looks like they're setting them up on the tramways.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I don't know if they got them out of line or – that's interesting because we don't usually see that.
So maybe they just want to get everything lined up. Again, these are tags. Tag stands for touch and go. These are two-stroke engines. When you get to the senior level, that's where you'll see they're water-cooled. The radiator will be off to the left of the driver here. They're just an air-cooled engine, but they are the two-stroke. If you have a weed whacker at home that runs an oil-gas mixture, that's what these carts run. You can see those little bluish plumes of smoke coming out of the exhaust pipe.
I see what they're doing. They're dividing the tag cadets and the tag rookies.
Okay.
That's what's going on.
So we'll have a true 2 races going on
Yes.
here. Really, I like that. Gives each class a chance to race amongst themselves. They're not sort of fighting and bobbing and weaving through carts that aren't really racing with them.
Yeah, I think that these guys are struggling to figure out the lineup, but they'll get there eventually. Yeah,
They're ready to get single file.
yeah,
in this
they're
back
already
group
ready
here.
to race. One group's gonna go double file. One group's gonna go single file start.
At least they don't try it Indy style where it'd be 4 wide. Hey, if you're trackside and you want to hear our broadcast, you can tune your FM radio to 88.7 FM.
They are nice and slow, but I don't know. They might get. Oh, they are gonna get the green.
Send it. At this point, just send it. And we are underway.
Green means go.
In our tag cadet rookie pre-final, sponsored by Liquid Moly and Autolube. Looks like we have Chris Conowall down pit side along with Mahita Senthill, and this actually doesn't look like victory lane. It looks like honest to goodness pit reporting. What's going on, Chris?
Yeah, so I just wanted to introduce Mahita to Danny May, who is a legend out here, and I'm going to pass the mic to Mahita, and Danny May is going to tell you a little bit about who he had running and had a little bit of a wreck. So this is your first wreck to cover, so good luck.
Thank you. All right, so you want to tell me a little about what's going on here?
Yeah, so I had to start in the back of the LO Masters class, and we came through turn 1, and somebody shot across the field and took about 4 of us out. I have no idea what happened. Got it on video, so looking forward to doing that. So we got some parts to fix, but as soon as we wrecked and I got sorted out, the Legends class went flying by me, so I was able to attach to them and just kind of feel it out for the rest of the race.
Well, as we were talking about that, we are getting a red flag displayed on track, so we're probably going to step aside for a little bit. And
Yeah, thanks Mahita for that coverage. Danny, hope you're able to get repairs. There was an incident on track, so we're under a red flag in our tag cadet rookie pre-final.
to give a little bit of recap of what happened, I believe it happened on the first lap. It looked like they were going 2 or 3 wide through the kink, and I could not tell exactly who it was, but there was a cart that did get up in the air a little bit. He landed on all 4s, so as far as I can tell, he looked to have landed correctly and everything's okay. But we'll get an official word from race control in just a moment. So we're going to step aside for just a moment and let you guys take in some of the scenery here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motorsports Park, round number 6 of our championship kart series. We are trying to get started with our Tag Cadet Rookie pre-final. You can see they are staged up on the main straightaway. Steve had an incident that brought us to red flag.
Yeah, I believe that we're just going to entirely restart this event. Not exactly sure what happened. From our vantage point, it looked like we had a driver go 4 off in the kink and get a little bit of airborne there, and I think his cart just might have been a little bit damaged. He was okay. He gave us a thumbs up.
That's the most important thing,
yes.
Driver safety out here.
Yes,
they did send the pickup truck out there to go.
I don't have a cart number on that.
Back. We'll try to get a number.
It was one of the top 3 drivers, so it either had to be Arthur and a Pietian. I probably just butchered that.
Not Hapatayan, but it's Cayenne Air's out there. He's in the number 1. So
was it Callan Berhofer?
What number is Callan?
The 126. I don't see though.
We'll try to figure it out. We have, again, a race within a race here. This is Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie.
Okay, so we are just being told that we are going to get a replay of the incident that occurred.
So this was lap number 1. Recall, they had a red flag during the parade lap. They were trying to get things sorted. So here we are coming by our vantage point.
It's that second cart in line. It's the 126, so that is Callan Berghofer.
Callan Berghofer, again, you don't want to be too wide in the kink, and he just to avoid somebody else, you could see, thought he had a pass, tried to avoid somebody else, and as you can see, went up over the curbs in the kink and took a wild ride. So got a little bit of air, but okay, we don't know how the kart is faring after that. So Callan Berghofer, not the start he wanted here in this pre-final.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that fixed and back out for the final race.
So our field forming up once again. So we have the cadets up front, the rookies behind. Cadets are drivers aged 8 to 12, and rookie is 7 to 10. The kart's pretty identical, just a little more weight in the cadet division. Field comes down, and we're back underway. Green flag for our Tag Cadet and Rookie pre-final, sponsored by Liquid Moly and Autolube. So our field charges down into that signature turn number 2 and back up the hill. And while Steve's out, we're gonna have Chris and Mahita come on in and join the broadcast. You guys get to now enjoy the air-conditioned splendor. If you just sit here like you own it, maybe Steve will end up outside in Victory Lane. What would you think about that, Mahita?
Oh yeah, that would be nice. The weather out here.
Oh, again, we have trouble right at turn number 9. That was the number 5.
The number 5 is
Grayson Waite.
Marnienko, yeah?
I was saying Grayson.
No, I'm sorry, yeah.
I don't say Waite, Wyatt.
Yeah, Grayson Waite, it looks like. And, but Steve, apparently, whenever I came in, 2 seasons ago, Steve was the Victory Lane.
He had done some Victory Lane.
So he's definitely he's done his time out in the the boiling temperatures for sure. But let's learn a little bit more about Mahita, who's our intern here. Tell us a little bit about where you're from and how you're interning.
So I'm from Cumming, Georgia. This is my first summer. I'm interning here. I'm a marketing and promotion intern doing under Rosalie. Shout out to my boss because she's the best person ever. Up there I'm mainly doing like social media.
Hold on. Producer, rack that portion there. It'll be good for a team meeting coming up this week.
I'm doing like graphics, SEO, social media, things like that. And then I also get to be here and do this under Will, who's also an awesome boss, and get to work with the race day, the production, going live and all that. And it's awesome so far.
Yeah, hitting all the check boxes, wasn't she?
Absolutely. Now, how long? So you're an intern. When did you start? Is it like a summer thing, or?
Yeah, right now it's just a summer thing. I started in the beginning of June, so I've been here for about a month and a half, and I'm hoping to keep it and continue in the fall. I'll be off at college at UGA. Go Dogs! So
Go Dogs.
Had to get that in there.
Go Dogs.
So what year will you be in college?
I will be starting my sophomore year this fall.
Okay, and I imagine you're probably in a major related to what you're doing here?
Yeah, I'm a marketing major and a marketing intern, so they go hand in hand.
Well, you're talking to a lawyer and a software engineer, so we probably know very little about marketing or good marketing.
Yeah, the only thing my son was a business major down at Georgia State and a football coach. He's currently a football coach down at Georgia State. So I'll plug the Panthers as well. Go Panthers! And their first game of the season against the Rambling Wreck from Georgia Tech. But look, we've got a good field out there today, and with these temperatures, I'm just amazed by these drivers will brave, rain, heat, doesn't matter. They're out here.
Well, and these drivers had to sit under the red flag on the main straightaway, so they've been out there an extra long time, as well as the group behind them in staging. We'll see if that might impair their ability later in the race. Now, I have to say, Mahita, you have some big shoes to fill. I've seen some of the social media amps done, which, by the way, if you want to follow, they're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. They're even active on LinkedIn. They have some cool stuff there. You're going to have to up the antics of Thurmond, the elf on the shelf that they have here at AMP.
Oh, I think I've seen him.
He's hijacked a car and taken it out on main track. And also, as I was driving in, I came in through downtown Dawsonville, so I came around the square this morning. And it reminded me that on April Fool's, the post from AMP said the kart track was going to be it was a mile course built around the rotary. I don't know if you remember seeing that post, Chris.
I did not, but
Will Rigdon worked on that they superimposed images of the karts like sweeping through the rotary, the roundabout right where the courthouse is, and they built a mile track. It was a fun little April Fool's Day joke.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of the town of Dawsonville and Will Rigdon putting together, it's another amped up event on August 17th. I saw that front page of the newspaper, Will. I was thinking about you when I saw that. So great job getting that. And we had such a great turnout last year.
And for Will, that's a good reason to be on the front page, better than other reasons.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass this off to Steve, who we were talking about. Steve, the fact that when I first came here, you were down, out in the temperatures. I wouldn't dare take your air-conditioned spot because you have earned this. Here you go.
All right, so thank you. That's Chris Conowall. Mahita Sentil, our pit reporters on this afternoon, and we're going to make a way back for Steve Newbold. Steve, you brought in the ice cream here,
yeah,
so we're going to relive a little Days of Thunder.
I pulled the ice cream out, and I had to get downstairs anyway, so I figured why not bring some ice cream back up.
So, according to timing and scoring, Kyan Air is your leader, Roland Smith second, Arthur Nahapedian running in third. They're your top three in Cadet, and behind them it is all the rookies, Bo Stowers leading that race within a race. So quickest lap for these guys, 58.019 seconds. That was Kyan Air's time on lap number 3, and we are halfway through, so this is lap 6 going into the books on a hot day here. So Steve, it seems like no matter what race I go to, there's always the one class that on a night just has the issues, and today it seems like it's the tag rookie cadet class. No shame to that. Last night I was watching a race on another streaming service. They had super modifieds up at Berlin Raceway, and I'll tell you, great class. They just had it. They couldn't get together. It took them about an hour to finish their race, and you never know what class that just seems to all get on the struggle bus together.
Yeah, I was actually watching the same race you were.
Okay.
And yes, 100% yes.
Although, in that one, something I've never seen before. I've been around racing for a while. There was an incident that brought out a red flag, and they had to bring out a Sawzall to cut the two cars apart, which the incident wasn't bad. All the drivers, quickly got out of their cars and were fine, but one car went into the side pod of another, and they were
all just kind of mangled together.
Yeah.
And they couldn't separate them to tow them. That was pretty much all it was.
Right, like a couple of teenagers with braces just getting stuck together out there. So that's a good look at Kyan Air, your leader here, and he is just carving right under our vantage point. He'll sweep down through the kink, the lowest point at the facility, and be flat out on the gas as he heads down the back straightaway. These tag cadet and rookies are a narrower kart than we see in other divisions, and what really shows fans is the width of the tires, especially in the back. They look real narrow. When you see the other classes, they have a nice big fat set of rear tires that they can lean on in the corners.
Yeah, that is it's definite. As John's cracking into the Snickers ice cream bar that I brought for him, I've already started. It's a great day for ice cream. If you're on the property, swing by there, say hi to our cashiers, pick up an ice cream cone or ice cream bar or whatever they got down there. They're actually kind of running a little low on a couple things, so that's actually kind of impressive to see.
That's a sign of how hot it is out there.
I think I've seen about half the field today so far with a Nutty Bar or Nutty Buddy or whatever they're called. I can't remember the name brand. A Good Humor Bar, all those brand names that you see in the ice cream world. But I think everybody on the property has had at least one ice cream today. As we're continuing to follow our leader, Kyan Air, into turn 14, I'm sorry. As he swoops through 14 into 15, he's got a massive gap of about 5 full seconds between him and Roland Smith in the 13 cart, followed in third by Arthur Napiet. I butcher this every time. Nahapedian. There we go. Bo Stowers, George Cruz, Nazar Martinico, Mateus Guzman, Ryan DeHoney, Grayson Wyatt, and Callan Berghofer, who has unfortunately retired for the day.
Well, he's retired for the race.
Well, for the race.
He may be able to effect some repairs back in the paddock.
Knowing Mr. Berghofer, they're going to have that cart back out for the final. There's no way. If anything happens like that, they are probably some of the quickest people I've ever seen to repair a go-kart.
Especially, we know Callan is in this for the long haul. There is a points series. This is the championship series. 10 races. I think there's 2 drops.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'd have to go to our scorers to get the actual official ruling. But you don't want to have to force a drop on a day when you're here, because these are kids. They may miss a race at some point in the season. There's a school function. There's a family function going on. You don't want to have to take a 0 because you had a bad day at the track. As checkered flag is up, Kyan Air, your winner in our Liquid Molly Tag Rookie, or Tag Cadet pre-final.
Speaking of drops, Callan Berghofer played a whole baseball tournament, if I remember correctly, for the CK&A event. Won the game, came here, started in the rear of the field. It was like 20-something carts and won, if I remember that correctly.
That's some dedication there. As we see the drivers waiting across the scales. Steve, they've been out there in that sun a long time. They don't have to worry about sunscreen. They're covered head to toe, but boy, they have to be roasting within that driving suit. I don't know what's hotter. When we think NASCAR, it's actually a fire suit. So you have like layers of Nomex in there to protect you. These suits are more abrasion resistant, but still has to be pretty toasty. I don't know which one of those is going to be warmer. So we get a good look at Kyan Air rolling his car. He's going to head to Tech, and we'll soon get a word down at Victory Lane.
At least now with NASCAR, they have the cool suits, and those help out greatly. Takes it from being 10,000 degrees to 999,000 degrees. Just 1 degree difference.
Well, they also have the helmet with the airflow in it.
The air conditioning, per se.
Granted, these carts, you're open. So once you do get moving, you get some amount of air over you. But when we run at the main track, drivers over there will also have
cool
suits in the Miatas, not in the
open.
Not in the primals, but in the Miatas will have a cool suit. Some of them don't like to run it, but when it gets hot, it is now. I think it's just about a requirement. The cool suit, there'll be literally a cooler next to them and something that circulates cold water through the vest that they have under their suit. Almost looks like a Spider-Man suit when they take it off, and it just pumps that cool water really across the chest, just trying to take some heat away so the driver can just stay a little bit cooler, not just temperature-wise, but almost keep their emotional temperature a little bit cooler so they can function on the job.
Looks like we're getting our interviews ready here, and shortly we will send it down to our pit reporters. Go ahead and take it away.
I'm here with Kian and Arthur today. So how are you guys feeling after that race? I'm sure you're plenty hot.
Yeah, it's really hot out there.
Yeah, I'm really hot.
So could you tell me a little bit about how the restart affected your race, if it affected it at all, or if you have to change any strategy while you're out there because of the red flag?
No, it didn't really affect my race. I just tried to stay calm, but it was a really chaotic start. And
anything extra to add to that?
Yeah, It was really chaotic.
Yeah, it was really chaotic. Do you guys have anyone you want to thank out here today? Oh, and we also have third place out here too. Could you tell me a little bit about how the red flag affected your race at all, or if it did?
It just was chaotic and made me spun. But
All right. Okay. Anything you guys want to say to the audience out there that are watching you?
Thank you, Eugene Panenko and Kart Freedom, for building this kart and getting every ounce of pace out.
Thank you to all my sponsors, Liqui Moly, Autoloop Group, and WRS for making my kart.
thank you to Porter, Colby, and my dad and mom for helping me through this.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me out here. We'll head it back up to y'all.
All right, we've gone green, and Daniel Perez is leading the Group of K 100 seniors currently on the track. Again, that's Daniel Perez in the 282 cart, Vincent Capatillo in the 214 in second, Michael Succo in the 998, Evan Stanilio in the 50 cart, and 95 Alexander Lozano, Joe C. Davis in sixth, Martin Simonoff in seventh, and Theodore Simonoff in eighth. So, John, as you're sitting back down, this green flag is already underway, and we're already getting one lap in the books.
I know these they get moving quick here in this KA100. Two-stroke engines, so you might see those plumes of blue smoke come out of them as they use that gas-oil mixture like an old chainsaw or weed whacker, and they are air-cooled, so a little more mechanically simplified versus the tags. This group sponsored by Primal Racing School. Steve, I'm waiting for the day that they say the announcers need to go through primal training, but that would be over at the main track where they have those downforce radicals. If you want more information, go to atlantamotorsportspark.com.
Now, some insight. I'm a bigger guy. I did fit pretty comfortably in the SR1.
Because I'll say, Chris Hune, who's a regular winner over there, he steps out of the car, and he's big dude. He's like 6'4", 6'5". Looks like he could have played in the NFL. So he's, I'm not saying like he's big, but he seems to fit comfortably inside there. They've also had someone who, I wish I could remember his name, but it's a father-son that runs, and the son plays football at Kentucky.
Oh, man, you had to say that.
And
I know who you're talking about.
And
though.
you see him. I mean, you're talking D1 college football player, and he seems to be comfortable.
Yeah, just gets right in the car like it's nothing.
And those carts, what are they? The Hayabusa engines that are
the
powering
Hayabusa
them,
racing
and
engines.
They're light. They're a step up from the carts for sure. I'm going to say they're 1,300 pounds. Rear engine kind of gives you that Le Mans or Daytona prototype feel, but on a smaller scale. As we've got some action back in the pack here.
It looks like Josie Davis and Martin Simonoff, maybe Theodore Simonoff. I can't tell based off the numbers at this very moment. I do know it's one of the Simonoffs that are back there towards the back, battling it out with Josie Davis.
Out front, almost no surprise, Daniel Perez off to a 1.8 second lead. Steve, anytime we're here, if you don't see Danny Perez at the front, you almost wonder if he's not here because he just typically gets to the front and then he is gone.
Yeah, he stays there. He stays there.
Not just that he stays there, he pulls away from the rest of the field.
Michael Succo and Vincent Capatillo are two others that are track regulars. And with that last lap, speaking of Danny Perez, set a fast lap of 52.748.
Yep, laying down wood, as they say. There you see the lead for Danny Perez, almost all of that straightaway between turns 13 and 14. And
It's
I imagine
a little over 2 seconds.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to be, he's just going to pile onto that lead, especially they're racing behind him. Succo and Capatillo, if you're racing side by side, you won't be as fast. Battle going on there for 5th and 6th. Theodore Simonoff, actually a couple of passes back there. Simonoff up to 4th. Lorenzo slides back to 5th place.
That was actually almost that was a little over 2.5 second gap. 2.652 seconds between Perez and Succo, who is running in second.
And so that opened up by about 3/4 of a second, just that lap.
Yes.
And Perez has that ability, that consistency. he doesn't just run a fast lap. Every lap is that fast. He's
Yes.
just able to get the most out of one of his Daniel Perez racing karts. And we see popping into our picture-in-picture, I see Victory Lane and some fresh young faces. So take it away, Chris Conowall.
Hey, thanks a lot. Microswift was also a class that was running that last race. These guys had to sit in their cart for quite some time after the red flag. I'm just going to have you introduce yourself really quick.
Bo.
Yeah, Bo Stowers. And who we got here? Nazar and?
George.
And George. And you guys were the Microswift class, and so first place here, Bo. So I'm going to let you do some talking first and tell us a little bit about the race and tell us who we've got watching you here today.
I got cousins and friends and family. My dad told me to, on the start, he told me to keep it back so the minis could go, but then 50 went up. I didn't know what to do then.
Yeah, and so you had the red flag too in the restart. So
it looks like we might have lost Chris down there with the microphone. I don't know if the batteries have given out on it or what the deal is.
Well,
but
you know, it might be the intern's taking over down there.
Yeah.
Either blaming the intern or Chris is going to be replaced by the intern. But good to see the winners of our tag rookie division down there, including Bo Stowers, who picked up the pre-final win, where hopefully we'll get a word with Chris later in our broadcast as we rejoin the action.
Wow.
3 karts back. Whoa, one car getting way out into the fluff, as we'd say in dirt, as that was the 4th place kart, but you could see the huge lead for Daniel Perez.
4.187.
we're back for the moment, guys. The heat out here is having an effect on everything. George, let me start with you down here. So we had the restart, and you took 3rd place. So tell us what, if anything, made a difference for you out on the track today.
I don't know.
Yeah? How about you?
Well, my dad's watching, and he told me to be like brave and have consistency.
Those are good words. Good bravery and consistency. And we've consistently seen you guys in the top 3 out here. So, Bo Stowers, congratulations on your win. We're going to send it back up, and you guys get something cool off here, and get ready for the final. So, congrats to our this class of drivers here, everybody.
All right, thank you. That was Chris Conowall down in Victory Lane with some of the podium members for our tag rookie pre-final. On track, you see the popsicle sticks in the air. The KA Senior Division, sponsored by Primal Racing School. Daniel Perez taking the rest of this field to school right now, Steve, as he has opened up. And
he's already in Sunday.
Yeah, 4.7 seconds ahead of the field. There you can see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, Michael Succo, Theodore Simonoff, Vincent Capatillo. None of these drivers have an answer for Perez. Perez's quick time, 52.748 seconds, about a half second quicker than any other driver's best lap.
So it actually just updated. He has currently got a 5.121 second lead over the rest of the field. And he is just cooking. Literally and figuratively, because it's 1,000 degrees outside, and he's
yeah, it's a hot day out there, so that's one way that he's cooking. But he's almost doing what the kids say as the white flag comes out. Let him cook out there. He is letting the rest of the field cook behind him on a 90-degree day here, sweltering in the North Georgia mountains. Steve, here's some news you don't probably want to know. We're under a code orange air quality alert. That just happens when it gets hot. It gets humid. Some storms, some showers starting to pop in the area. So race fans, from that view, you can start to see a lot more clouds than we had earlier in the broadcast. Unfortunately for the drivers, none of these clouds actually coming over the track to give any hope of shade or a little respite from the heat as the drivers out there. Oh, local yellow there. One cart was pulled off over by the cowboy cam coming off the S's as here comes Daniel Perez. Checkered flag is in the air. Put another one in the books for Perez, winning the pre-final in our KA Senior race.
Final gap on that was a 6.2 flat. So Daniel Perez, Michael Suko, Teodor Simidov, Vincent Capetillo, Alexander Lozano, Evan Centellino, I hope I said that correctly, Joe Davis, and Martin Simonov will be your final.
And that will set the lineup for their 12-lap final coming up later in the broadcast. We're going to go back down to Chris Conowall for a word with another one of our drivers.
Yeah, and I'm here with Callan Berghofer, and during that race, we saw something unfortunate that, I want you to tell us about, and tell us, more importantly, are we going to see you back out here today?
Yes, I will be racing both of my finals, but I should have been more patient on the first lap. That's why I crashed. I tried to over-under Arthur going into the chicane. I tried to get back behind him, but Keon was already there, so I jumped in and hit into the ditch.
Yeah, and did something go flying when you hit the ditch there? What were the damages?
So my dad's cleaning up the court right now. He says everything's okay mostly. The engine's okay. Just hopefully I can drive my brakes without any messy with my back.
Excellent. So we were also talking about apparently you had played a baseball tournament and then came out. Is that right? Did you one time come out here after? Do you play sports as well?
I used to do basketball, but now I'm just focusing mainly on karting.
Excellent. And you said you're going to be back in for both of your two races. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So Callan, as far as the points for this year, where this is race 6 in the series, how you doing on points?
So I've been winning most of them. So hopefully when I win the championship, I can move up to KA and start winning there.
Yeah, and last year it was down to you and Gabriel, right? And so and separated by just a few points. And so have you checked in to see how close you are to the as far as number 1 and 2?
I have not checked in on this year's points, but my dad says I'm in the lead.
Excellent. Okay, guys. Well, Callan is down, but he is not out. We'll see him both of his 2 races. There's Mom, and braving the temperatures here today. So obviously, thanks to your mom and dad, I'm sure.
Yes.
All right, we'll send it back up to you guys.
All
Callan
right.
Berghofer.
Thank you, Chris, with Callan Berghofer, who was taken out with a lap 1 incident in our tag cadet pre-final. Coming up next will be our shifter pre-final, the Apex Predators of the karting world, sponsored by OzTech. Steve, for just the second time today, we'll see karts using that standing start, but these karts have acceleration that rivals an F1 kart. I mean, these are, if we could talk about either ludicrous speed or going to plaid out there, I know in Race Buddy, the fastest lap is purple, and for shifters, it should just go right to plaid. So we have a video package that we're going to show to you, just some of the awesomeness our crew has been working on. All right, just some of the fun that can be had here on a given race day at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That was Oliver Nabert, one of our already pre-final winners with Mahita. Just having some fun, Steve. And I got to say, Oliver's hair looks the same pre-race and
Yeah, I was about to
post-race.
say the same thing. It doesn't look like it changes at all.
So once again, we'll be waiting for shifter karts on track. These are the most powerful karts that are out there. I think they run about 125 cc engine. They are water cooled. They can generate about 30 horsepower. And in a kart that with the driver weighs about 420 pounds, They get some really good acceleration. But, Steve, good to see some of the drivers out there knowing that they're having some fun.
Oh, yes,
It's
definitely.
a family thing, and you need that fun to be able to get through the long grind of a season. Compare that to, Steve, I know you're a big NASCAR follower, asphalt guy. The last 7 days in dirt late model racing has had some upheaval, almost
Ricky
more
Thornton
of
Jr.
some soap
Oh my
opera
gosh.
going on. You're right. Thornton out at SSI. Who's going to go in? Where is he going to go? He hooked on with one night with the Shepherd family
Yes.
for one night. Needed the points. Then he got a ride. The name of the team's escaping me, but then Hudson O'Neill hops across to the SSI team. So it really feels more like a soap opera than actually
right now it's
racing
just
out
crazy in the dirt world. I don't even know what's going on anymore.
there. As shifters look like they're coming out for their formation lap. And this, race fans, you'll want to at least see the start. Like the kid karts, they use a standing start. Kid karts do it because they probably can't coordinate a rolling start. Shifters do it. This is the only time in the race they will use the clutch. These karts have a 6-speed sequential transmission. They operate that with their right hand. First gear, I think you push all the way away from you, and then to go up in the gears, you'll pull the shifter towards you. So to downshift, the driver will reach down and push the little stick forward. Left hand operates the clutch, but as I've said, they only use it here at the start. When they have to shift at race speeds, they just blip the throttle a teeny little bit, and they will quickly upshift. So the lights should be on the little stanchion that comes out over the track, and this will have a very Formula One-like feel.
So we're actually going to get father versus son versus member coordinator at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Okay. I remember it was a race last year. The CEO of Atlanta Motorsports Park, Jeremy, was out there in one of these shifter karts. And green flags out. We're underway and already off and running in our shifter pre-final.
Looks like we got one kart that might have not fired off correctly. I believe that would be the 488 of Oz Cheek the fourth.
So stumbled on the start. That's all it takes for a big gap to open. Now, where these shifter karts really show their speed is up that hill out of turn 2.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Because they can shift gears, they always try to keep the power keep the RPMs where they get the max power just by downshifting. Other karts, especially those LO206s, Steve, we see them lug up the hill.
Oh, yeah, it takes
Shifters
them a
just
while.
downshift, and that hill, which is steep, almost just seems like flat ground.
Yeah, they just, crawl it, except very fast.
Yeah.
Speaking of very fast, it's a fast lap of 51.593 set down by the 77 of Oz Cheek.
And
Sean
here's
Haynes.
that hill race, man.
Yes.
I mean, it's like it's flat ground. It's a 3-story climb, and it seems like nothing to them. So we're going to continue. We're on lap 2 of our shifter pre-final, but for the moment, we're going to send it down. Mahita Sentil has a very happy Daniel Perez in victory lane.
Thank you, guys. Today I'm here with Danny Perez. So, Danny, could you just tell me a little about yourself introduce yourself to the camera?
Hey, my name is Daniel. I've been driving for almost 12 years. I started when I was 4, and very happy to be here. I love this sport, so it's my passion.
So, could you tell me a little bit about your race today, how you felt, what was going on through your mind while you were out there?
Well, first of all, it's very hot, so I was sweating. But, of course, we practice for this. We always come every weekend here. We practice. We get this perfectly tuned kart. And, yeah, we get ready for this race. That's what we do.
All right. Is there anything else you want to say to the audience and your viewers out there?
I want to thank my sponsors, DPC, Body Symmetry, and Eyebrow, for always having my back and for helping me with this journey.
All right. Thank you so much for coming out and talking to me, and we will send it back up to y'all.
All right, thank you, Mahita. That was Daniel Perez, our pre-final winner for the KA Senior Division. Steve, I have to wonder if maybe Perez needs to be out there with like a small parachute behind him to feel like equalize
just
him.
slow
with the
him
rest
down
of the
just
field.
a little bit. I don't know.
I'd love to see he does good laps. I'd love to almost see him start at the back to see how well he
I was
can
about to
pass.
say, I want to see him start in the rear for the next race. I would love to see it, just to see what he does.
All right, we continue underway with our shifter pre-final. And they are motoring around. 49-second bracket has been reached. Cheek 49.978 seconds. He did that on lap number 3. So for the first time today, we have someone going sub 50. And Steve, that's not even a fast time by their standards. The track record, I believe, is Martin Kremer's in the 47-second bracket.
That was moving.
It's just too hot today. It's not really that the heat impairs horsepower. It does a little bit of that, but the
more
heat,
of the oily track is what causes that. Not that the track's actually oily, but that's just how it feels out there. It feels like you're on ice.
well, because of the asphalt has oil in it. That's just how it was made. And it's almost when it gets hot, some of that comes to the surface, and you just don't get the grip that you would get. And you don't get the power that you get on a cool, dry morning, but grip at a premium. The track definitely loosens up.
Well, we're
and
looking
when
at
it loosens up, then the lap times creep up.
We're looking at like, 92, 93 degrees currently, so that's going to put our track temperature around 120-ish.
Well, I wish we had one of those little, the IR guns where they shoot it at the track, and it probably would show 120, 130. Almost you'd say not safe to walk a dog on
I would comfortably say it's probably pushing 130, just with it being direct sunlight. But that's going to wear and tear on your tires, and it's going to affect your grip drastically. So you kind of have to change your line every lap because you don't know if it's going to be the same.
Right. Cross flags are out, so 5 down, 5 to go. You were talking about the wear on tires. Shifters run the softest tires that we have here, and that's because since they can downshift, they can always get a lot of power, a lot of torque to the rear wheels. They need the softest tire to try to be able to hook up with the pavement. If they had a hard tire, they'd be sliding all over the place. So they run the softest they can get, but you're right, after a few laps, that nice sweet grip's going to start to fade.
I've been told that we have to pick on somebody. So Sean Hayes is our membership director, and he is out there currently, but he has a call out for Jim in accounting. Jim in accounting, I know you run shifter. Why aren't you out here? Why aren't you out here running against Sean?
And are you for real?
Yes, 100%
okay.
real. The accountant is also a driver.
Okay.
And
well, I almost have to wonder, is there anyone at AMP that's not a car enthusiast?
No, everybody here does something in motorsports. Speaking of,
because we've had Jeremy Porter, the owner, the CEO, has driven shifters last year.
Speaking of that, let's call out Jeremy too. Let's get Jeremy, Sean, and our accountant Jim out here in a shifter cart and see who's the best shifter racer at Atlanta Motorsports Park that's an employee, including Puerto Rican. We need Puerto Rican out here too. He's probably going to whip these guys into shape. But
I'll tell you, last year when Jeremy did run, he came after 10 laps on the shifter, and it wasn't as hot as it was today, but he just looked beaten. I mean, and it goes to show that's not anything against Jeremy. The physicality that you need when you're behind the wheel of one of these carts, the G-forces front to back for the acceleration, side to side through the corners, you're holding on. It is a lot to wrestle one of these things for about 10 minutes. So we continue. Cheek leading. Sean Hayes running in second, just a little bit of drift, and we're not seeing scoring for Cheek the fourth, although I do hear his cart. So I wonder if that's Oz, and then we have Cheek the fourth behind him.
I'm not exactly sure. But while we do have a second to highlight some of our membership things that are going on, we actually have a membership event and a membership social pool party going on up front currently. So all the people that are up front watching that, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you can deal with me and John, and now Al Edwards is in the booth for a little bit longer today. Eventually we're going to get a big rig, Will Rigdon, up in the booth, and it's going to be an entertainment hour with me and Will up here calling these last couple races of the day.
Yeah, they didn't tell us there was a member social. Why can't we do the broadcast from the
pool
side?
Yeah, poolside here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
One of those drinks with the umbrellas?
Oh yes. Yeah. I'll bring my putter. We got a little putting green up there.
Do you have the putting green as well?
I got to work on my short game anyways. My short game's terrible.
You know what happens when you drink and announce at the same time, right?
It's not good.
Becomes interesting.
And it's on tape forever.
That's right.
But those are just some of the amenities here. They also have the basketball hoops, a quality workout facility up there. So for the drivers that we talk about how physically fit you have to be, that's a way for them to get some cardio, get some weights in.
So yeah, take a look at turn 1 there and those shifter carts as they just throw it in there and slide sideways and it bites and they head on down the hill. A lot of the times those guys end up getting a little bit of air as they go over. We've highlighted that many times on our Facebook page here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And it looks like Oz Cheek Sr. has just rocketed away from the second place Sean Hayes, and of course rounding up the rear there is his son Oz the fourth.
You know, I think Oz Cheek may not have a transponder because it says Sean Hayes is 16 seconds down, and we've heard another cart passing our vantage point.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that is Oz Cheek the fourth and second there. But no question about this, Oz Cheek is your winner here in our shifter pre-final, sponsored by Oztech. Then we have the mystery driver. Nothing.
Actually, that probably was Oz Cheek as well.
Yeah. So
Oz. Maybe Sean is the one that's behind.
So maybe we'll call it the Oz squared finish.
Sponsored by Oztech.
And there was
Yep,
Sean
there's
Hayes.
Sean
coming
Hayes.
around
All
to
right.
Finish in third.
Man, they're gonna hate us for that one.
That's not the first time that line was used.
Yeah, it's not.
That was at Will
Over at
Rigdon's
Lanier.
dad,
Yeah.
and we had to mute ourselves.
Yeah, because we were
laughing so hard.
Yeah.
As the drivers cross over the scales, minimum weight in the shifter division is a generous 400 pounds, so
Is
among
it?
the heaviest carts that they have out
So we have 400, and actually it varies by engine type.
bit, yeah.
405, I believe, for one of the more powerful engines, and then if you're running stock Honda, it's 395.
Oh boy.
A whole 5 pounds.
Oh boy.
You know.
Which 5 pounds could be a lot when you're talking 400 pounds percentage-wise.
Sure.
Now there's a smart idea. A lady with a parasol down there trying to beat the heat, whatever it takes here, as we have eclipsed the 90-degree mark at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Drivers just getting a chance to debrief. I see Chris Conowall going to work, so we should get a word with them. We'll have our last pre-final of our event, the LO206 Senior. Steve, I know that's one of your favorite divisions. Yeah. And then after that, we'll move into our 12-lap finals.
I call this the LO206 Seniors of Mayhem. 25 carts,
But you use
25
Masters of
drivers.
Mayhem, too.
No, there is Masters of Mayhem as well.
Okay, so Mayhem is just LO206.
Mayhem is just LO206 in
Okay,
general.
Gotcha. Just checking. And we're
It's
going to
the
go down
Oz
with
and
Chris
Oz show.
here with the Oz and Oz show as Chris kind of gets ready.
Looks like we're getting a formation lap going.
And our LO206 Senior division is sponsored this year by Swan Mechanical. And those are a couple of really great guys. They're not here today, but we wanted to give them a shout out wherever they are, probably some sort of a kart race somewhere. And I believe Tyler or Tyson, I'm forgetting now which one is the older, but he just celebrated the birthday. So happy birthday to one of you. And we really miss you guys out there. It was his 34th birthday. And
all right, and I see 3 drivers waiting to talk with Mahita, so take it away down in Victory Lane.
All right, thank you. I'm here with Ozcheek the third, Ozcheek the fourth, and Sean. So first to the father-son duo, could you tell me first a little bit what it's like getting a race with, your son and your dad?
Oh, it's amazing. Of course, I've been racing for a long time, and I race to win, but he's coming on strong. So it's bittersweet, but it's really exciting to go out there and race with him.
Anything else to add?
Nothing. I just want to beat him.
You just want to. You'll get there maybe one day. And then over to Sean. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like, getting to work up in the main track, and then on Saturdays getting to come over here?
Well, I think it's important to have a little bit of fun once in a while, and shifter carts are about as much fun as you can have on 4 wheels. So definitely if there's anybody at home that wants to come jump in, we're ready for you.
And do we have any sponsors we need to thank?
Absolutely. So we've got, of course, our team is sponsoring the shifter kart racing this season. We've got some prize money. So you guys come out and race with us, because we've got some big money for the championship. Our team is actually not in that. So however the rest of the field finishes is how we're going to pay that out. So it's I'm actually having trouble remembering what we said we were doing for the prize money. I think it's $1,000 for first place, $500 for second and $250 for third place. So really want people to come out and race with us. And then along with that, of course, factory karts. Billy Musgrave out in California is really doing some neat stuff with American-made karts, and Valdosia Racing. So those are the people we'd like to thank.
Right, thank you. Anyone have any final words? Okay, then we will head back on up to y'all. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
All right.
We are way underway with this race. We've already got
Well,
3-4 wide action going
yeah,
on.
and let's take a look at someone who I wanted to feature here. Alyssa Vasquez has just rocketed from either she started 4th or 5th, right up to 2nd place, and she is absolutely on the heels of Wes Bacon, who's in first, Willbite driver. Really great to see that. Alyssa has been working on a new kart setup, kind of a European-style setup from Robert's Kart Shop there in Lovejoy, Georgia. And we've seen a lot of things change here. We have Austin Johnson coming across first, Alyssa Vasquez second, Danny May in third, Wesley Bacon in fourth, Ryan Curtin fifth, Ryan Fiorentino 6th place, Kyle Trammell 7th, Carson Craig in 8th, Evan Sanatello in 9th, and Cody Wright in 10th. That's the top 10 here in LO206 Senior early in the race.
That's the top 10. 25 carts signed in for action, so it looks like an Oklahoma land grab heading down into turn number 9. Really our feature event of the afternoon. Austin Johnson leads. Al, you were talking about Alyssa. She dominated last year in LO206 Junior and really has seemed to struggle in senior, as we have a local caution coming out as they crest turn number 14. But Al, it really jives with what you're saying. She's struggling to learn this new kart, but it would appear right now that she has it figured out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got to tell you, she sucks up to the bumper there, and they're going to start bump drafting here. There's not going to be a runaway, but you see the first 4 are starting to pull away here as they go through turn 2, and that's a gaggle of karts coming through here, let me tell you. Alyssa really, again, a European-style chassis out of Robert's Kart Shop, so I believe Stevie was probably trying to figure out as much as they were, and they've been working on this real hard. So it's really good to see her come out. Also, she switched up a class, right? So
right.
You're completely with a different breed of driver, a different set of weight. You're not slide restricted anymore. So, and she just set the fast lap. She just went purple on us. So way to go, Alyssa. It's good to see you out there doing so well.
So our field continuing to notch laps here. There you see about the top 12 goes.
There she goes for the lead.
And Alyssa goes for the lead. Oh, wow. She just saw something happened there. It looks like Austin bobbled it a little bit, and he's side by side there with the 3rd place driver. It's kind of going to be a drag race. He's going to hopefully file back in, but he looks to his left. Is he going to get back in? Yes. Now he has gone actually to 4th position with Alyssa Vasquez out in the lead.
So Vasquez to the point, unfortunately for Johnson, goes
and
down 3 spots. Wild action kart going off the track down at the bottom of 2.
That was Ryan Curtin, I believe, the 37 kart that just spun down in the bottom of turn 2.
Oh, that's too bad.
He's going to lose wholesale positions as they sweep through the kink, single file. And there you can see the top group in that drafting formation. So, Steve, we talk about it, even though it's a road course, feels like Talladega out there right now.
It definitely feels like Talladega for Alyssa right now. She's not even looking back. Danny May's right on her tail.
And if we take a look here, through a penalty, Ryan Fiorentino was penalized at the qualifying. And so at this pre-final, he is really working hard to get out from 5th. Now he's in 4th position. And he's going to work hard to work his way up back to 2nd here and see what happens.
Fiorentino, the new quick lap of the race. He has gone purple as the field puts lap number 4 in the books. That's out of 10. Don't forget, coming up after this, we'll start with our finals, and that'll begin with our LO206 Junior division, a division Alyssa Vasquez dominated last year, but as Al had said, she's aged up into the senior division, and right now she's on the point of a hungry field of drivers.
Speaking of hungry, Danny May's got those Blazer Hot Wing sponsors on the side of his cart, and Danny's going to try for the, oh, no, never mind.
We got 3 wide going into turn 9, and there's a big shuffle here. It looks like Danny May just got shuffled. He went from 2nd, and he's defending it right now, but now he's 4th. He almost went down to 5th. It really was a tussle through there. We have Ryan Fiorentino on the outside. They got into it a little bit, and now they're going 2 wide through Davis Bend. It looks like Ryan Curtin and Ryan Fiorentino side by side.
Austin Johnson is right behind Alyssa Vasquez now.
Woo, that was a real tussle that they got into. They really made some contact. He pokes his nose out. He's going to go for it.
We're only halfway through.
We're halfway through.
Alyssa Vasquez still at the point. Austin Johnson in second. Wesley Bacon in third. Danny May in fourth. Ryan Florentino in fifth. Ryan Curtin in sixth. Carson Craig seventh. Cody Wright in eighth. Evan Santanillo in ninth. And Caden Jarvis is in 10th to round out your top 10.
Top 4 somewhat broken away from the next group. We'll see if the rest of the field can close back in. But right now, Vasquez leading. Now here comes a move to the inside. Austin Johnson looking to get back to the point that he started this race at. But Vasquez holds on for now as they head through the S's.
It's not going to be easy to get around her because she is playing defense while also playing offense.
So I'll have to say this, Steve, Al, they're scheduled for 10 as we see a pass here for the lead. 10 laps, they never seem to have enough laps. No matter what they do, they're grinding it out to the end as Vasquez loses 2 spots.
Actually, she's not going to lose 2 spots. She just got a bump draft assist from Danny May. He's going to do it again. He's going to give a bump draft assist, and it looks like a drag race here. Alyssa's going to file in here to 3rd position from 1st position over about 3 turns. That's real tough, but he went for that move through David's Bend. Now it's time to make it up, and let's see. Don't let him run away here if you guys start racing to each other too hard.
Speed-wise, these karts running about 61-second laps, so much slower than the tags, the Ks, and the shifters. But boy, you wouldn't know it by the competition level as they're almost too wide through the kink, which was we've seen earlier, court's fate and disaster.
And now Ryan Fiorentorino has made it back into 4th position with Danny May. He really got caught up there. It's really starting to unwind a little bit here for that backpack, and Ryan Fiorentorino is kind of left out here to dry behind Alyssa Vasquez. Hopefully he can catch up to her and they can work together and get back up there with that front pack.
Danny May running the fastest lap time last lap at a 101.550, and he is definitely moving.
He sure is. He's a hard charger. Very clean driver as well. He really knows how to do that kart setup. And here comes Ryan Fiorentorino giving Alyssa Vasquez the bump draft right up there. They're going to get back up to this pack under some late braking, hopefully, here, going into turn 2.
And we've only got 3 laps to go as Austin Johnson still leads the pack. Wesley Bacon in second, Alyssa Vasquez in third, Ryan Florentino in 4th, and Danny May in 5th.
Yep, and Wesley Bacon's a Will-Bite driver. He is doing really well today. It's a brand new Eagle kart that he has gotten and starting to do some tuning on, and is really working out well for him.
So once again, you're enjoying our LO206 Senior pre-final, sponsored by Swan Mechanical. We're in the waning laps of this race, round number 6 of our championship kart series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm John Matthews, joined by Steve Newbold with our guest, Al Edwards, in the booth.
And look at this. Ryan Fiorentorino is giving Alyssa Vasquez the bump draft assist, but is he going to go for a pass? No, he's going to get back up behind her. And they're going to just back off a little bit. He's going to go for the bump draft right here, coming back up onto the front stretch. Give that little knock. She gives a little nod right there at the top of the back of the helmet. Help me, help me, help me. I mean, yes, it's a podium potentially for her, but she knows that he's back there and he could try and take it at any time.
There's about a 3-kart separation between Wesley Bacon and Alyssa Vasquez.
But look at that. Alyssa Vasquez coming up. Ryan gave her a good hard bump after he got bumped by Danny May, and Danny May is right on top of Ryan Fiorentorino. This is not over yet, folks.
And the battle for the lead may be heating up here. Bacon right behind Johnson. They'll just stay in each other's tire tracks as there's about a lap and a half remaining. That would set the front row for the 12-lap final. Austin Johnson leads, Wesley Bacon in second.
You can definitely say Bacon is definitely sizzling right now in the P2
sure
position.
I love it. Good job.
On a greasy track here in Dawsonville, right?
Welcome to the skillet.
So that means that that Austin can smell the bacon right now.
Oh, yes, he can.
And he is crawling up on his rear bumper here, but Alyssa Vasquez is coming up with Ryan Fiorentorino and Danny May giving the assist, but really Ryan is just in her back bumper trying to get up. They're going to work together here going into turn 2.
Local caution as their driver is pulled off, so in our top 2
Oh, Wes Bacon's going to the outside of Austin, but he thinks twice about it. You can really lose some speed there. As you see, all of a sudden, Austin now pulls away by 1 kart length.
Alyssa sticking it out to the outside just ever so slightly.
Wow, it is a freight train at this point. The first 4 positions, Danny May looks behind himself. Ryan Fiorentorino going on the inside, going to do a late braking under Alyssa Vasquez, bobbles it, and here comes Danny May. Danny May's going to give him a little push again. That was a really tough maneuver.
And up front, Bacon tries to the outside of Johnson. They're
And
gonna go up
Aliska
through
Vasquez
13.
coming up on the inside of Wesley Bacon. If he's not defensive, he's going to make it.
Oh, here she goes for the
And
lead.
here she goes, but she's going to have to do literally a game of chicken to the end. Little bobble into braking. She's
going
for the
crossover.
Bacon's going inside.
3 wide.
Three
down
wide.
the
They're going to be a
stretch.
drag race to the finish.
Checkered
It's going
in
to
the air.
be
Johnson wins.
Johnson, Bacon, and Vasquez. Wow, what a race.
Wow.
The Bacon got cooked, unfortunately, but what a finish.
Well, actually, he ended up second.
Well, still he got cooked a little bit, but Johnson.
He did, but let me tell you.
He was not able to render a victory.
No, he was not. But let me tell you, you gotta look at this replay here.
mad-
See how sideways that they get right there, and all of a sudden, Bacon gets an assist there from his teammate, and all of a sudden, he actually pushed her. Ryan Fiorentrino pushed Wesley Bacon forward.
So
way to go.
What a finish.
A madhouse finish in our LO206 Senior.
Let's see if we can get it
pre-final.
from the front here as they go across, because it looks like on the transponders, West Bacon is second. West Bacon,
He's
is he going to
behind
get it?
there, but you can see he gets the
And
push.
across the line, he's in front. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. He's just got it by a bumper.
Yep.
Wow.
But you could see
So it
off,
was
the, off the corner, Johnson got the drive on the outside.
I mean,
Vasquez
guys,
looked to
look
be
at the
second.
goosebumps on my arms right now. That was unbelievable. One of the best races we have announced here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Wow. That is up there with me and Danny May going through the S's side by side. When you guys got so excited.
It's the best race since the last LO206 Senior race, probably.
You're not wrong. I don't know what it is. This division just constantly
always
produces the greatest finishes.
Now let's throw in a little bit of a wrench as we prepare for our finals. For the
We
first
might have
time
some
today,
rain. We might have some rain
not
coming.
rain on the radar, but cloud cover is coming over. And we've talked about track temps. I imagine cloud cover, track temps are probably going to drop 20 degrees. Al, you have drivers that might already be sitting in the staging area, and they are set up for a hot, sunny track, and suddenly the script has changed.
That's absolutely true. But the bottom line is that if you get some coolness, that's okay, because the track temp will not change that quickly. Track temps right now were around 135 degrees the last time I measured it.
Right.
And I've got to tell you, it's going to stay that way with the sun popping kind of in and out. We've gone to really low tire pressures. I mean, really low, so that we can keep the heat out of these tires, right? Because you just don't need that much mechanical grip.
Well, I imagine also if you had a higher pressure with this temperature, probably be like a basketball out there.
Oh, it just gets so greasy late in the race.
No, but I mean the hardness
Yeah.
of it, you'd have just a crowned up, no grip.
No, crowned up, no grip, not having it. Oh, wow, that was
exciting.
That was exciting.
I'm ready for the final.
We need to have Will hook, or we need to have Al hooked up to
a heart monitor.
Yeah, and put that in the bottom corner. Real-time blood pressure monitoring here at Atlanta Motorsports
from the
Park.
movie Apollo 13. Geez, their heart rates are skyrocketing. They're talking about bangs and shimmies. I don't think it's instrumentation.
Well, and when I'm at dirt tracks, I joke that the race director should have real-time blood pressure monitoring because they get frustrated during the night. But your excitement level is getting amped up here. At amp.
Oh, I see what you did there. That
That
was a
wasn't
nice little
planned.
segue.
That was unplanned. The bacon puns were planned.
Yeah, the bacon. I thought of that as soon as it started. So I apologize, Wesley. We had to do that. But
Well, no, he gets that all the time, and hardy har har, but
all in good fun.
There they are.
So we're going to send it down to Victory Lane and get more of the details with our intrepid pit reporter. Take it away, Mahita.
All right, thank you so much. I'm here with Austin, Wesley, and Alyssa. So that was a crazy race, you guys. Could you just tell me a little bit about what was going through your minds at that last couple of laps?
Well, I started leading the race about maybe a little before halfway through. It was kind of nerve-wracking knowing that all of them were behind me, probably training, get ready to pass me. And then I don't remember which one of y'all got around me. Yeah, Wesley had gotten around me, and I tried to just hook up with him and push as far ahead as we could. And then on the last couple laps, all three of us, we got 3 wide going to the last corner onto the back stretch. So I don't really know who finished where, but it was a pretty close race.
Yeah, thank you for that. What about you guys?
Yeah, it was a really fun, exciting race the whole way through. The first couple laps, I got passed in the second corner by Alyssa and Danny. So I kind of just stuck in with them for a little bit. And at one point, Danny let me through, I guess for, speed for some reason. but I led behind Austin for a good bit until the last few laps. Alyssa caught up, and it was a hell of a race to the finish line. So.
And you, Austin?
Yeah, was able to get out in the front on the start. About lap 3 or 4, I got passed by a train, just going up the hill. I think all of us did at one point. But yeah, I was able to get past Danny, him, and was behind Alyssa for a while. But it was down like 8th lap, I think. I made the pass, and then I was just able to keep the lead to the end.
Well, congratulations, you guys. That was an awesome race. Hope to see you here later today, and heading back up to y'all.
All right, thank you, Mahita. A excited LO206 podium there for the pre-final. Steve, we get bonus laps. They're going to go 12 in the final. So
I can't wait. Like,
still won't be enough.
You know what? Let's scratch that. Let's do the final and the pre-final all in one go. 22 laps of pure chaos. I'm ready for it.
So some cloud cover just coming over here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I'm John Matthews, joined by Steve Newbold. Do want to mention Steve is involved with Liberty Racing Review. If you want to look for them on Facebook, and if you want to follow me, search for Georgia Racing Podcast on the socials. We cover some different aspects of racing. Steve, something I'd want to get your thoughts on. Coming up late in October, it's the same day that we have the final round of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. The World 300 is being revived down at the newly renamed Cordele Motor Speedway, even though that's the original name of the track.
Yes.
But Cordele Motor Speedway. What are your thoughts on this crown jewel returning to the world of asphalt late model racing?
Well, considering camping sold out in less than 25 minutes after they announced it, that's a great sign. And they have a massive campground down there. It's probably the size of the entire AMP facility. You're also talking they're going to park RVs and trucks and cars and everything in watermelon fields.
Well, they're going to sell that place out.
It's already sold out.
It's all the grandstand seats?
All the grandstands gone.
Which, it's not a huge grandstand capacity, but that's a race that used to be held up at the old, several named Jeffco / Gresham / Peach State Speedway.
Whatever.
Up at 85
yes.
up in, I don't want to say it was Brazelton. It was
it's just north of Brazelton.
Yeah, whatever
Jefferson,
Jefferson. I would
yes.
say it's in Jefferson. And some of the names that have won that, I believe Darrell Waltrip is among the past winners. Chase Elliott picked up very early in his career, as we see a couple of karts coming in on the wagon here, as we did have a late local caution just outside of turn 2.
I think that was his first technical crown jewel event in the stock car world that he won.
He has gone on to win. I believe he picked up the snowball.
Yes, he got the snowball as well.
Which I know you're excited about.
Oh,
Bubba
God,
Pollard,
yes.
first to sign up for this year's snowball. He has been snake bit so many times at that race. He's picked up other crown jewels. He's won the Oxford Plains. Has he won at Winchester?
He's won everything.
I don't think he's won at Nashville. I don't think he's won the big one at Nashville. No. And the snowball, he's been so close so many times.
The easiest way to compare his career currently going with that would be comparison to Earnhardt winning the 500. The man has won everything. That is the one that keeps escaping him. If I'm not mistaken, this will be his 20th attempt at the Snowball Derby. So I can already hear the call. 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Bubba Pollard is going to win the Snowball Derby.
Well, we'll see what will happen on track now. Formation lap for our LO206 Junior division. In the opening pre-final, Lincoln Massey picked up the win. He joined us in the broadcast booth for a bit, and we know he has enjoyed an ice cream, so he should be primed for action. Lincoln is in the black number 7. When they come around, he'll be on the inside for the start. 12 laps the distance here in our finals. Race fans, if you're watching on whatever platform you're on, whether it's Facebook or YouTube, we just ask you give us a like, a share, ring the bell, click the bell, do all the things on the platform, and leave us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from this afternoon. We're getting set for our finals action here, all divisions, as we push through with round number 6. Al Edwards has jumped back on the mic. He had to get a little oxygen after the LO206 senior pre-final.
Little son, a little bit of oxygen is what he needed. Looks like we're going to get nice and gridded up in the tram lines, and looks like we're going to get the green flag. The green flag is out. Lincoln Massey's going to lead the charge into turn 1, down the hill into turn 2.
So they will thunder down into turn number 2, the signature turn here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and they're trying to go 2 and 3 wide up the hill.
Look at that, Lincoln Massey going defensive on that deal and just pulls away with the 2 Burrells hot on his heels. That's going to be Callum Berghofer and Talon Laney. They're behind Lincoln Massey.
Berghofer maybe have a little extra juice here. He had that problem in the Tag Cadet pre-final.
And yes,
so now he wants it, huh?
I actually got that incorrect. It wasn't him that played in the baseball tournament. I can't remember exactly who it was. It might have been. I don't remember exactly. I don't want to say.
Well, Talon Laney currently scored in second with Berghofer in third. Lincoln Massey, your leader, as they get single filed out. This is the same type of karts we saw in the LO206 Senior, although a little bit less weight, a smidgen less power from these engines, but they can actually run lap times on par or a little bit quicker just because they're running a little less weight.
That's exactly right.
You know, 320 pounds versus 366. That's with the driver, all the fluids, they roll across the scales in race trim. Up the hill, battle for second.
Battle
Lincoln
for second,
Massey's
look at
gonna love
that. Second and third, look at this, side by side for third position, and has to give it up. But they're gonna go single file right back there through the kink, but now that tussle right there, and now look at this 3 wide, that tussle has put Lincoln Massey, and it looks like Talon Laney out way in front with, you know, a good 6 kart lengths between Talon and Lincoln. We'll know about that. I think Talon's number 48.
Something you could see on that.
Talon Laney and number 48, him and Lincoln. Those are 2 of the top drivers here in the junior class.
Something you could see when Lincoln came by on that close-up. He mentioned in his interview he'll crack that visor a little bit on his helmet.
Right.
And you could see it open just a teeny bit, trying to get a little airflow through as the sun has come back out again on this scorching day here in Georgia.
Sure has, and it's in the 90s. And what's really funny is we are surrounded by clouds, but if you look straight up in the sky, there's almost not a cloud in the sky because of the updrafts from this
the vortex theory.
Incredibly hot track.
I'm gonna have to crack open a Met book and let you know that the vortex theory doesn't work.
Speaking of blazing hot, we got Blazers Hot Wings as our sponsor for this division. Danny May and Blazers Hot Wings, located in Hull, Georgia.
And look at this, the battle for third. We got someone going on the inside, thinks better of it, comes back in line here.
Cohen Walsh and Kalen Berghofer. Now, Al, if those two keep racing, we're just probably going to see Massey and
it's
Laney.
It's going to be the Massey and Laney show,
away.
absolutely. And, I mean, now we've got a 2 and 2 with about 10 kart lengths between the first 2 and the second 2. Lincoln Massey out with about 2 kart lengths in front of Talon Laney. Talon Laney's good at making it up under late braking. Lincoln Massey has got a pretty tall gear, it looks like, as he pulls away on that front straight. And then Talon gets him under late braking, but we had the third and fourth, sorry. Those guys are bump drafting, and they are going to catch back up in just a second here, it looks like.
You had said tall gear. I always get this wrong. Tall gear means you accelerate quick off the corner, but
Correct.
then you lack top end speed.
Correct. And with a rev limiter on these things, you hit the rev limiter really, really early, and somebody else does not have as tall of a gear as you, they will sail by you. And here comes Talon Laney on the inside here. Is he going to stick it? He's going to do a late break, and he sticks it. He moves Lincoln Massey into second position. Way to go, Talon.
So Talon takes the lead here on lap number 4.
Lincoln Massey checks back behind him now, but they are still 2 and 2 apart from each other. But now this third and fourth, they're starting to really catch up here.
Lincoln is hooked onto the back end of Talon
sure
Laney.
Is. You know, it's not over till it's over, right? So it's no reason to get upset, but quite frankly, Lincoln keeps on checking behind him. He sees these other 2 guys catching back up. He's going to help Talon. They're going to work together for as long as they possibly can, probably to the last few laps, and then all bets are off.
4 laps in, we've got Talon Laney leading the charge, Lincoln Massey in second, Kellen Berghofer in third, Cohen Walchie in fourth, Axel Robarts in fifth, Ian Patterson in sixth, Luke Corman in seventh, Javier Soto in eighth, Aiden Courtney in ninth, and Meyer Lewis rounding up your top 10.
And let's see if Lincoln Massey is going to make a maneuver. We got third and fourth making maneuver here. Thinks better of it. Wow, that was the 4th position there of Cohen. He really thought about it, but nope, not going to make that maneuver.
He's given that hard charge motion Callan Berghofer was.
Yep, let's go.
You always see the guy in the front do it, like, don't pass me, don't pass me. Just let's work together. And when the guy behind seems to maybe not always agree with that
That's
sentiment.
that's true. I mean, you take it where you can take it, but the bottom line is, you know, if you're this close like this, you completely could change the running order with one simple little mistake. And we saw in the last lap, Lincoln bobbled it a little bit, and he ended up like right here. There's something going on there in turn 2 with Lincoln Massey. So he loses a little bit of speed coming up the hill through turn 2, but he makes it up right here under power on the back stretch. So there's something going on there. Maybe he's just trying his different lines and things like that, but you see he's right back. And here we go, have a challenge again. Cohen going on the inside. Is he going to be able to make it stick? They're side by side. Nope, slams the door.
So for the moment, Callan Berghofer holds on to third place.
Fast time of the race is Javier Soto with a 101.381. He's currently running 8th, and he's just about a full 100th of a second. Or how far is that?
Well, that maneuver really cost Callan and Cohen right there, because it looks like Cohen is way behind Callan. They're halfway through the race, and they've really split at this point.
So 6 down, 6 to go. Do want to mention the fastest lap for Laney and Massey was both on the last lap. Both had identical 101.495 second times. So, Steve, while Soto has the fastest times, if you look at the whole field, all those times are bunched. When Denny Prez was out there, he was light years ahead. This class, they're all within about a snap of a set of pair of fingers.
Yes, it's that close.
Yeah, it looks like Lincoln's tightening up a little bit here, but he really has some straight line speed. When he gets a little left behind that coming out of turn 2, he catches right back up by the end of turn 9 at the end of the backstretch.
Al, when you say tightened up, do you mean he closed in or the cart is handling
The
tight?
cart is starting to tighten up a little bit, because it seems like through that horseshoe right there through turn 2, Lincoln's cart gets a little bound up and he's not able to maintain that speed, whereas Talon is a little freer through that corner and really rockets up that hill. But it also could be a gearing difference. So, because as you see right here, here comes, he just sucks right back up on top of him. Lincoln has an acceleration gear potentially, and Talon might have one as well. But I really think this is a cart setup issue right here, because you can see it. See, Talon just kind of pulls away a little bit, and Lincoln's left out there. If Lincoln plays it right, though, he can just get that one cart length and make a run here on the back stretch on the inside.
Now, we haven't mentioned yet today, these carts do have a solid rear axle, and that can really change how you handle in the corners. Where, Al, we've seen some high-speed video footage of you really see that inside rear wheel almost lifting off the ground, just microscopically, so they're able to rotate the corner. Otherwise, the inside wheel will kind of bind up the outside wheel.
Correct. It'll cause it to understeer you. We call it a push. So if you're not able to get that inside rear tire off the ground just a little bit, or to unload a little bit and stay unloaded, the cart won't rotate and you won't be able to get that thing through the corner efficiently. You have to do 2 steering motions usually instead of 1 steering motion.
A lot different from a lot of cars. Most cars, even if they do have that axle back there, they don't have that same solidness to it, and it's
Correct.
a different handling profile. There we see just a couple of cart lengths of daylight there for our leader, Talon Laney. Took the lead a couple laps in, and he is holding on now. 4 laps remaining.
And Callan Berghofer is coming back up here. He's all by himself, though. He has no assistance whatsoever, so he's barely got the draft coming off of Lincoln. And so let's see if he can catch back up. But he's lost the draft at this point in the backstretch. Lincoln is right back up on top of Talon, and here they go through the S's.
And speaking of Callan Berghofer, we're seeing the battle between Cohen Walshy, Axel Robarts, Ian Patterson, Javier Soto, and Luke Corman. That's the group that we see just behind our third position of Callan Berghofer, battling it out, switching positions back and forth going down the backstretch.
Time's dropping off as we get into the waning laps of this race. Drivers about 0.2 slower than their best time. Al, that just, I imagine, attributed to the tire pressures building, and they're just not gripping the track.
And that's when I talk about tightening up, right? You're binding the cart up a lot, and the tires are getting so hot they're getting a little greasy. And there goes Lincoln. He ran a little bit wide there, and you see him back and forth and back and forth. Come on, get up that hill.
Al, with the pressures coming up, in some forms of racing, they can run bleeders to lower the pressure. I imagine carts, you get with what you start with what you start, and you finish with that.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers will run nitrogen, and nitrogen can give you on a very long race an advantage for sure. But the bottom line is you have tire data. If you're monitoring your pressures and your temperatures and your tires, and you have that data, you know exactly where to set them for a particular day, a particular humidity, and a particular temperature.
I know they say nitrogen because water vapor expands a little. We'll just say non-linear compared to what nitrogen does.
Correct.
It's a little weird. Some cars even actually advertise that you can fill up with nitrogen and we'll charge you 3 times as much.
Oh, of
and,
course,
you know,
yeah.
And you'll save on gas mileage.
Yeah,
somehow.
there goes Lincoln bump drafting. 2 to go here. I think what Lincoln, again, he's a very strategic driver. He is going to try in 2 places where he typically tries, and that ends up being through turn 9, or he does it in turn 16.
It looked like Lincoln was losing, not on the exit of turn 2, almost looked like on the entrance to turn 2.
Yeah, he's understeering into turn 2, and it looks like he's making two motions, so he's not getting the cart rotated. But look at him suck up right here. Is he going to make a bam? He gives that hard bump draft. Hello, I'm here.
Here goes the bump and run.
Almost a check coming in there more than
That's
a bump.
exactly right. But, he's also looked over his shoulder a couple of times. He's looking to see where Callan is, and Callan is just kind of out there by himself. As the drone has a little bit of an issue there, crosswind it looked like.
So as we come into what will be the final lap of our first final here, you're enjoying our LO206 Junior final. They've put 10 laps on the board. Here they're about to notch 11. So starter Will Taylor unfurls the white flag. 1 mile to go for our leading pair, Talon Laney and Lincoln Massey.
And here we go. Is he going to be able to hang on to it? Is he going to make a maneuver? Here comes... And Lincoln stays a little closer to him, but now he's got that 1 cart length. This is where he's going to do it. This is where he's going to do it. He's going to suck back up and blast by him if he possibly can. You hear everybody yelling in the background for Talon Laney and Lincoln Massey. Lincoln's got his whole family here. They had a big group, and so they actually... Oh, and here goes Lincoln Massey. He's going to the inside of turn 9. It's a drag race. He's got Talon Laney, but Talon Laney could give it back to him there in 16, but here he goes.
Massey, you could see, didn't overshoot the corner, though, almost like he did the right amount of braking to defend as he was making the pass.
And Lincoln's running that defensive line right up here in the middle of the Davis Bend. You can see Talon Laney going to the outside, now to the inside. Lincoln's got about a cart length and a half in front of him. Is Talon going to be able to make a maneuver here through turn 16? It's going to be a drag race to the finish potentially. But it's going to be clearly Lincoln Massey by 2 cart lengths. Way to go, Lincoln. And way to go, Talon. That was a great race.
So a wonderful opening final here in round number 6. Lincoln Massey able to get by Talon Laney into turn number 9. And he's going to, as we see the replay, there's the pass. And Al, it seemed like he got beside him and then braked on purpose so that he didn't overshoot that corner.
It becomes a drag race, and so what you're forcing that outside driver to do is to overbrake and overslow, so you can just you don't have the optimal line when you're on the inside like that. So, you try and get out there and squeeze him a little bit, and then boom.
And you can see hands in the air.
Oh yeah, Lincoln's happy.
Lincoln Massey, that lucky 7 plate on the back of that LO206 Junior cart. Rest of the field coming in, and just as the race finishes, the clouds have come back in again, but a broad smile from Lincoln Massey, our winner in our first final of the afternoon.
As we're waiting for that interview, Lincoln Massey in first, Talon Laney in second, Callan Berghofer in third, Javier Soto in fourth, Cohen Walshy in fifth, Aiden Courtney in sixth, Axel Robarts in seventh, Ian Patterson in eighth, Meyer Lewis in ninth, Luke Corman in 10th, Evan Frey in 11th, John Mark Nonnelly in 12th, Peter Jeriquin in 13th, and Lillian Rivera finishing out the field in 14th.
Coming up next, race fans, will be our LO206 Cadet final for the younger set of drivers. But before that, we're going to get a word with at least our winner, maybe our top duo down in victory lane. And for that, we're going to send it down. Well, we're not quite ready yet for the broadcast, but Steve, what a great opener there. Al's going to have to go get a little oxygen once again.
Yeah.
After that exciting
He's going to step
finish.
outside, get some oxygen, get some water, run back down to his tent, run all the way back up here. So that's like a mile from the broadcast booth. But it looks like we're getting ready to go ahead for the interview. So let's send it down to you.
Okay, I have first, second, and third with me. So could you guys tell me a little bit about, there's some racing out there, what you felt, and honestly just what was going on through your heads?
I don't really know. I pulled so much going up the hill that they just have draft all the way through the backstretch, and I didn't have much gear coming out of the corner, so.
Honestly, I just wanted to get in Lincoln's draft to just try to get them. I got a good view of the fight, and I am pleased.
Yeah, I was just waiting for that opportunity. When Talon passed me, I just knew that I could probably get behind him and draft with him so we could get a little bit farther from third and fourth. So that's kind of what we did, and somehow I got out with the win.
Yeah, that was a great first final, guys. Anyone you need to thank? Any sponsors? Any family out there?
My family and Amp for helping me with my go-kart and everything.
My family, Amp, because they house our carts for this LO206 race, and all my sponsors.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my family, Atlanta Light, team, Wheelbike Racing, great team for starters. So go join it. And I'd like to thank my family and my sponsors.
All right, that was a great race, you guys. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll head it back up to y'all.
That was Mahita Sentil in victory lane with a very happy Lincoln Massey. Steve, you could see that broad smile, and now I imagine he'll come strolling into our announce booth a little bit later in the broadcast.
Hey, don't forget that that Snickers or Twix ice cream bar. I've already had one today, so I'm good.
All right, car is on track right now. Looks like the formation lap for our LO206 Cadets. They're going to go 12 laps. Although I can't tell, Steve, this is formation, or if they're
I think this
racing
is
right
formation.
now.
Yeah, we don't have anything showing on the timing scoring screen.
Meanwhile, up in the background, it looks like they have some motorcycles out on the main track. It's not crazy enough to go around that 2-mile, 16-turn odyssey on 4 wheels. They're doing it on 2 right now. Yeah, they're definitely on the formation lap. You see the drivers just weaving back and forth, get those tires warm, get any debris cleaned off, so they'll have maximum grip when they start.
Grip it and rip it is what they're about to do.
Yep, LO206 Cadets set for 12 laps. Coming up after this, Tag Senior Master. They are waiting in the wings. So we are side by side. The winner earlier today,
Oliver Nerbert.
no, Isaac Carvalho was the winner.
I misread that.
You can't read my notes. As green flag is in the air, we're underway with our LO206 Cadet final.
As you can see, the sun's kind of poked behind some clouds right now, so that's a little bit of different coverage entering turn 1 and turn 2, especially with the sun not beating right in your eyes coming over that crest.
Up
looks
the
like
hill they go.
Looks like Isaac Carvalho is going to still maintain that lead, followed by Bo Stowers, Ryan Perez, Hunter Wilson, Colin McDonald, Luke Rower, Fernando Bahina, hopefully I said that correctly, and Nico Corpita.
Battle for second between Stowers and Perez into turn number 9, but it looks like the car on the inside just thought better of it and files in behind. We don't typically see as much drafting in our cadet division. That doesn't mean it can't happen, as we're seeing drivers in second getting after it again, side by side into turn 14, and a clean pass there. This has all allowed Carvalho to open up about a 5 kart length lead.
Carvalho is going to cross the line first, followed again by Ryan Perez, Bo Stowers, Hunter Wilson, Colin McDonald, Luke Rower, Fernando Bahina, and Nico Corpita. And again, if we do make a mistake with name pronunciation, please come up to the broadcast booth and make sure we get it right, because we try to make sure we get all the names right. There's a lot of names we have to remember, so we're just hoping that we get those right.
Amen to that.
I couldn't tell you how many times that we messed up Arthur Napidetinian. I probably just butchered it again. Nahapedian. Man, I still do it every time.
The struggles of an announcer, they're real.
Yes.
Hashtag announcer life. Isaac Carvalho, no hashtags needed. He is in the lead. Top 3 about equidistantly spaced. You really saw a good battle between Carvalho and Perez in the pre-final. Bo Stowers came unhitched at a certain point, and Steve, you have to wonder if that's starting to happen again, as it's about 2 kart lengths from first to second, and the lead, that gap starting to open back to third.
Yeah, you can see the gap is obviously there compared to, it's probably, what you'd say, about 6-7 kart lengths between second and third.
Yeah, we'll watch that as 2 laps are in the books, 10 more to go. Once again, cloud cover has swept over the North Georgia mountains, at least this portion of it right now, as Perez gets right to the rear bumper of Carvalho. Not going to make a move to the inside, just content to ride a little bit at the moment as they head to the far end of the speedway and make their way back through the S's.
Now our drivers are coming up into turn 13 and 14, coming through turn 15 now as Carvalho and Perez are still locked bumper to bumper, coming into the last couple corners here. Through 16 and 17, and Carvalho still has the lead over Perez.
Doing just enough. Great crowd that we have on hand despite the heat here, Steve. It's exciting when we get into the closing laps and we hear the gallery up here on the deck cheering on their favorite driver. Really adds an element to the broadcast.
Yeah, yes, it does. One of these days, I need to figure out how we can do, maybe when it's nice and cool, you know, later in the year, do an outside broadcast of us calling the race old school way. You know, we still have the cameras, the drones, but it's just me and you. You take the front stretch, I take the back stretch. Sounds like we just had an incident down in turn 4.
A lot of tire sounds from underneath our vantage point, and the microphone appeared to pick up some engine rev. So we'll try to get word on that, as there we see the 23 of Colin McDonald, and that looks like just off the exit of turn number 5. Don't know what happened. He's going to hop off. That brings out a local yellow. Marshals are out, and looks like they're just going to put his cart at least up on the tire barrier over by the rental carts. So
Axel what? Axel? Axel Diaz. In which car?
as our leaders sweep past our vantage point, local caution has been lifted as the 23 Colin McDonald had some sort of incident. Our top 2 bump drafting. Steve, you just got a name update.
Yeah, so on the 11, we've been calling Fernando Bahina, and it is Axel. I didn't catch the last name. Diaz, I believe, yes.
Okay.
So we've got that corrected, so we do apologize for the family.
We got the wrong name, but you know what we haven't had? We haven't had waiting for data.
Oh, yeah.
Or missing data pop
We
in
haven't.
the system
That's
yet
just
today.
a big applaud to the timing and scoring girls that are over there on the other side.
That's honestly, that's the work of scorer Jeanette Brunner today, making sure that all these transponders are entered. Race fans, we use electronic timing and scoring. There's a scoring loop right at the start-finish line. Each of these cars runs a little transponder. Imagine, I'd say a beeper.
A pager.
The kids nowadays don't know what a beeper or a pager is, but it's just a small electronic device. When they cross the scoring loop, it closes
Nano.
the signal. There you go, a little iPod there. It just closes the loop, and we get timing and scoring, and we use that officially. When you get a really, really close finish, it might matter where it's mounted on the cart, but they try to specify where it is mounted. Top 2, barely any daylight on that rear bumper of Isaac Carvalho as Ryan Perez is hounding him through the S's.
Ryan Perez has set the fastest time so far at a 1:01.255. And we are coming up to halfway to go this time by.
So now, Steve, we have to wonder, these drivers nip and tuck through the first, say, half of this race. How are these carts set up to handle? Which cart might have the better tires, might have the setup for a long green flag run that we have here as the temperatures in those tires rise?
You know, just by looking at outside right now, it looks like it's gotten a little bit more shady. So track temperature might be not necessarily cooling down, but a little bit cooler, maybe a degree or 2.
Yeah, so they sweep by our vantage point. Perez still right in the tire tracks of Isaac Carvalho. Big gap has opened up back to Bo Stowers. He is 6 seconds in arrears. No gap there for our top 2. Perez pushing the number 1 of Carvalho down into the corner.
And Carvalho still leading Perez, coming all the way through the S's into turn 14.
Coming up after this, speeds are going to pick up our tag senior master division. Will be on track. They're the fastest non-shifter class we have running here at AMP. But right now we're enjoying our our LO206 Cadet feature. Cadets are for drivers age 7 to 12. So think of an elementary age student out for a little something more than a Sunday drive.
Yeah, more like a Friday drive, I'd say. a little bit faster. It's that well, not really the commute home, but
like
if,
a road
if,
rage
if
drive
you have
out
if you
there.
had 75 and 85 cleared or 285 cleared, this would be how you would drive home, wide open.
So our top two down through the S's. You have to wonder, when is Perez going to make a move? He can't win if he just stays in the tire tracks of Carvalho, but maybe he is just waiting until the final lap or two. Great overhead vantage point. Great view of the main track as well, the way it wraps around the facility. Our top two work their way through turn 13. They're up the hill there. Turn 14 is another passing opportunity, but Perez just waiting his time as the sands are starting to trickle out of the hourglass. This time they'll come around and have just 4 laps remaining.
So, John, speaking of things afterwards, what you got going on this afternoon?
Well, a little later this afternoon, I will make the drive down to Woodstock, Georgia, Dixie Speedway. They're having USCS sprint cars. I'll be the hype man pit reporter there, so I'll be doing the work that we've seen Chris and Mahita doing all afternoon here. I'll be doing their job. We've got a Kart a little slow off turn 16, but we're going to focus back in on our leaders. Yeah, Steve, back to some dirt racing. Great to be with the Swims family down at Dixie Speedway, a big part of the Cherokee County community. I know you've done some events there. This will be my 3rd time there this year, and always love the sprint cars. You talk about the smell of the gas, and sprint cars run methanol, and it just has a sweet exhaust smell that is unlike any other racing car.
410 just does something different to me.
Those are 360s.
Oh, these are 360s tonight? Okay.
Those are the little brothers to the 410s.
Man, I love the Woo, Rico Abreu, and what's his name, drives the Napa sprint car.
Brad Sweet.
Yeah, Brad Sweet, yep.
Well, and those 410 sprints have the record at virtually every track that they run.
It's
and
just amazing how those cars are able to do what they do.
They're truly apex predators out there, but those drivers, they got to be a little crazy to do what they do. And when you hear them qualify one at a time, they don't lift.
No, there's no such thing as lift. Imagine for you viewers at home.
As maybe finally Perez takes a peek to the inside, Carvalho a hint of a block as 3 laps remaining. Steve, you can see maybe now Perez is sensing it's go time here.
Yes.
He's been biding his time, working on patience, but I don't know about you. At a certain point, though, patience goes out the window, and for Perez, that time has to be now.
Yeah, especially with this 2 laps to go coming up. The popsicle sticks are going to be in the air. It's now or never.
But Carvalho consistently gets a nice drive off that corner. So what is Perez going to have to do? I think it's going to have to be into turn 9. Get a good run down the back straightaway. So they're going to head down into turn number 2. Once again, Carvalho leads Perez, and then it is a huge gap back to Bo Stowers. Stowers just past the start-finish line, 11 seconds in rear. So it's a man-on-man battle here in our LO206 Cadet final. Perez gets a run. He looks to the inside. He's side by side. They're wheel to wheel. So Ryan Perez making his move now, but Carvalho able to power around on the outside.
That's going to leave a little bit of a gap in between 1 and 2. Not really much, as I believe that's Perez. It's going to catch right back up on the bumper of Carvalho.
Wonder why Perez didn't send it. He may, but maybe Carvalho now is hearing footsteps back there. Maybe something to rattle. Yeah, maybe just something to rattle the driver.
Speaking of hearing footsteps, it looks like we're coming up on lap traffic, so that would be Colin McDonald that's in the rear there.
Actually, he's 7 laps down. It would be Mr. Diaz who's running out there in the number 11 card. As the white flag has flown in the air, Isaac Carvalho, Ryan Perez battling for the win, the top spot on the podium. It's going to go right down to the wire, race fans.
Looks like it's going to be an interesting matchup here, as we might have a lapped car get in the way.
Let's see. They don't have mirrors. They don't have radios to tell them what's going on. Perez is going to split. Can Perez get alongside? He cannot, so that might have been the best passing spot for Perez. Although Carvalho wiggled a little.
Perez at the end of the S's, it's still Carvalho holding on.
Perez running out of road to make a move. Carvalho has led from the drop of the green flag. Defensive line into 14.
Here he goes.
What will Perez try?
He's setting up for an under-over right here.
Well, he can't get alongside. No,
Nope.
they both wiggled off 16, and they're going to come to the finish line. Isaac Carvalho, one hand in the air, two hands this time. The flex at the end as Isaac Carvalho picks up the win in the LO206 Cadet final. He had the two hands going earlier today, too.
He was thinking
he
about.
He started one-handed, and then he brought that second hand up.
As soon as he got to that checker flag, he was like, yep, we're done. Let's go.
Although much closer this time.
Just watch this split here in the backstretch that kind of set up for our finish. We thought that Perez was going to do an under-over here entering the S's. And right here at the end in turn 16, 17, again, they both bobbled.
There you go. He's got a hand up.
Strong arm.
But Perez had the draft right there, and it's like, yeah, the flex. A little less than a cart length for the victory. Look, Ma, no hands.
So how that field's going to run out, that's Isaac Carvalho in first, Ryan Perez in second, Bo Stowers in third, and in fourth, Hunter Wilson, 5, Nico Capita, and 6th, Luke Rower, and 7th, that would be, I've already forgotten the name because it's not in front of me, Diaz?
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Diaz. And unfortunately with a mechanical to end out the race was Colin McDonald.
And a celebratory high five as the scales have made weight. You could see, well, they're sitting them there for a while. Always that last bit of drama.
Looks like we might have an issue with our winner, possibly in weight.
Scale. This is reminiscent of the Room of Doom at Five Flags.
Oh.
They're going to try
They're
it
going to
one
try
more
again.
time.
We might have a technical, I don't know exactly. We'll hear officially from our officials to see what's going on there. We don't know if he's underweight, overweight. Well, he could be overweight. He has to be underweight for the reaction that we're seeing right there.
And I didn't see a positive or a negative there.
No.
I just don't know. So they both roll further to tech. That is our second place finisher, Ryan Perez. Isaac Carvalho, the winner for now. We'll see if it becomes official and hopefully get a word with both of them down in victory lane. Steve, you never know who will roll into the room. Our own CEO, Jeremy Porter, came in. He heard us talking about him earlier, so that's why he came in.
That's exactly what it was.
He's looking refreshed as he's not having to jump into a shifter cart this afternoon. But it would appear that Isaac Carvalho has picked up the win. Guns in the air as he came across the finish line there. So we're going to send it down to victory lane. So take it away, Mahida.
Hi guys, I'm here with Isaac today. Could you tell me a little bit about how the race just went, how that win feels?
It feels very good, and I'm very glad for it.
Yeah. Do you want to say hi to anyone watching you out today? You want to give a little wave to your family?
Yeah. My mom and my sister and my photographer.
All right, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me, and congratulations on the win. Hope to see you here again soon.
Well, it looks like we're going to hop back into the racing action here. We've got our guest back in the booth with us.
Because it's
Mr. Blevins.
Tag Senior Master on track for their 12-lap final. And as Steve hinted, Christian Blevins, the father of J.R. Blevins, joining us once again in the studio. So, Christian, something we had talked about earlier. What schooling does JR do? We heard from Lincoln Massey he does homeschooling. What does JR do with regards to schooling?
Yeah, so we do a very similar thing. Actually, last school year was the first that we did it. We found, I think it was actually somebody here on the AMP Karting Shenanigans Facebook site posted that my wife came across that talked about a school down in the Griffin, Georgia area called Skipstone Academy.
Okay.
Which we knew that school.
And for our viewers, Griffin, south side of the metro, probably an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yep. And so we knew this school from our at that point previous school had played them in some, collegiate sports. We knew they were a good school. And so they were starting a racing school program for, kids, tailored to kids that race. So kind of like homeschool in that, essentially wherever we have a computer and an internet connection, he can go to class. And all the kids that are in this virtual school, they're all kids who race. Most of them race bandoleros or quarter midgets, kind of more in the
down
oval
at
track.
Atlanta Motor Speedway down there.
Exactly. And
got my acronyms wrong for a second there, Steve. By the way, we're seeing a great battle on track here for third. Matthias Pratis and J.R. Blevins side by side. I think Blevins trying to get back by Pratis into turn number 9. So, Christian, I imagine your heart must skip a beat when your son is involved in some side-by-side action.
Yeah, a little bit. It looks like we kind of had a little bit of a bobble there at the start that knocked us back a spot or two. So it looks like we're trying to make our way back up to the pointy end of the race. So we'll see. We'll see what unfolds here.
Your leader, Oliver Neighbor, Brooke Shambo in second. We've heard from both of those drivers this afternoon. And, Steve, I'll say Oliver. Oh, trouble! Trouble right there off turn number 1. One cart backwards and another one going into the wall. Not a common place to see an accident, so chaos happening here on lap number 4.
Not exactly who was involved in that incident, but that looked to be like a decently hard hit.
Yeah, that looked like Oz Cheek and
maybe Luke.
I think that was Luke Kondrasky, yep. With that gold helmet, he's kind of easy to pick out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, if it was a chain or what happened that caused that incident.
Local yellow is out for the driver. They're trying to just push him off. So
looks like we're going to get a decent-sized course display of yellow. So that's from the turn 17 all the way down into turn 2 that we're going to have a local yellow.
There you can see the cart. They're trying to get it down safely away and get the driver pushed off. We're looking as drivers come across the scoring loop. Looks like Oz Cheek. Yeah, he's starting to drop a little bit down the listing. So, yeah, I think one of those was Oz Cheek involved.
Oz Cheek and Luke Kondrasky.
And then we had they were pushing that off into the, what we call the cowboy area down there. Out front, Oliver Neighbor leads, Brooke Shambo second. Then it's a gap back to J.R. Blevins, who is in third. Oliver clad in that red number 10 cart. And, Steve, just before that incident happened, I was about to say, every time we see Oliver, pre-race, post-race, the hair just doesn't change for that boy.
It doesn't move. I don't know what products he uses, but, it's wonderful.
I think it's all natural.
Just natural?
Fruits and berries.
No, fruits and berries.
You missed that's a reference to a movie.
I have a feeling I know which movie, but I'm not sure. I might be a little too young for that.
It's coming to America.
Oh, yeah. That came out in, what, the 80s?
I think so, yeah.
Well, we might need to get that because Junior's hair looks like a tornado hit it every time he takes the helmet off. So
I think that would be natural when you take a helmet off and you've been sweating in there. So it looks like he's starting to reel in this top duo.
Yeah, he's closing the gap down.
Especially right there. Cut a couple of cart lengths off. We heard from Brooke Shambo earlier. She's in the green suit, purple helmet. And, Steve, she has that high styling manicure, and she's needing all her fingers right now to try to hang on to the wheel and try to hang on to the draft of Oliver Neighbor.
Well, we've been doing a lot of talking about the Tag Seniors. Let's talk about the Tag Masters. Eugene Panenko in 6th overall will be leading the Tag Masters division, followed by track every day he's here, Jose Garcia.
The mayor.
Yeah, the mayor of Atlanta Motorsports Park, Jose Garcia. He's officially now the mayor. And Banu Yedla in 3rd, followed by Todd Shambo, Brooke Shambo's father.
That's why I was thinking I hadn't seen Eugene, and I saw him in the hallway, and I didn't recall him racing. It's because they run the Masters with the seniors. Sometimes the Masters are separate, and you really call Panenko's name a lot. Great story about him. A little bumping through the S's there between Shambo and Blevins.
Junior putting a little bit of the chrome horn on there.
That's a chrome horn, a throwback to modifieds on
asphalt.
Not something you normally see in the karting world, but no harm, no foul. It was sort of straight on. It wasn't trying to move Shambo out of the way.
Yeah, you get that a little bit, especially in the Tag Senior class where, things close up so quickly at the speeds these guys are going. It's not uncommon to get a little bump like that.
Yeah, I love modified racing, that big old bumper out front, and that's what the chrome horn came from. It was a big shiny chrome bumper, and you'd use it to move somebody out of the way aggressively. There again, our top 3 closes down again. Blevins gets right to the rear bumper of Shambo. So Blevins chomping at the bit here as we are 7 laps down. So Christian, how's your heart rate right about now?
Oh, it's pretty good. I'm, we're running third. We're right there with first and second. Anything could happen. There's still time to go. So, and I mean, honestly, this is really fun to watch where you've got, a group of these guys close together, really battling for it. We've been here before and raced. I think actually our first win in Tag Senior, we kind of ran away and, hid from everybody the entire day. And I mean, it was great to see, but honestly, it really wasn't that exciting to watch. So
as Blevins now up the inside of Shambo, maybe a little contact, but move J.R. Blevins up to second. Can Shambo respond, or is Blevins now going to set sail for the leader? Oliver Nabert will find out in the closing laps.
Rubbin's racing.
I don't think there was a lot of contact if there was there, but definitely close quartered action into turn 9. That's really the premier passing location on this track.
Yeah, it's such a great zone for passing down there. It gives you especially if you get a good exit out of turn 4 up here by the main building, and you just draft down through the kink. And
as much as we talk about the technical turns on this course and the elevation change, that's a really long back straightaway, which gives you the chance to draft. And here goes Blevins up the inside, side by side with Nabert on the brakes into turn 9. Can Nabert cross over? He cannot. So J.R. Blevins surges to the lead here on the 10th lap.
Yeah, so it's it's really interesting now that we've been racing a few other tracks now and traveling. The elevation changes at this track really throw a very different dynamic into it than compared to anywhere else that we've gone. Kind of the reverse side of that. Last year, I believe it was in August, some of our SOTY teammates from the SOTY national team came here to race, and it was their first time at anywhere like this, and it was a very eye-opening experience for those guys.
Even on the rental carts, it's sick out there, the steep turns. And something we haven't talked about on the broadcast, turn 1 is uphill, but the turn fades away from you because you're kind of running across the hill. So every turn is different here compared to, say, Orlando Karting Center. Love it down there. Pancake flat. It's where here, I don't think any turn is flat.
Yeah, I don't think there really is a flat turn here.
As the white flag is in the air, J.R. Blevins fastest lap of the race, and now appears to be opening some daylight over Oliver Nabert, who's in second, and Brooks Shambo in third.
And you mentioned Orlando Kart Center, which is a great track. The thing that's very different there is you use so much of the curbing at that track. It really beats you up. And if you don't use that curbing at that track, you're not going to lay down a fast lap time. So, here there are a few curbs that we do hit, but we're very selective about that. Especially through some of the faster corners, we actually don't want to hit those and upset the cart.
I imagine hitting curbs must wear out the cart, though. But someone who's not worn out today, J.R. Blevins, comes to the checkered flag. He is your winner in the Tag Senior final. We'll wait for the results of our Masters division. Eugene Panenko was ahead of Jose Garcia by about 3.5 seconds. And there goes Panenko in that purple kit coming through turn number 16. So we're going to see another winner here. Eugene Panenko picks up the Masters win.
As these last couple carts, cross the line, we'll start back up top. Junior Blevins is your winner overall. Oliver Nabert in second, Brooks Shambo in third, Mateus Paredes in fourth, Eugene Panenko in fifth, winner of our Masters division, Jose Garcia in sixth, Todd Shambo in seventh, Manu Yedla in eighth, Oz Cheek in ninth, and Lucas Donahue in 10th, and Luke Kondrowski finished his day, I believe, 10 laps down.
He was involved in that incident off.
Yes.
Really a strange place off turn number 1.
Yeah, it looked like, because I just happened to glance at the monitor and see it. I don't know if they'll show a replay, but it looked like Oz kind of got a little loose there as you crest that hill going down into 2. and shot them a little bit across the track and into the path of.
And these tags, we have seen photos where they can catch air off that decline. It's cool to see, but it's sick to hear when they sort of leave. You know, they're not flying like Dukes of Hazzard, but when they come off, they catch a little air, and then when the belly slaps back down on the pavement, it's a very unique sound out there.
It is, and the further right you are, driver's right that you are, as you head down that hill, the more air you catch.
Okay.
So
I think they do it usually. It's for photo ops. It's not for fast laps when they do it.
Yeah. Hey, guys, thanks a lot for having me up here again. I really enjoyed it. And
Christian, looks like you got some business to handle. You might have to take JR to a Waffle House tonight in the victory.
Why is it always Waffle House?
Just because, that's why.
Just because? All right, I'm going to tell them that you dictated it's Waffle House.
All right, that's Christian Blevins, the father of JR Blevins, who picked up the win in our tag senior final. Now, Steve, it has to be Waffle House. It's Georgia.
Yeah, well, yeah, here it's a Waffle House. Out west it'd be, I don't know what.
Carl's Jr.?
No, Whataburger's better.
Whataburger? Okay.
Whataburger's way better.
As our drivers roll over the scales, make sure that they have met the minimum weight. We know Nabert will be back for more action later. He is racing in the KA Junior class, so he has some double duty, but great little race there. JR Blevins didn't have the greatest start, able to recover from that and pass Shambo and then pass Nabert to pick up the victory. And we're going to go down to victory lane with our own Mahida Sentil.
Guys, I have Christian here with me. So could you talk me through the last couple of laps, how it felt to take the lead and everything, and just what was going on through your mind?
I mean, what was going through my mind was if I don't take these chances I've got, I'm definitely not going to want to hear it from the mechanic Miguel.
No, yeah, that's great advice. So with this being the 6th round of the championship, how do you feel in the standings and the points, and what are you hoping to do in the future races?
I hope to just keep doing what I'm doing now and keep getting P1s. And I mean, I'm feeling really good about the championship. I mean, I think I dropped down to 2nd, but that was because of some unfortunate events that happened in a few rounds. But I know I'll definitely just keep 1st.
All right, anyone you want to thank out here today?
I'd like to thank my dad. I'd like to thank my mom. I'd like to thank Leo with DCT. I'd like to thank my mechanic Miguel. I'd like to thank DCT as a whole. I'd like to thank Luke Giglio Racing for helping us with what happened to our trailer. It's been a massive help this weekend. And I'd like to thank Sodi Kart, Sodi USA and Sodi, just as in a whole.
All right, thank you so much for coming out here to talk to me. Congratulations on the win, and back up to y'all.
Well, it looks like we're getting a red flag displayed for the kid car. I think they just jumped the start potentially. I didn't get to see everything that happened there. But we are gridding them up, getting ready to go. We do have a couple carts off of the grass in the cut through at turn 1 and turn 2. So it looks like we're just going to get everybody gridded up and get everything rolling. Looks like we got Luca Valdez, Mason O'Donnell, Alex Schumer, Arlo Stowers, and Wyatt Rower in this division. Well, it looks like actually we did get a green flag. According to timing and scoring, it's showing that Luca Valdez is in 1st. Mason O'Donnell in 2nd, Alex Schumer in 3rd, Arlo Stowers in 4th, and Wyatt Rower in 5th. So I'm not exactly sure what is going on at the moment.
Well, they're just trying to get them staged up for the kid cart.
Well, it's reflecting here that we've already gone green.
I would say it's decidedly hasn't. Actually, there's a little red flag on the corner there.
It's showing a red on the display. So if I had to guess, maybe they accidentally jumped the start and they just haven't got it figured out yet. And it took them a second to get them stopped.
Earlier, it was Alex Schumer who did pick up the win. This is our Kid Kart Comer division. Comer's the lowest powered, also the lightest car. It's just 1.5 horsepower. These carts could not run the full course if they tried. They wouldn't be able to make it up that hill out of the U-turn. We're going to get a word back down in victory lane, though, with our Masters winner from our tag division. It's Eugene Pinenko. So take it away, Mahida.
I'm here with Eugene. So Eugene, just tell me a little bit about how you felt during the race, what was going on through your minds?
It was good race because of penalty in pre-final. I started from P4, but I gained two positions after the start, after the first lap, and then on lap 3 I overtook Jose at the end of the straight, and then I just keep my pace, and I was a little faster today than my rivals. I controlled the race and just win.
Congratulations on the win, and thank you for coming down here and talking to me.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone.
All right, back to y'all.
Thank you, Mahita. That was Eugene Panenko, our Tag Masters winner. Steve, I saw on his driving suit the Kart Freedom.
Yes.
And that is sort of his handle. He is from Ukraine.
Yes.
And really a great story. I'd say go check him out. Go follow him on social media, Kart Freedom. So
if I'm not mistaken, last time we talked to Eugene, he owns a track in the Ukraine, if I remember correctly. And his story is very interesting.
Yeah, find out more about him. But definitely great driver, but also seems like
a great instructor, too.
That's what I was going to say, a teacher, a mentor to a lot of the other drivers that are here. Great to have him in the fold. I thought he wasn't here just the way we ran the pre-final, so it's good to hear his name out there and see him down in victory lane. So just getting things set up here with our Comer Division Kid Kart, as we had said earlier, lowest powered, just 1.5 horsepower, but they only weigh 150 pounds. That's with the driver. Of course, Steve, with drivers weighing about 40 pounds, 5 to 7
I outweigh
year olds.
the cart and the driver.
And at this point, if you got an interview from them, they give some of the best interviews out there. You have to draw the answers out of them. How was the race? Good.
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 How's it going? Great.
Good. Yeah.
Who do you want to thank? Nobody.
Good.
Good. Okay, back to you.
Yeah.
That's usually how those interviews go, and they're some of my favorite. It's absolutely hilarious getting to talk to some of those younger drivers.
Well, this is the future of racing, though, as current temperature here in Dawsonville, 91 degrees. That's a fact that nobody needed to know. And, Steve, you can see from the liquid moly flags in the foreground,
slight
it is
breeze.
Not a very windy day. I was out last night in the Atlanta metro area, and you would almost see like not even a leaf on a tree moving, a very still night. And we're having that set up here. Look again, the flags have really just kind of just hanging down, so not much of a breeze to stir the humid air here in the mountains of North Georgia. Well, race fans, when we return to racing action here at Atlanta Motorsports Park for the karts, that will be on Saturday, August 24th. It'll be round number 7 for our local series. It will also be the 3rd round of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. That's a joint event held 2 races at Lamar County Speedway down south of the metro and 2 races right here at AMP. Then there will be a doubleheader weekend coming up Saturday, September 28th, Sunday, September 29th, and the season will draw to a close on Saturday, October 12th. All of those will be streamed right here on the Facebook and YouTube channel for Atlanta Motorsports Park. Another race that we very well may stream is the 4th and final round of the Georgia Karting Championship Series. That will be Saturday, October 26th at Lamar County Speedway. That's just outside of Barnesville.
Unfortunately, I will be out of the country, and I cannot make it. But also, that happens to be World 300 weekend. So
we were talking about that earlier.
Double whammy for me.
I'll actually be pulling a double that day, most likely, because I'll start at Lamar County and then make about an hour drive over to Sonoy Raceway. My normal Saturday night stomping ground. We'll be having the Pollard Family Memorial featuring the Topless Outlaws.
I'm going to go ahead and say Bubba's probably not entered to race that with him.
Probably not now.
Not at the moment.
He might have been at the beginning of his season, but I think
yeah, because it was kind of a late announcement that
Yeah.
they announced the World 300.
Looks like we got one more cart rolling up onto the track. Track marshals just want to get everyone lined up. Once again, Kid Kart is one of the divisions that does a standing start. Shifters do as well. That's so shifters have to exercise the clutch and accelerating from first gear. For the Kid Kart, They're 5 to 7 years old, so trying to coordinate them with a rolling start would be difficult. They just do a nice, steady, start from a standing start just to make sure that everything is square, even, and fair.
Looks like we're still trying to get everybody gridded up and ready to roll on this.
Well, race fans, if you've been enjoying seeing this karting action, maybe it's whet your appetite for some speed, for some adrenaline. You can drive on this course just like you're seeing today. Atlanta Motorsports Park has Arrive and Drive Karting. I believe they're now open 7 days a week. Go to www.atlantamotorsportspark.com, and there you can get to the karting page, even book a time. It's great for bachelor parties, corporate outings, just any time you need a hit of adrenaline.
A bunch of your friends want to come up and, race each other, but please no excessive bumping and pushing and all that.
They also have driving schools here. They also occasionally have some enduros that run on track.
I think there's an 8-hour enduro coming up in September, October.
Kind of wild that the way you sort of hop off one kart and your teammate comes in on another.
Yeah.
It reminds me of some short tracks that would do a long race, and the way you'd get your teammate in is you'd come into the pits and you'd bump them from behind and send them off.
Boom.
Yeah, it was a really interesting way to start things. So single file formation here in our Kid Kart division. So coming up after the Kid Kart Comer, we'll have our Kid Kart LO206. Then the speeds will ratchet back up as the KA100 Juniors will be on track. So looks like we should be set to go here. The winner in the pre-final was Alex Schumer. And the green flag's out, so we are underway. 12 laps in our Comer Kid Kart final.
Well, I believe they're going to take it down to 9 laps because it hasn't been reset yet on our timing and scoring sheet. So I believe it's 9 laps to go after this.
How about this? We're just going to follow the flags. the old-fashioned way before we had
I don't know what
timing and scoring.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Once again, they're using the jelly bean. You can see them do the little cutoff. So the laps will go by quick, about 25 seconds. When the karts are down at Lamar County Speedway, they're also running about 25-second laps.
Yeah, but
that's
much
like
shorter
track.
Shorter track, and it's a lot of twists and turns.
A lot of twists and turns. Some of the fun they have down there, there's 12 different course layouts. And there's 6, and then they reverse it. So you get, you double the set. My favorite is they have one called the Baconator course. As we see side by side up front, look like Arlo Stowers, Luca Valdez battling for the lead. Arlo with that trademark Spartan helmet topper charging into the lead. I think it's Spartan or Roman. We gotta
figure it out.
History here.
It's the Roman Empire.
Google that. Google like Spartan helmet and see if that's what it is.
So we'll find out. Let's bring up the old Google. For those of you that don't know, I have a computer directly in front of me. So
as they're scoring that as lap number 6, we'll see again how the flags work. But our field's stretching out. Luca Valdez being scored as the leader, so we don't know if there's a timing and scoring issue.
Based off these photos, I would say this is a Spartan helmet.
Okay. Maybe the Roman's a side. Check the Roman helmet. I don't know if that's sideways.
I don't remember.
Like a Roman centurion.
Oh, I don't know.
Too.
Yeah, I've got them too. Well, that one's red, so yeah, that would be a Roman helmet.
Okay. How about Marvin Martian? Put that in, because I think he would have the same look with the Pew 236 explosive space modulator.
I'm glad I know what you're talking about.
Oh, his is actually a broom.
It's a broom.
It's a little broom. Trying to get the effect, a little green helmet with a brown broom on there. So the fans huddling up against the fence to watch our Comer Kid Kart final. Luca Valdez is scored in the lead. We'll just have to follow the flags.
I just realized we don't have a sponsor for this division.
Well, if you'd like to get a sponsor, once again, AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com. Contact the team if you want to sponsor this division and be a part of the program here, the Championship Kart Series.
You know what? I might just sponsor this division.
Go for it.
It is the future of our sport. We kind of need these kids.
We do, absolutely. It's a great great chance for the kids really to get seat time. Everything I've heard, whether it's dirt, asphalt, road course, oval, seat time is so important. So whether they're here in the kid carts or they're on the Bandoleros at Atlanta Motor Speedway or any of the other tracks sort of around the southeast, it's all about getting the kids in and that seat time, the reps of going through the process.
And that's one thing I wish we had here that we don't have here. Hopefully that's probably sometime in the works, is an oval track. I would not dirt, just a paved asphalt track. I would love to have that.
Well, the next time Jeremy walks through, you can
we're gonna
suggest that.
Pitch the idea. Look, we can have like the new Georgia World Series of racing. We'll do it here. We'll figure out a way to get linear up and running again with stock cars, and then we'll go down to Cordele and finish it off.
Okay, all right.
Seems like a decent gap.
Mountains to the plains. Checkered flag is in the air. And Arlo Stowers, the first to come by, scored officially. Luca Valadez was the winner. We'll have to go to the official timing and scoring and a call from the judges to see who won this race.
Yeah, I think we might have a slight little issue, but as it's showing on the timing and scoring, Luca Valdez first, Arlo Stowers in second, Mason O'Donnell in third, Wyatt Rower in fourth, and Alex Schumer in fifth. And I believe he was the cart that went off.
And with the Comer Kid Kart final completed, that's going to clear the decks for our Kid Kart LO206 final. Same age kids, 5 to 7 years old, so think of somebody somewhere between pre-K and first grade. The carts, instead of 150 pounds, we're going to bump up to 186 pounds, and the engine gets a little more powerful. It's a same LO206 engine you might see in Cadet. They just run a bigger slide, so they don't run as much RPM, can't generate the power that you would see in the higher divisions. But it's not really about power. It's about getting the kids into a cart, get them comfortable, get some laps on the track.
So in this next division, we got Matthew Perez, Anthony DeFeo, Carter Merard, Holden Gargis, and Harrison Marich. All right, John, who we think is going to win this one?
Well, in the pre-final, if that's any indication, Harrison Marich was the winner. So we will
I think
see
I'm going to
what
go
will
with.
happen.
I'm gonna put my bet on Harrison Marich.
Okay. Marshals are on track, so that once again we'll use a standing start for this division. So the marshals will get out just to make sure the field gets all lined up properly, get a fair, even start for each of the competitors.
Now, do we have an under-over for this?
Under-over with what?
Betting on this. No, I'm just kidding.
don't
We're not
think
betting
we
on
do.
this.
You can't do an under-over on field betting. That doesn't work.
It is great, though, to see this this division growing. A couple years ago, there was only 2 kid carts in total. That was Comer and LO206.
Right.
But now we've got technically 2 divisions because it's, what, 5 and 6? It's 11.
I think that's what they started the
11
day
carts in total in the kid cart division, which is great. We love it. If your child is interested in running at Atlanta Motorsports Park, we do have a junior discovery program that has just gotten started. I believe the age group in that is 5 to like 7.
I think actually it goes up to, might go up to 12.
Might go up to 12 in that? I couldn't
It's kind
remember.
of like one of the schools that they do run. Not the full-on kart school, but it is a discovery program for, get the kids in the seat and get them some time. So cloud cover is settling in here as we're located just about 3 miles west of the center of Dawsonville. Steve, you know this. We'll share it with our listeners. Dawsonville really a hub of the early formations of stock car racing.
Oh, yes.
Have to go back to a lot of moonshine was produced in these hills, and it ran down Highway 9 to Atlanta. People say more moonshine ran down that highway than any other road in America. Well, once you started running the moonshine, people might get caught by the cops. So they would take the money from their gains, soup up the cars as fast as they could to outrun the cops, and from that, stock car racing was born. Dawsonville home to a couple of Cup champions. Bill Elliott picked up one championship in the 80s. He's known as Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, and then his son Chase has followed in his footsteps, runs the same number 9. Chase picked up the Cup Championship. I'm going to say 2021. Check me on the year, Steve.
I think it's 2020.
2020. And a $1 million chase from the same place.
I kind of forget that year, if you want me to be completely honest.
And the Elliots have the airfield that's really just north of here. So
Yeah, it was 2020.
Okay, 2020. So just in the area. Other drivers, I think Lloyd Say.
Yes.
Gober
Sosby.
Sosby is from this area.
Floyd.
Tim Floyd?
Yeah, maybe.
I want to say Flock, but I know
Flock,
they're from,
Jim Flock.
They're from Carolina, I thought.
I know he was in this area a lot for not running from the police in a souped-up race car, but, you know.
Well, the interesting part about the Flocks is recently we've been talking about, about a new racetrack or new races happening. Recently, Banks County Speedway was sort of recarved back into the earth. Several years ago, they did a reunion there of some older drivers. Well, this year they regraded the track, and they filmed scenes for an upcoming documentary about the Flock brothers.
Yes.
And so Banks County Speedway Banks County is up in the northeast part of Georgia. It's one of those historic tracks that's probably been closed 50 years. It's been closed today. It's been closed 50 years. And it's great to see it come back. And what they did is they brought out cars from the 40s and 50s and had them, we'll say, roll around on the track. And they got fans to show up dressed like they were in the 50s to simulate some on-track action from the 50s. So it was great to see.
Charles Head.
Yes, our mentor Charles Head, who was announced on this broadcast before. He is the narrator for that documentary. So Charles, if you're watching, we love you, we miss you, and I'd say we hope to see you in the booth, but we know he's retired.
Well, hey, hold up now.
His retirement's going bad.
He came out of retirement a couple weeks ago to go to Livonia when I was there.
He keeps coming out of retirement. Like, retirement's not working too well for him. So as we enjoy our LO206 Kid Kart Final, we're going to send it down to Victory Lane with Mahida, who has the winner from our Comer Division Final. Take it away, Mahida.
Thanks, guys. I have Luca with me here today. So, Luca, do you think you could tell me a little bit about how you feel and how the race went?
Yeah.
How did the race go?
Good.
It went good? Did you have a lot of fun out there?
Yes.
Okay, well, congratulations on the win, and thank you for coming to talk to me. You want to give a little wave to your family? All right. Thanks, guys. Back to y'all.
All right. Thank you, Mahida. I imagine there's a couple of excited parents in the background behind the camera.
That was a natural yes. Yes. I had fun. Yes. Good. Good. Those are my favorite interviews. I don't know why, but it's just the bluntness that the younger drivers have. 4 laps to go. We got 3 laps to go. We got Harrison Marich in first, Carter Merard in second, Holden Gargis in third, Matthew Perez in fourth, and Anthony DeFeo in fifth.
Well, the great part about Luca picking up that win, he's going to go back home and he's just going to have the best stories to tell his kids in the week ahead. I would normally say when school's in session, they're going to go into school on Monday and just have, what did you do this weekend? They're going to have the best response.
I won a race.
I went so fast. Because for these kids, going 30 miles an hour is like flying out there. Otherwise on a bike, they might get 10 miles an hour.
I was doing 10,000 miles an hour on a rocket ship.
Yeah.
You're not going to hear it now.
Popsicle sticks in the air, so 2 laps remaining. Harrison Marich, your leader, ahead of Carter Merard. Coming up after this will be our KA100 Junior Final. You can see action continuing on the main track behind. That is turn number 4 with the water tower in it. Turn 4 modeled after the Nuremberg Rings carousel. As the white flag flies in the air. So we're in the waning bits. Checkered flag flies. Harrison Marich comes around to sweep the day in our
Carter Merard.
LO206.
Carter Merard in second. Put up a really good fight, only a second behind him. And we're waiting for third to cross the line along with fourth and fifth to finish out our day. Looks like we're going to get side-by-side action here. And I'm not sure. That was side-by-side.
We're going to say Gargis just pipped Perez at the line, 29 1/1000ths of a second. The difference, which Steve compared to our last race when we had 1,000th of a second. Here it is at the line. We're coming with the drone, And, yeah, that's a close one. Just
Yeah,
about
that's a close one.
about 6 inches there, the difference. You could see Gargis just able to stick a nose in front. So the gallery gathering up on the deck as we prepare for our KA100 Junior final. Speeds are going to step up. We'll use the full track once again. KA engines, 2-stroke, air-cooled engines. They use that oil-gas mixture like an old weed whacker or a chainsaw. So you will see those bluish plumes of smoke coming out of the tailpipe. Make quite a bit of power, and with those high revs, they have a very high-pitched whine. As we see some of our competitors getting ready, I believe that's the Cheek family down there getting ready for some racing action. They're pitted right by the start-finish line, so they have a short roll to the staging area.
Yeah, their roll's not that far. It still feels weird not seeing that DCT holler out there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for those guys.
That was the OzTech setup there. OzTech, the sponsor of our shifter division. As we get ready for the KA Juniors, they are brought to us courtesy of VRD Racing.
Look at that crowd out on the balcony.
We should hear some good roar of the crowd when the karts come by for the first time.
Yeah. Looks like we are getting ready for these karts to come onto the course. So let's see what happens here. We got people fist bumping and everything. The party's about to start.
Say they're playing some music, but it's the sound of horsepower, I guess, that's getting them excited out there. There you can see some of our other sponsors, Liquid Molly and Blazers Wings.
God, I would love some Blazers Wings right now.
We can plant the seed for Saturday, August 24th. As we're going to go back down to Victory Lane. Mahita, take it away. Looks like you have the winner in our kid card.
Yes, I have Harrison here with me. So Harrison, congratulations on the race. It's good to see you back here. Can you just tell me a little bit about how you're feeling?
Pretty good, and I'm really glad that I can stand on the podium and spray all the champagne.
Yeah, that'll be super fun. So do you have anyone you want to thank out here today?
I have to thank my dad and my coach, Eugene.
Your coach? All right, thank you so much for coming out here talking to me. I'm glad I got to see you again. Back to y'all.
Harrison won't be spraying champagne. He'll be spraying age-appropriate sparkling seltzer.
Yes,
up there.
yes.
So we're not giving the kids alcohol.
Now,
up there.
if you do want champagne, you can go to the member social after up front. I'm pretty sure they have it.
That may be possible, but we just want to be very clear that we're not giving alcohol to children. It is a sparkling seltzer that they'll shower down. So the field's stacked and racked. 12 laps of KA100 Junior set. Although one kart may be having some mechanical there. That's the number 22 of Finn Cook. Don't know what might have happened there. Almost looks like he
stalled it.
Stop and stalled, yeah. These KAs do have push button starting on them, so they have a small battery to make that happen. The LO206s have the old ripcord like a lawnmower. They're 2x2 coming down the tram lines. The plumes of smoke coming up. And no green flag yet.
Nope. Well, the crowd is out on the balcony. This is the final of the day for these guys. Crowd, won't you make some noise out there? We'd like. There we go. There we go. We like it. We heard you.
Oliver Nabert is on the pole. He won the pre-final earlier today. Steve, you have to wonder how hungry he is because he was running in first for so long in that tag senior final before J.R. Blevins got by him. So maybe a little extra fire in the belly of Oliver Nabert.
Is this Oliver's revenge tour? Possibly. Am I here for it? Oh, yeah. Let's see what happens. See if we're going to get a green.
Lines, no
green. I wonder what the issue is. I don't know if they're slow enough or if they're not gridded correctly. I don't know.
A lot of movies filmed in the Atlanta metro area, so clack, take 3 here for our KA. A
lot of movies filmed on this track.
They film movies?
Oh, yeah, we filmed commercials.
I know a lot of commercials for sure, and a lot of promotional videos. You'll see those, like the supercar drives.
Yes.
And you see them, and it's like, that's the paddock where I've been.
I announced there.
Yeah.
Justin Haley was out here recently. I'm a massive Rick Ware Racing fan in NASCAR, and Justin Haley was out here shooting a commercial for a local window company. recently.
All right, the field maybe a little slower. Maybe they're accelerating in those when they get to the tram line. So there,
Yeah,
we can
they're
see
telling them
the
to slow
marshal
way
saying, "Hey,
down."
they're going to wind it up." That doesn't look like a
No.
good start. No,
No.
Neighbor looked quick on the trigger that time.
You know, I can't remember how many times it is, but I do know that after a certain amount, we do invert, or we used to. I don't know if we still do.
I know some groups will
Move.
they'll park them and then they'll just tell them to sit for a while and let the next group come out. Don't know what will happen
Yeah, I don't know if
here.
we'll do that. I don't know. There's
As
a
coming up on 3:40 local time here in the Eastern Time Zone. Drivers still weaving their tires, so they look stacked up and perfect here. That's like Kodak moment right there.
There we go. There we go. They're nice and slow now. I think they've finally gotten a hold of. Need to slow it down a little bit and get in the tram lines before we
And they
full
just, they need to
send.
stay side by side, not
Yeah,
have one driver.
That's going to be the hard part, is keeping them exactly side by side in the same exact speed. Let's see if we can get the green flag this go.
And finally, the green flag is out. We're underway with our KA Junior final. Field's going to try to get single file, but still a couple of carts venturing side by side down into turn number 2. Neighbor already to the point. So they charge up the hill. Neighbor opening up a couple of cart lengths and leaving everybody else in the backwash. Gabriel Lopez Velarde is in second. Third place, Harry Cunningham. They were your top 3 earlier. Steve, they put on a whale of a show.
Oh,
in the
yes, they did.
final.
Hopefully we can get another show, maybe even a better show than last go-around.
We'll get 2 more laps of it.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely going to be the exciting part of the afternoon.
So now all the drivers have gotten single file down. They sweep down from turn number 14, and they're about to put lap number 1 in the books. Race fans, something we haven't talked about, those poles that Killboy's having to dodge in the drone. The new lights have been installed. I'm not certain if they've used them yet. They don't race at night. It might be the public karting.
Not yet.
A great,
It's coming.
Some LED lighting being installed to really expand the hours of what can be raced here at the kart track.
So after that first lap, Oliver Neighbor in first, Gabriel Lopez Velarde in second, Harry Cunningham in third, Luke Giglio in fourth, Talon Laney in fifth, Adam Wine in sixth, Luke Allen in seventh, Meyer Lewis in eighth, Emma Schumann in ninth, and Finn Cook in 10th. That group of the top 6 right there, 3 and 3, definitely battling it out. Oliver Neighbor's holding off Lopez Velarde very closely, and Harry Cunningham is also definitely putting some pressure on Lopez Velarde.
KA Juniors are for drivers age 12 to 15. Think of it pretty much as a middle school student. 320 pounds, the minimum weight. These engines can make upwards of 22 horsepower, and they might just flirt with the 80-mile-an-hour mark down the back straightaway. And, Steve, we have to reiterate, that is 1 inch off the ground.
Yeah, it's a little scary. It's fun, but it's a little scary. It looks like we're going to have a challenge for a second. Looks like Cunningham is going to push out Velarde there and take second place away.
I think Velarde might have held on there. Velarde's able to hold on in that 825, so Cunningham, the purple helmet, number 5 kart in third, takes a quick look to the inside, thinks better of it, and back in the field we have battles for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Giglio, Laney, and Wine all dicing it up, so our top 6 breaking away from the rest of the field here in our opening laps.
Neighbor continues to lead them all the way into 16 and 17, followed by Lopez Velarde, Cunningham, and Giglio, and Laney to round out your top 5.
You know that Baldosia Racing sign? I love that they're here. It feels like the Fig Newton thing in Talladega Nights. It's right across our vision.
Man, I sure do love Baldoza Racing, but this sign is very inconvenient.
I do love some Fig Newtons. All right, so Oliver Neighbor sweep past our vantage point. Just for a moment, you could hear the screech of tires as they come across that really triple apex combination, turns 3, 4, and 5, and they're a single file through the braking area as they get to turn 9.
You know, they're still running 1, 2, 3 in a small pack, and then there's 4, 5, and 6 in a smaller pack behind them. Maybe these guys can catch up to each other. I know the draft doesn't really play a factor into this division, but it would be kind of cool to see these guys, as Al Edwards says, rubber band back together.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of drafting can happen. Usually they're just fast enough that they get spread out, and then there's no aerodynamic effect. But
Ooh, we got one cart about 2 wheels off in the grass. Not sure which number that was.
And Cunningham taking a look to the outside of Lopez Velarde again, but that's the long way around turn 3. So Velarde holds on to second for now, but Cunningham seems to be chomping at the bit back there in third place. Neighbor, your leader by 3 kart lengths.
Neighbor enters the S's, holding off Lopez Velarde and Cunningham. Still driving a slightly defensive line coming through the S's. He's not even looked back one time. He's just running that race that's in front of him.
Cunningham, your quick lap of the race so far, 52.606
Here comes
seconds.
a pass for the lead coming into turn 16. Looks like Lopez Velarde might have, yep, he closed him off.
So a bold move there to put Lopez Velarde into the lead on lap number 5. I don't think this trio's
they're not done
gonna
yet.
Get separated, yeah.
They are not done yet. Harry Cunningham just ran the fastest lap of the race so far at 52.606.
And we can hear the patrons on the balcony starting to urge their driver forward to the front. Now can Nybert retake the lead? For now, he's just going to be in the tire tracks of Lopez Velarde. Oh,
here
goes
he
to
goes.
the inside. And, ooh, that's a bold place to pass, and he almost loses second to Cunningham. Hand up from Neighbor. Don't know if he's he might have been, that looked like a signal of displeasure there. I don't know exactly why, but Neighbor making a bold move off the exit of turn number 9. And now look, top 6 all right there. Fourth place, Luke Giglio saying, don't forget about me, as the cross flags are up, 6 down, 6 to go.
As they enter turn 2, we still got Gabriel Lopez Velarde leading the charge, and looks like it's reflecting Luke Allen is currently in second, but I don't think that's right. I think
that's Neighbor. Refresh.
That's Neighbor.
Just refresh there.
I
That is
think.
Neighbor. Let's see if Neighbor's going to repay the favor down the back straightaway. He's getting the run down the inside. Slingshot engaged to the braking area. You can see them both squiggling.
Shake and bake.
Still side by side. Velarde holds on through the 9, 10 in the S's, and you see that hand up from Neighbor again. Steve, I don't know if he's signaling let's work together or if he's signaling to a marshal. He has had his hand up twice in this race.
I think he might be a little aggravated at the way he's driving. I think that might be what it is, but I don't honestly see anything wrong with what he's doing.
Yeah,
but he's given it to every marshal. I've noticed that.
So to me, it seemed like what Lopez Velarde did was clean. We'll see. Drivers have, we'll just say, different viewpoints than what announcers may have. They're in the heat of the battle out there. Now
They're definitely getting rough and rowdy out there, and I'm loving it.
Yeah. So Neighbor, will he go for the slingshot again? A little bit of a block to the inside by Lopez Velarde.
We might see a triple wide battle for the lead right here. But as they're battling in 1, 2, and 3, we've got 4th, 5th, and 6th of Luke Giglio, Talon Laney, and Adam Wine closing really quickly.
Lap time starting to fall off a little bit as we've passed the halfway mark. Now Neighbor goes to the outside. 16, that's tough.
Oh, they make
sledding.
contact.
You're right. Little contact, and that's going to open the door for Cunningham. Neighbor hand waving again as Cunningham comes up the inside. Can he make it stick? Yes, and Neighbor may lose another spot to Wine.
He might fall back to 4th, depending.
Giglio.
Nope, he's just going to fall back to 3rd. As they run currently, Lopez Velarde in 1st, Cunningham in 2nd, Neighbor in 3rd, Luke Giglio in 4th, Talon Laney in 5th, Adam Wine in 6th, Luke Allen in 7th, Meyer Lewis in 8th, Emma Schumann in 9th, and Finn Cook in 10th.
So Oliver Neighbor's been shaking his hand aggressively back there. I don't know what he's indicating. We won't find out till after the race. But he still has about 3 1/4 laps to try to move back up to the top spot of that podium. Cunningham in 2nd. Let's see if he's able to reel in Velarde. Steve, the 1 point Velarde has looked susceptible or slow is off turn 3.
I was thinking the same thing. I don't know if he's getting the full drive off of the top of 2 and entering into 3. He's getting a little loose from our standpoint here. So you can see right here, he swings it a little wide, and right there he kind of bobbles just ever so slightly.
But we've seen both Cunningham and Neighbor get up to his outside. Can't make the pass, but let's see. Will we get a slingshot maneuver here? Neighbor closes it on Cunningham.
Oh, yeah, there's a slingshot.
Send it.
Is he going to land it? Oh, he lands it.
Yep. So move Neighbor back up to P2, the middle point of the podium, and now Neighbor almost gave the salute there of, I'm going places.
Yeah. He's just going to keep charging ahead and give it all he's got against Lopez Velarde.
Don't forget, Nabert tried to make a move into 16 a couple laps ago, and the contact cost him a position, as you're right. Popsicle sticks, 2 laps to go. Steve, I want more.
You want more? I want more, too. Hopefully they give us more. Gabriel Lopez Velarde is holding off Oliver Neighbor and Harry Cunningham. 1, 2, and 3 as the crowd's making some noise out there on the balcony. We love to hear it. Stay loud. We love it.
Will we see the slingshot? Nabert draws right to the rear bumper. Lopez Velarde blocking on the inside. Nabert coming to the outside. Are we going to see a crossover? No. So Lopez Velarde defending heavily here in the waning laps.
There has been some slight contact between our top 2 drivers, Lopez Velarde and Nabert. But they've kept it relatively clean throughout the entire race as we're going to get the white flag this time by as Nabert tries to go to the outside. They make slight contact.
Seems like he's trying for the crossover and just mistimed it. So the white flag in the air, 17 turns remaining.
It's all or nothing this lap.
As they go up the hill, let's see if Nabert will get a run down through the kink.
He's going to get him right here in 4.
He's going right now.
Side by side.
Side by side through the kink.
They're not lifting.
Happen?
Through the grass.
Oh, boy. You could see the dust fly in the air. Now here comes Cunningham. Can't quite send it up the inside, so Nabert went for bust there, and he came up snake eyes. As Gabriel Lopez Velarde, boy, Steve, the one place we said you can't be side by side. Nabert tried it. He tempted fate and hasn't lost. He lost second spot. We'll see what happens now up front. Lopez Velarde blocking. Here comes Harry Cunningham.
Oh, we're going to get the finish we
want.
want.
Trouble in the back of the pack to the checkered flags. Lopez Velarde, your winner. Cunningham comes home in second. Nabert in third. And we had one kart spun out, and I believe that is Luke Giglio, who was running as high as 4th.
It looks like the 6-8 kart, so that would be...
That's 868. That's Luke Giglio there.
That's Luke Giglio, yep.
So a spin at the back, and to add insult to injury, one more kart coming around. Finn Cook able to get by Giglio as he rolls to the start-finish line. Wow, a season's worth of drama packed into the final couple of laps there. Gabriel Lopez Velarde able to hang on.
How they finish: Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Harry Cunningham, Oliver Neighbor, Talon Laney, Adam Wine, Luke Allen, Meyer Lewis, Emma Schumann, Finn Cook, and Luke Giglio. If we could get a replay of that last lap battle coming through 3 and 4 into the kink, wow, I mean, they were side by side.
Yeah, we can't tell our production staff what to do, but we can make requests.
Yeah, that's my request.
And here we go. This is the finale. That's where Giglio got. He didn't get spun. He was trying to get to the inside, I believe, might have been Adam Wine, and in trying to avoid it, Giglio went for a spin. Here's the battle. Nabert goes strong on the inside of 4. Neither driver's lifting, and maybe a slight amount of contact. And a kidney rattling shot for Nabert down through the grass there. Here's another view of it.
They make slight contact right there. They're bouncing off of each other's pods, and they really pod bounce right here. And he just sent it.
Bang.
There was no lifting. What's that saying? I'm either going to see God or the checkered flag. That was his moment.
Checkers or wreckers there. And once he went off the track, I mean, it was just his vision must have filled up with dust because all of a sudden it was just a cloud of red there. Here's another view of it. You're going to get first-person view. Nabert, a bold move. You don't see many passes through 3 and 4, and this is the reason why. You get to the kink, and it's just hard to be side-by-side. Looks like a little contact right there, and Nabert just mows the lawn.
Well, mows the dirt.
The dirt,
yeah. He mowed the dirt there.
What if we had this shot? Wait, here we go.
Oh,
coming right at you.
Golden.
Oh.
Man, that rattled his ribs a little bit.
Yeah.
That hurt.
A cloud of orange dust and the rest of the field having to forge their way through it. Well, Gabriel Lopez Velarde scored as the winner. Steve, you have to wonder if the marshals might be taking a look at some things there to
I
figure it out. Next up on track, you can see the getting staged up, the LO206 Masters and Legends.
You mean the LO206's Masters of Mayhem? Because that's what we got in Masters of Mayhem.
Well, we're back into our broadcast duo. It's going to become a trio now. Al Edwards coming in. So, Al, can you top that, what we just saw in our LO206 Masters?
You know, that is interesting for sure. Now, we're all gridded up here with Adam Phillips in the lead and Matt Lassiter in second. We're going to see how these guys, they're going green, green, green. Here we go into turn one. How's it going to shake out? This is really difficult because everyone's trying to vie for position going through turn two. And Matt Lassiter with an early pass down to the inside. He gets out, and it's going to be Matt in first now. Adam Phillips in second. It looks like Ian Drennan, I believe, in third.
Now, Al, in his post-race interview after the pre-final, Matt Lassiter talked about sort of just being chill and just laying back in second. That didn't last long in this race, did it? They're 3 wide down the back straightaway.
Not at all. You know, one thing that Matt is extremely good at doing is defending his line.
Oh, we got
people together. It
Danny
looks like
May
Danny May
the
and
19 of
Jeff Griffin.
Yep.
You can see the drivers trying to rip the cord, get those engines restarted so they can get back in the race.
And it's been a tough day for Danny May today.
And for Jeff Griffin. That's the second time he's come in contact with somebody. That's too bad. So we have Adam Phillips, Matt Lassiter. Well, Matt Lassiter is out in front here, but you know, those two were starting to pull away a little bit, and it looks like they're starting to pull away. Ian Drennan, or is Paul McElree in third?
Paul McElree.
Paul McElree in third, Ian Drennan in fourth, and Austin Gargas in fifth position. Let's see how this plays out over a 12-lap race. Bueller, Fry.
There we go. I'm back.
There we go.
I'm back.
We muted Steve. Guys, I'm enjoying this racing. I'm going to have to step out. So you two got the show for a while here.
Oh,
John,
great. This
always
is
a pleasure, buddy. I really appreciate you being here.
It's been a lot of fun. Oh, man.
Are you going to Sonoya?
No, I'm going down to Dixie Speedway.
He's taking my position tonight at Dixie.
But I don't want to take the focus away. I mean, we just saw a great KA Junior final.
Yeah, that was really great.
Red clay.
The Masters setting up a great start here. You know, you got 5 clumped right together, and I can only imagine it's going to all build to that feature event when the LO206 seniors get on track.
So now you take a look. Matt Lassiter is leading Adam Phillips. So they are touching. They're just going to bump draft their way away from the next two. So it's a 2-2 group with Paul McElree and Ian Drennan third and fourth.
See, there's a small snake up front, and there's a snake of about 7 or 8 kart lengths from, fifth back, so that's
So where are we with Legends? Let's take a look at Legends real quick. It's David Fusco out front there behind Zach Thomas. They're going to start catching. I guarantee you they're going to catch that lead group.
So as it looks right now, we're going to do the top 10. We got Matt Lassiter, Adam Phillips, Paul McElree, Ian Drennan, Austin Gargas, Grant Lockwood, Camilo Ortiz, Flip Davis, Troy Wilson, and Devin Knight to round out your top 10 of your Masters. And in your Legends division, 14th but first overall, David Fusco, Frank Baldozer, Frank Ball, and Chris Collette.
Yeah, it looks like Danny May and Jeff Griffin have not advanced. So it looks like they might be out of the race there, and that's really tough luck for Danny. Danny's had a pretty tough day today.
Yeah, he's...
Although, let's see what he's going to do in senior, because he was really coming up there in
yeah,
senior,
he was.
trying to do some strategy. And I talked to him between races here, and he was talking about he's just trying to kind of get to a point where he can start pushing on some of these guys, and he just couldn't make it work out. And that happens here in LO206, just the way it works. But now it looks like Paul McElree is starting to come up on the bumper of Adam Phillips. Better watch out.
Well, let's not count out Ian Drennan either.
No, not at all. But, you know, Ian's starting to fall behind just a little bit. So let's see what happens here. Adam Phillips is just going to wait. Here comes Paul McElree up on Adam Phillips' bumper.
Matt Lassiter still leads the charge into turn 14, 15, followed by Adam Phillips, Paul McElree, and Ian Drennan.
And as our drone turns around and starts to come back for the next setup, for the next set of turns here through turn one, let's see what happens here with these guys. And they're starting to pull away again. So it looks like Adam Phillips and Matt Lassiter are having a pull away for a second, and then Paul McElree sucks back up at the end of the front stretch.
Is it just me, or is Matt kind of catching a little bit of a break here, kind of pulling away just ever so slightly?
He is. Matt's really good through turn 2, and where it starts to suffer a little bit here is through 3 and 4. and you see Adam just gets right back on him. But he is really taking advantage of that turn 2. Now here comes Paul McElree. He's going to try and do a late break here to try and keep up. Ian Drennan right behind him, and Austin Gargis is pretty consistent here. He's about 6 or 7 kart lengths back, but he is maintaining pace.
As we can see, it's still Matt Laster leading Adam Phillips and Paul McElree, 1, 2, 3, coming into our, I believe this is our 5th lap this time by.
Yep, Matt Laster runs a little bit wide there. Watch out there, getting into the paint. Good thing we have that new extension there, but that puts Adam Phillips right on top of his bumper, gives him a little shove through turn 1, but it's still a 4-kart battle here for any position that they can possibly take. Sun's starting to come back out. It might start heating the track up a little bit, and that'll change things significantly if the track temperature changes drastically.
Yeah, currently it's still sitting at 90 degrees, so with the track being a little bit clouded and shaded there for a little bit, probably knocked it down to what, 128, 130?
Yeah.
Compared to what, 140 it was probably earlier?
Well, yesterday it was almost 160.
Oh, jeez.
And that's the point where the tire's just melting. It really, rubber really suffers. You know, the thing about these Vega Reds is that they have a lot more rubber in them than polymer, and so they act very, very differently. They're extremely soft. And it's a 1-2-3 battle still with Matt Lassiter solidly out in front. He seems to go through these corners here, 16 and 17 complex and gaps a little bit, and then Adam Phillips and Paul McElree start working together, and they're all in the draft at this point. Austin Gargis is about 8 kart lengths behind. And hopefully it doesn't start tightening up for Matt Lassiter. Matt Lassiter's been struggling with that a little bit in his Praga. And if that happens, Adam Phillips could very easily take advantage of that tightness. But the good thing is here is that we're now going into the 7th lap. We're going to see some maneuvering starting to happen here. Matt Laster still has a solid edge here, with now Ian Drennan falling just slightly behind, but it's 1, 2, 3 nose to tail as they head through David's Bend, turn 14, going into the 16-17 complex. Matt Laster still out in front. There's a little bit of a late break there. He doesn't run wide. The other two run just a slight bit wide. And they're starting to pull away from Ian Drennan, but you don't necessarily count Ian Drennan out. Paul McElree with a little bit of a bobble there. Ian Drennan down to the inside of Paul McElree. Is he going to make it stick? Paul McElree and Ian Drennan side by side going up the hill and through turn 3. This is really a drag race at this point, and Ian Drennan gets Paul McElree, moves him back to 4th. Paul McElree right back to the inside in turn 4. Ooh. And he falls back in line through the kink, decides not to mow the lawn like the KA100 Junior race. But all that battle, look at that. Now we've got 15 kart lengths between the first two, Matt Lassiter and Adam Phillips. A huge lead at this point because they really started to battle it out, but they will make this up a little bit. Paul McElree doesn't seem to be too happy. He's on the inside. Ian Drennan's going to defend a little bit. Now Paul McElree to the inside through Davis Bend and sticks it. Paul McElree now back into 3rd place, gets by Ian Drennan. Going into turn 16, you see now they've gotten the 2x2 at this point. Austin Gargis still exactly the same position that he was in as far as spacing is concerned from this secondary pack. And Adam Phillips and Matt Laster are just starting to really pull away. They rubber band back up a little bit through turn 2. But as these guys started to really battle together, wow, that really shows you that you really spend a lot of that momentum cash when you start racing. 4 laps to go?
4 laps remaining. You got Matt Laster still leading the charge. Adam
and look
Phillips.
How far they are ahead now. 15 kart lengths ahead on the back stretch.
Paul McElree is in 3rd, Ian Drennan 4th, Austin Gargis in 5th, Leon Robertson 6th, Grant Lockwood 7th, Camilo Ortiz in 8th, Troy Wilson in 9th, Flip Davis in 10th, Devin Knight in 11th, Aaron Putnam in 12th, David Fusco in 13th, Danny May 14th, Chris Collette in 15th, Zach Thomas 16th, Frank Baldozer 17th, Frank Ball in 18th, and Jeff Griffin in 19th, rounding out the field.
Wow, I wonder what happened back there with Frank. Frank Ball did really well. He was 2nd place in the pre-final there with David Fusco, and Dave Fusco has a commanding lead there in LO206 Legends, the 55 and up Walker Brigade class.
I think They got the AARP cards.
Yes, they do. They've earned their AARP card, and they're going to have to use it after this race. It is hot. It is tired. These guys are starting to get tired, and that's where you start seeing mistakes being made. But look at this pull away here. Adam Phillips and Matt Lassiter, not necessarily in that order. Matt Lassiter out in first place, but I'm doing it in alphabetical. I don't know why I do that, but I do. So Adam Phillips is right on the tail of Matt Lassiter here through the S's, down in the base center of the track, and Paul McElroy starting to pull ahead just a little bit. But, he still hasn't lost the draft with the other two, so he might be able to suck back up here doing some late braking in that Coyote chassis.
We do have one kart that's way off pace that might interfere with these last couple laps that they're coming up on rather quickly.
And who is that?
I believe that would be Frank Ball, who is in the Legends division. Jeff Griffin is actually off track. He is 8 laps down.
Okay. Well, look at this. Paul McElroy is caught back up to Adam Phillips when he's starting to make a challenge here on the outside of turn 3. Is he going to do an over-under? No, he's going to fall back in line. Adam Phillips seems to be tightening up just a little bit here. He's starting to lose some ground on Matt Lassiter. Matt Lassiter is just pulled about 3 kart lengths away. Paul McElroy about 3 kart lengths behind Adam Phillips now. So they did not maintain that commanding lead that they had as Ian Drennan and Paul McElroy battled it out for 3rd and 4th position.
We missed it, but that was 2 laps to go. So this time by is going to be the white flag going to be displayed for Matt Lassiter, Adam Phillips, and Paul McElroy.
So let's see if Paul McElroy and Adam Phillips are going to make a maneuver here. It looks like Adam just kind of doing what I call the lazy brake. He's being really, really smooth, and he's not trying to overdrive the kart through the corners, but he's going to use that momentum to catch back up right here. Is he going to try for something in turn 2? Paul McElroy is going down into turn 2, but decides think a little bit better of it.
The white flag has already been displayed as they're entering turn 3. Matt Lassiter still is holding off Adam Phillips and Paul McElroy.
Adam Phillips goes to the outside. Is he going to try a crossover? Not through turn 4. No way. The only place he's going to have to challenge here is try and get a run on him, and he's going to have to defend from Paul McElroy as well. Is he going to manage to do it? Adam Phillips to the outside. Going to be a drag race to the finish. Is he going to under him? Nope. He's going to maintain that 2nd position there through the S's.
Seemed like Matt predicted where he was going to go.
He sure did. Matt got defensive on that one. But
there we go. He took a little peek back there.
Little peek over his shoulder.
There's a trend. Oh, no.
Matt Lassiter all of a sudden loses position. He lost focus there, and he gets shuffled back to 3rd. Is he going to get shuffled back to 4th? Is Adam Phillips back out? Matt Lassiter, unfortunately. Austin Gargis going by him. Boy, I wonder what happened there. It's almost like something went terribly wrong with this kart. Wow. Ian Drennan's first podium here in a real twisted turn of events.
That was a doozy right there at the end.
You thought he had it, and all of a sudden, bam.
So across the line as they crossed, Adam Phillips, Paul McElroy, Ian Drennan, Matt Lassiter, Austin Gargis, Leon Robertson, Grant Lockwood, Camilo Ortez, Flip Davis, Troy Wilson, David Fusco, Aaron Putnam, Danny May.
And just like in public karting, Matt Lassiter got around him after the finish line.
Let's take a look at this.
He's 3rd onto the pit road.
Here's the replay right here. Matt Lassiter here out in front goes to the inside to defend.
I don't know what happened.
And something goes terribly wrong here.
It's like he almost had a misfire of some sort.
Something went terribly. He just lost all of his momentum doing that, and then he hit the curb, and that's how Ian Drennan got by him. And they're just side by side. He's trying to get it. Not going to happen. Austin Gargis goes to the inside, but Matt's going to keep his foot in it there, and he's got some momentum because he was on the outside of that corner. And look at that. Ian with his hands up in the air. Very sad to see Matt just kind of fall off there.
We're going to have to get Mahita to get with Matt and ask him what happened there.
That was a tough break for Matt Lassiter, that's for sure.
So again, your podium, Adam Phillips, Paul McElroy, and Ian Drennan. And then when we go down to it just changed.
Yeah, you saw Garges there at the end, too. He saw that door open wide open.
Yep.
He was seeing 5th the podium there. He thought about it.
He went for it, but unfortunately he was so far on the inside, he pinched off a lot of speed where Matt Lassiter was able to get around that outside and carry that momentum, and it carried him forward. So
I wonder what happened. Did he
I
just
have no
roll a
idea.
tire? Did he
no
did
telling.
something? Like,
Tire
it
might
looked
have gone down on him. I have no idea. He's kind of looking around
Yeah,
there at his cart. What happened? Because it was drastic and it was sudden.
Looks like we're already hearing the tag cadet tag.
It was
Ricky's
almost like he
firing
lost
up.
a chain, but
That's what I thought happened initially.
Because he pulled off to the inside,
Yeah.
but then he was back on.
Yeah,
back on the throttle.
he was trying to defend. Is what he was trying to do, and he could have had a clutch problem. Could have been a number of things. But here we are in our tag cadet rookie class, guys. I'm going to bid you adieu. I'll be back up for senior.
Sweet.
Talk with these guys down here on the podium.
All right, Steve. What did I miss?
You missed everything.
I just got up here. I've been running around all day.
You've missed 10,000 jokes of.
How many Days of Thunder references did I miss?
None, actually.
Oh well,
good.
So we're ready to go, Harry.
Well, actually, one, the ice cream. You know, nobody's hit the pace car yet, but when they do, I'll make sure to let them know that they've hit everything else besides the pace cars. So go out there and hit the pace car. You're missing a spot on your cart.
Uh-oh. And looks like they're getting the two groups together right now for Tag Cadet and Tag Rookie. That is your 4 Tag Cadets up front and your 6 Tag Rookies in that second pack. So they're going to do one lap around. Looks like we got all 4 guys down there. Mahita, yeah, let's go ahead and take it away. We're about to get this next race underway, but you got it.
Yeah, I have everyone down here. It was a crazy, crazy race. Last couple of laps, could you just guys tell me, like, what went through your mind? I mean, I know you guys were working together earlier, but you were like, I want first, I want to win today.
Yeah, this is essentially Cheers on wheels is what's going on here. Everybody knows each other's name. But, yeah, honestly, I think with these guys, we went in all sun conditions during the pre-final. And then we were chasing clouds out there. Like, I need a bit of shade I could find. It wasn't just for the heat. I needed the traction. But those last 2 laps, Paul said, hey, it lit him up. So he came on strong. I felt it. And I was prepared to drag race Matt. And I was like, hey, let's do this. And he did a move that I would have done too, slide over. Paul gave me the bump. I'm like, oh, we're going now. Okay.
And, yeah, the viewers, I think they want to know what happened with Matt, what happened those last couple of laps.
Yeah, I mean, basically, maybe every lap before that, they were just nailing me about come up that hill right there, right? So I knew that if I didn't make some sort of move to protect it, they were either going to come up the inside. I figured, make them go around the outside, but, man, they just came with the full head of steam and blew right, all 3 of them just blew right by me. So couldn't. No, he pipped me at the end. Yeah. Well, you can't hear anything anyway. But that's what happened.
Congratulations on the podium. How do you feel about that?
Obviously very excited, first one, but it's because of these guys. They're fun to race with, they're fun to work with. It's a good time, and I'm sure they'll be gunning next time.
All right, thank you guys so much for joining me here today in great race, and we'll hand it back over to y'all.
All right, thank you, Mahita. We're back up here in the booth. Lap 1 in the books here with this Tag Cadet, Tag Rookie final race. We are 1 lap into this 12-lap contest right now. Callan Berghofer is your leader right now, fighting off Cayenne Air and Arthur Nahapedian right now. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the Tag Cadet. Just behind them, out of frame, is your Tag Rookie division right now. Bo Stowers leads that pack. Mateus Guzman is in second, George Cruz in third, and Nazar Martinenko is in fourth right now.
Will, you've missed so much. Just all the action we've seen today. We even got the crowd fired up out here.
Nice.
That's something we usually don't get to do because, we do have a lot of people that attend the races in person, but it's always nice to actually hear the crowd up and going.
Well, I'm just happy to be inside and in the air conditioning right now. So
you're probably saying thank
God. It sounds
God.
like I'm catching my breath because I've been running around all day.
Yeah, he's got 2 layers of sweat on him, so he's been outside.
I am, saltier in the Red Sea right now. But still fun to be up here calling these races. Always get excited when we get a good kart race going on. And right now, these Tag Cadets are spreading out a little bit, starting to thin out. It looks like our closest match on track is the battle for 8th and 9th, actually, all the way in the back. Grayson Wyatt and Ryan Dahoney right now. Those 2 drivers are less than 0.3 of a second off of each other right now. That's in the Tag Rookie. Those guys are battling it out for 4th and 5th. But right now, Callan Berghofer, third lap, third fastest lap of the race. He keeps getting that lap time down each time by. And he is almost a full second faster than Cayenne Air that last time. So he is just out for a Sunday drive right now, putting laps in and putting space between him and second place. You can see him all the way up there as he is taking off down that long back straightaway. This is the fastest part on track into that heavy braking zone. This is the place where, you know, we're up at the main building during the week. You know, we see all the public cars just go.
Send it straight through the grass.
Yeah, we call that safari.
Does it get music when you like enter the grass? Does it
Well,
change?
no, when you go off in the stripes, it plays the Invincible music from Mario Kart. You know,
okay.
you know, when you get a speed boost. That's.
Do you get a star too?
Yeah.
You have to jump?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I mean, we shouldn't be saying this on air. That's,
No.
it's a trade secret.
Yeah, that's how they're so fast.
Yes.
55-mile-an-hour karting turns into 150-mile-an-hour karting.
Well, that's when, you know, you get done karting with your friends and they've all clearly beaten you, but you have that one lap time that's 3 seconds faster than everybody else.
You're like,
yeah.
Look what I did.
Ran a smoker. Got a flyer in. And right now, whoa, look at that, getting a little wide there. Cayenne Air sliding that thing. Actually, that might have been third place. That might have been Arthur. That might have been Arthur. Yeah, because there's first place all the way up there. And, oh, we got a kart around right now in turn 9. That looks like a tag rookie.
He's kind of right there in
that's
sort of the racing line.
Danger close, but, hey, good on everybody else for getting around him safely
That was
as he's able to get back
Guzman,
underway.
I think. Possibly. I can't tell who that was. It looked like a 350. Could have been a 35. I can't tell.
Well,
Yep, that's 350.
Smart on him to wait for traffic to pass before trying to re-enter and get moving again.
That's Mateus Guzman that's spun out there in the S's. He has continued on.
One of the big differences you see between kart racing and public kart racing, because in those public karts, they'll just go right back. They don't care. They'll spin out in the middle of the track and then keep going. They'll have 25 people behind them. But right now, that is the 126 of Callan Berghofer you were looking at on your screen, off to a commanding lead right now. We are almost at the halfway point. They will get the halfway next time past the stripe, as your leader, Callan Berghofer, makes his way through the S's into turn 13 here, into my favorite turn, that big blind sweeper, 14. And Callan, he's a force to be reckoned with.
He definitely is. He's
It'll be interesting
commanding
to see him once
this
he
track
moves
right
up.
now.
It's going to be fun to follow his progression.
I think it's time for him to go ahead and move up. I'm going to be completely honest. He's dominated this division. See what he can do.
That's what we've seen happen with Alyssa in
Yeah,
LOs.
she
went
dominated.
from juniors to seniors, and now it's great seeing her back up.
Now, yeah, I mean, she's starting, what, second, third in the final? Starting on the front row. It's amazing to see that progression within, what, half a season?
Yeah. And honestly, seeing all these guys, like Arthur Notapedian, when he started here, he was doing the little Comer kid cards.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in
his
kid
dad
cards.
coming up and ribbing me about mispronouncing his name.
I'm trying to remember which driver it was.
But
that
he,
used to-
Arthur kept winning, so I got a lot of practice.
I think it was Mateus Prates when they first started back, what, 5 or 6 years ago? Well, man, that might have been here longer than that. That was when I was.
That was back when you were still.
That was
working
when
here.
I was still working here. And it's hard to believe it's been that long.
Yeah, time doesn't stop. You imagine you'd be married in the booth announcing.
No, I
this
didn't
many
think
years later.
No. Did not think that I would be at this point in my career.
Well, that's the joy of racing. It brings people together. Brought us together, Steve.
Yeah, it did.
We're
it
having
did.
a good time.
We're having a good time. We've got a lot of cool things that we got working in the shadows. Lurking in the shadows.
Yes, yes. And you know who's really having a good time right now? Callan Berghofer.
Yep.
He is up to almost a 6-second lead right now over Cayenne Air. And Cayenne's got a pretty decent gap right now. He's your second place driver, and he has about a 4-second gap over third place Arthur Nahapedian. And
I mean, that's almost a whole second difference between
Yes.
fastest lap time.
And then you've got 2 seconds from him back to Roland Smith in fourth, and that is your 1, 2, 3, 4 for Tag Cadet. The other race that we're running right now is the Tag Rookie Division just behind these guys. Bo Stowers, he is your current race leader, and he has a really solid lead of Actually, no, he's about 8. Actually, he actually has a bigger lead than Cayenne Air right now, so he's 8.2 seconds.
Yes.
Ahead of George Cruz.
Well, we got a little bit of bumping action drafting going on, which is something you don't really see in this division. That's a little unusual.
Well, you see it in the upper divisions, but with the kids, there's usually the skill gap, for the kids that are good versus the kids that are just getting started. And that's why you'll see some 8-9 second gaps.
Yeah, these guys are definitely
a little bumping and rubbing right now.
I think Grayson Waite, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, he probably needs a blue flag there because he's kind of – actually, no, I'm sorry, he doesn't. He's actually holding off. I think that's Ryan Dehoney and Mateus Guzman directly behind him.
That's the battle we're watching right now as they're about to
hit
the stripe.
Yep.
So that's actually Callan Berghofer trying to get past Ryan Dehoney and Mateus Guzman. Right? Actually, no, that's Grayson Wyatt and Ryan Dehoney.
Yeah, battling, trying to get around
and
Guzman.
It looks like Berghofer was successfully able to get past them.
Every time I hear one of those carts go by, I think of a ticked-off bumblebee.
Well, we did get that mic very down trackside. I got that audio mic
on
right
the track.
On there, yeah. You could.
Can it feel the track?
I'm surprised none of the carters have gone down there and started making racing noises, but because I was very tempted to do that during the race earlier.
Boom, 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 boom,
zoom,
boom.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
Fast car, fast car, fast car.
I've always wanted to be that guy.
But I
could just come up in the booth and put the headset on.
Yeah, it'd actually do it. Popsicle sticks in the air. Callan Berghofer, 2 to go. Commanding lead.
And he has put Grayson Wyatt and Ryan Dehoney a lap down, currently trying to reel in Nazar Martinenko. But he has got a little ways to go. And it looks like Cayenne Air has caught up to Wyatt and Dehoney. So he's going to have to fight through a little bit of traffic these last 2 laps. And Berghofer making his way through the S's for the second to last time. And here's that rear pack, Cayenne Air there in front, just getting around Wyatt and Dehoney. As they're making their way through turn 14.
He got really wide right there.
He's swinging it out. I mean, that track's getting hot. Those tires are definitely, as the race goes on, they're getting hot. They're not gripping as well.
I wonder if he knows he can let up a little bit because he does have a very sizable lead.
I'm sure he does, but whether he wants to?
Yeah, no, probably not. He's just going to send it.
I'm sure you would see some of the older guys doing it to maybe save on the cart a little bit, but not the kids. I don't think they care.
Nah. Gas pedal means go faster.
Drive it like they stole it from the green flag to the checkered. And sometimes under yellow.
Yes, sometimes under red. For me, that just is another color that I can't see.
Well, it's like whenever they wave off a start, you see the one kid missed it and just shoots off because he's ready to go. He's so hyped up.
Looks like we're going to get prepared for the checkered flag for Callan Berghofer as he rounds the last couple corners here.
And that should be as Martinenko taking the white.
He's just kind of swerving back and forth. He kind of just let go of the wheel and just ran
to give
with
you
it.
An idea of the sheer gap right there. Second place, Cayenne Air now coming past. And it looks like Nahapedian was able to get past Dehoney and Wyatt as well. But that will be your 1, 2, 3, Callan Berghofer, Cayenne Air, and Arthur Nahapedian. Roland Smith will round out your field for the Tag Cadet as we are waiting for Bo Stowers to come across the line. He is currently your leader with about a 12-second gap right now over second place George Cruz in the Tag Rookie Division. And we are still waiting on them to come by, about a 36-second gap from the last place of Tag Cadet to the first place of Tag Rookie, but that's because we did do a split start. And Stowers goes by, Cruz goes by, so that will lock in first and second for Tag Rookie. And then there goes Nazar Martinenko by, and that will lock him in for third, although this is unofficial results. The drivers do have to make their way past the scales and past Tech. And I know with these 2 strokes, they will be popping the exhaust off, checking that fuel blend, making sure These guys are running what they're supposed to, checking tire compounds, checking fuel, and most importantly, checking the weight. You know, I was joking. Steve's not here for me to tell a joke, but we were joking earlier about what a shame it would be to get DQ'd because you eat a big breakfast and you go take a big bathroom break at lunch and you end up being a couple pounds light when you go across the line during your tech.
We talking about bathroom things?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah. Yeah,
Speaking of failing tech because you go to a bathroom break at the wrong time.
Oh, yeah.
You don't add the extra weight back to your car.
Yeah, yeah. That'd be bad.
I'm sure it's happened before, but it looks like we have got a happy Callan Berghofer down there with Mahita. Mahita, go ahead, take it away.
Yes, I have Callan here with me today. So you took a pretty clean lead in the. Oh, you took a pretty good lead. Oh. Can you hear me now? Just take it off and you can talk in the mic. Okay, you took a pretty clean lead in the beginning. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the race overall?
So overall, for the first couple of laps, we all battled. I helped Arthur get first on the first corner. Hopefully, they had a good battle and stayed up with him. And also, I tried pushing my micro friend, tried to give him a little advantage, but yeah.
All right, congratulations on the win, and thanks for coming to talk to me. Have a good day. Back to y'all.
All right, thank you, Mahita. And it looks like we're about to get underway. Nope, they're going to wave this one off. KA100 Senior right now.
You know, we're starting to gear up to our big final of the day.
The Mayhem, or no, LO206 is a Mayhem. Is that what I heard you calling it?
Yes. Well, there's the Masters of Mayhem and just the Mayhem.
And then there's just Mayhem.
There's just straight Mayhem.
Where's the Allstate guy? We need, or is it
no,
State Farm? Who's the
it's
Mayhem?
Allstate.
It's Allstate? Yeah,
Allstate.
That's what we need out here to sponsor that class.
You know, speaking
So if you're an Allstate agent,
yeah.
you're listening.
Yeah.
We want you.
Green flag is out as Daniel Perez gets a great jump.
And he will lead your field diving into turn 2. Whoa, we got someone
somebody
off pace.
Way off pace there.
He might have wiggled, just needs to get the RPMs back up. Might not be a full mechanical.
Yeah, I don't see him down there in the bottom of turn 2. But Danny Perez is already off to the races. See what I did there?
He is racing away with this one, Steve.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
As they make their way through the S's, you got looks like the battle for third is really heating up right now between Michael Succo and Alexander Lozano. Geez, I'm about to butcher that one.
I've been butchering names all day. It's okay. Again, if we butcher names, please come to the broadcast booth. Let us know how to pronounce the names.
Ask for Stephen Newbold directly.
Yeah, ask for me directly. I will make sure that I pronounce your name incorrectly at least 4 more times. And then I'll get it right.
And right now, look at that. Pass for third, or pass for second.
Pass for fourth.
2 passes. I look like Succo getting around Siminoff, and Siminoff getting around Lozano, because we got Martin Siminoff and we've got Theodore Siminoff racing in this one. We're going to have to see as they get past the stripe.
A double Siminoff?
That was a 2-for-1 special right there. One Siminoff going up, one Siminoff going down, so we'll have to see how that shakes up as they get past the line, although it looks like a red driver's suit in second, so I'm pretty sure that's Theodore up there.
Yeah, that's Theodore.
So he must have gotten the spot back. I must have missed that. Because Succo went diving into that turn. And there goes Perez past the stripe. There goes Succo. Nope, that was Succo. Got around Siminoff.
Oh, okay.
That is Succo in the red driver's suit. Or no, I'm on crack. That is that's him. But there's
whoa.
Siminoff getting past again.
There's so many driver suits that look like they're red. I can't tell.
Well, we are in Bulldog territory, so
Ew.
I would not be surprised if a lot of
Ew.
Yeah, ew.
Ew.
I don't know if you heard me earlier when y'all were talking about the Bulldogs. I was in the back going, "Go Dogs!"
No, I didn't hear that. You know, it's weird being not a Georgia sports fan living in Georgia.
Yeah, don't get me started on you, Steve.
Yeah. I'm not a bandwagoner, I swear. It's just where my family's from.
I just love the Yankees, the Bruins, the Red Sox.
No. God, no. Don't ever put me in a category of as a Red Sox
The
fan.
1998 Denver Broncos, yes.
No.
Yeah,
Who's your
there
daddy?
could be some Falcon fans come up here. A little upset about that one.
Ooh. Falcons be upset. That's like every season, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, anytime John Elway comes into town and has his way with you. But
Speaking of having his
having
way.
their way, yeah, Daniel Perez right now having his way with the KA100 senior class.
You can say he's BK. He's going to have it your way.
Although he is not, since the field has shaken up a little bit, because look at that, Suko is still hot on his tail, almost at a second gap, but normally we're used to seeing Danny Perez with about a 10-second gap.
16 seconds is what it was earlier.
Yeah, usually by lap 3 or 4, he's usually about half a lap ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
So. But right now we are watching this gaggle of karts just behind Michael Suko. This is the battle for third place. Theodore Siminoff currently leading that pack of karts right now. Martin Siminoff just behind him. Actually, nope, they traded spots. So that was Martin Siminoff getting around Theodore, so he is currently your third place driver.
Now, are they brothers?
Right now, we'll have to ask him.
I don't know. I've always wondered.
Well, right now, Martin Siminoff is your hard charger. He is up 4 spots from the start of the race. It says Suko's up 6 spots and Perez is up 6, but they were both starting 1-2. And I know Martin was all the way off in the back, so he is definitely your hard charger right now, getting his way up to third. And it looks like Mahida's got somebody down there. Who do you got, Mahida?
Here with Bo, who got first at the Micro Swift. So, Bo, could you just tell me a little bit about your race real quick?
I got kind of worried on the start. When I pulled beside George, he was really close to my tire before we went in the turn, and I thought I was going to wreck.
Well, thank you for coming and talking to me, and congratulations on the win. Back to y'all.
All right. Thank you, Mahida, and thank you, Bo. Congratulations on the win. And right now we are watching the KA100 Senior Division. Daniel Perez is leading the field right now. We've got an 8-kart battle going on right now. This KA100 Senior, I'd say this is, I know shifters are at the top, but this is probably what we would consider second from the top, because you've got the tags in terms of the most competitive division, and then I would say LO seniors, and then probably KA100 seniors as well. And I would say 100 seniors are probably a little bit more competitive just because they're faster cars. There's a little bit more of a learning curve. More room for you to make drastic mistakes. But these are some of the top dogs out here right now. And, they're making it look easy, but these KA100s, it's like hopping on a bull. When those things hit their power band, they take off and go.
Somebody that's not here today that rides bulls, that's actually one of my photographers, Mitchell Bell. He'll be with us tomorrow at Lanier.
Oh, nice.
So.
Speaking of bulls, my wife is at home watching right now. No, I'm just watching the kid without me. So thank you, sweetie, for allowing me to be here right now. Hopefully she's tuning in.
Well,
probably just tuned out.
My wife's at work.
Don't have kids.
Not in this economy.
But speaking of kids, an awesome thing out here at AMP is watching the growth of our kid carts, our cadets. The lower levels really growing up. The fact that we've got to split out the kids and the comers, that's awesome to see.
Yes.
That means we got some racers coming up, and these younger divisions like the Micro Swift and the Junior KAs, like we're going to start seeing some more drivers in those fields, and there's going to be some really exciting races coming down.
Looks like we got an incident there. I don't know if he let out the throttle, swung that wide or what, but I'm not sure which driver that is.
He's back on power now. He checked that up.
Was that the 33? So that would be
That's
Theodore. I don't know what happened there. He was running hard and charging up through the field, and all of a sudden he just kind of stepped off to the right and let some drivers go past him.
And right now this is the battle for third, fourth, and fifth. And that looks like Suko catching up to Daniel Perez.
That's kind of a weird statement.
I wonder if Danny even knows he's back there.
No, I think he's just cruising.
It's kind of like that scene from the original Avatar, with the Tarak Makto, when he never looks up, he's the top dog. I wonder if that's what's going on right now. Because Suko is reeling him in. Look at this. It's only a matter of time. He's going to be on his bumper, and then he's going to know he's back there. And let's see. These laps are winding down. It's going to be 3 to go this time by. Oh, there he looked. He knows he's there now.
He's like, oh boy.
What is this?
Throttle.
Player 2 has entered the
chat.
battle. Yeah.
It's one of those you didn't know he had a mic, and all of a sudden it's a hot mic.
Yeah, and it's going to be a hot couple of laps here.
Because he went, oh,
because he has been like a surgeon, just carving off a 1/10 of a second.
But look at Suko closing the gap.
Oh no, this is going to be a slugfest these last 2 laps. This is what racing's about right here, folks. As they make their way through the S, as Suko looks to the inside, dips back to the outside, running single file with Perez right now as they're making their way through turn 14.
Looks like Suko's going to
on
get to his outside.
Bumper. Oh, he's going to the inside. He's making the move. And he gets in him. Are we going to get an over-under? Yes. Crossover action. Our first blow is getting traded right now.
2 laps to go. Popsicle
to go.
in the air. Perez and Suko are starting to put on a show now.
Yeah, Suko, they guess what? I'm here. As they make their way up the hill there at turn 2 into turn 3. I wonder if it's going to get Danny a little off-center right now.
Suko said, I didn't hear no bell.
Sure, let's see if I can call race control. Let this one go on for a little bit longer. Yeah. Oh, there goes Suko again to the inside. He's going to race him into the braking zone. Gets a little wiggle, another crossover. And Perez runs the line and gets back in front of him.
I wonder if they're listening to the broadcast.
I hope they are. Yeah, hey, wave if you can hear us.
I saw a hand.
As they make their way through 14, Suko looking to the outside. Thought about it. Perez making a little bit of a defensive move there. Cuts him off. Hangs on that outside line. They're going to be single file as they cross the line. 1 lap to go. Oh, man, Steve, anything can happen here right now. Suko hot on Perez's bumper as they crest the hill diving into turn 2. They are racing back up the hill right now. Suko looking like he's got a little bit of a run coming on the hill. He's going to try and set him up here.
Suko's going to set him up and challenge him into the S's. I can already tell.
He's going to be hot on him coming down the back straightaway.
It's going to be a lot of late braking coming into the S's.
He's going to run him again to the outside, and he gets it. And he's not even going to have to race him into the braking zone.
Hold up.
There's
he might get him in the crossover.
No. Oh. He's got it. He got around him clean. Oh, man. Let's see. Does Perez have anything in store? Suko made that look easy.
Yeah,
he just went right around the outside. The catch me outside.
How about that?
He gets it. Oh, here goes Perez to the outside. Dips it to the inside. Oh, they're going to be side by side. Perez gets him. He's got a kart linked ahead of him. Oh, Suko trying to hump it across the line, but can't do it.
Perez with the victory.
Danny Perez. I think he did that intentionally.
I think so, too.
That's how I know he's listening to the broadcast. He was waiting for the cash me outside reference. He's like, all right, we got it, and I'm going. And, man, he said, nobody's going to do that to me.
Is that his code word?
Yeah. And look at that. Suko, this is the first one Suko went in. Got him with the over-under. Crossover, Perez gets back out in front. Next lap, Suko goes again, gets around clean on the outside, closes the door, and I think Perez was just waiting. He had that saved. He was getting him every single time. I think Suko got a little too excited there.
I really want to know what their heart rates are.
Yeah. And, if that straightaway had been another 100 yards, Suko might have actually beat him in the drag race.
Yeah.
Because he had the taller gear. You could see him getting it on the back straightaway. But, man, that was an exciting couple laps. I almost wish they had just let those two split start.
See how it finished.
Because I'm pretty sure if Suko had not been caught up in traffic during those opening laps, we would have gotten to see that for 12 straight laps.
Yes. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
And, man, that was I'm awake now.
You're awake? You sure? Okay.
That got my blood going. That was fun. That was some exciting racing. And so awesome to watch those guys. Happy for Danny to get another victory under the belt there, and more happy to see Suko up there giving Danny a run for his money.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Always great to see those two battle it out.
And they are sitting there waiting at the tech tent to see if we can make this one official.
Yep.
These results are unofficial, so don't be surprised if the driver's name does change at the podiums, because we do have a pretty stringent tech process here. Helps keep things competitive, keep all the riffraff down, make sure everybody is nice and in line with the rules. We've had a couple already today. I know one guy got DQ'd for weight, so they're not going to be happy at the podium. But I know somebody that is going to be happy, and that is Mr. Danny Perez right there. So, Mahita Take it away.
Yes, I have Danny Perez with me. Congratulations on the win. That was a lot last lap, lots of battles, interesting. Just talk me through what was going on in your mind and how'd you know what to do to get the win.
You know, I love the race. It's always fun to have a partner to just go fighting. I loved the last 3 laps. They were just passing, going. Had to think a lot because the whole race I felt like the engine was not at its best point. Something happened. I lost a lot of straight, and I realized Christian, he's a great driver, a lot of experience too. So I knew I had to figure it out a plan just to wait for the last lap, last moment, and I executed and it worked out. I didn't know how.
Yeah, that was amazing. Congratulations on the win again. Thanks for talking to me, and back up to y'all.
All right. Thank you, Mahita. And for me, that was the most exciting race of the day.
Oh no, that's not the most exciting race of the day.
That was also the first one I got to call today.
The first
so
one you get to fully call all the way through. You got to wait for these LO2s to come out.
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to the LO206 Senior race. That is always the highlight of every kart track race day. Anytime you get to see that many
30 carts
on
beating
track,
the crap out of each other. Oh yeah.
Man, I wish you'd have been up here for the CK&A event, man.
I was.
Were you?
I was here Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, yeah, maybe you were. Oh, yeah, you were doing pit road.
Yep, I was down there. I got thrown down there.
Yeah.
I was replaced by their announcer.
The action all weekend for the CK&A was insane, and that's what I love about 4-stroke racing because they can't get away from each other.
No,
they're there. It's like, you're stuck in here with me, buddy. Or what's the Warshak line? You're not locked in here with me. I'm locked in here with you,
or something like that. Yeah.
And that's LO206. It's cage fighting at its finest, and love to watch that racing. And speaking of racing, who do we got coming up on the schedule? Looks like we got Shifters up next.
The Shifters again. We're
got
calling out Sean.
Yep, Sean Hayes.
Calling out Sean.
Jim Machad up front. Jim in accounting.
Yeah, Jim in accounting.
Jeremy Porter. Come on, we know y'all are here. We need to get some more shifters out here.
Now, hopefully y'all are still up front watching it.
Did Porter Aiken get out there on one? Heck, I might even get out there in one.
There's no way I'm getting out there in one.
It would.
I've done a K
I would,
one
I
time.
would go out there as the pace car. or the off pace car would be my name. Yeah.
All right, look, I'll do it in a Hellcat. You do it in a shifter.
Hey, and I see Lucas up there on the balcony. He needs to get in one too. I think all 3 of us. We got the thick boys in the back.
I've never done a shifter kart before. I've done a KA.
I've never done one on race day before. I've done the kart school's fun, and I can't even hang on to those dang KA 100s. Those things.
KAs are fun.
Whew. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's roll it. No,
we can't hear you at all, Mikey. The voice of God in our head can't hear anything he's saying.
So we've got an interview lined up for you. Oh, well then let's roll it. This is your lead-in. Let's roll the video.
Oh, look at that fade. Well, we are back, and it sounds like the shifters are on track getting their warm-up lap in. Again, we got Oz Cheek out there, Oz Cheek the 4th, and Sean Hayes. And we still don't see Jeremy Porter or Jim out there quite yet. So hopefully they're getting suited up. Hopefully they hear us. We would love to see it. It's probably not going to happen today, but maybe for the finale.
Yeah, we can get them out here. I mean, they've been out here before. We saw Jeremy was out here at the start of the year. Sean's been out here every race this year. He actually took that shifter to the autocross event at the start of the year. That was cool. He set an FTD in that. And I haven't seen Jim out here yet. We keep talking to him in the office. He's like, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. Well, we're calling you out. We're going to get him out here. But
you're going to make it today.
The last couple races of the season, we'll be excited because that is part of the point series that Oz Tech that they are sponsoring with Body Symmetry. the shifter cart shootout where they put the prize money on the line. But they typically do the first 2 races and the last 2 races of the season. And also we'll have another crossover event with the Georgia Karting Association as well, and that'll bring a couple extra guys out of the woodworks. And right now it looks like Oz Cheek getting the whole shot there. Bam, he is off. And whoa, that looks like Oz Cheek the 4th catching a little bit of a curb there. Got that cart a little off-centered and rounding
cheek
out.
To cheek.
Yeah, cheek to cheek. And rounding out your field of 3 right now, Sean Hayes. And he gets that cart underway as well. And look at that. They're already shooting off, man. These guys are so fast out there.
How fast do you think they're going?
They're easily hitting 90-plus by the end of that straightaway.
I guess at least a mile an hour.
Yes.
At least.
Yes.
At least 1.
And they are, what were you, $1, Bob?
1. $1, $2, 2, 3. Start an auction up here.
Let's find out what your showcase showdown is. And,
5.
Yes.
If you want more of Steve and Will,
yeah, tune in for our extended podcast. Actually, if you like what you're listening to, we'll be out at Lanier tomorrow covering the AXS Autocross Series, so that'll be fun. We were out there 2 months ago at Lanier covering the event. Had a good time. It's going to be a fun autocross event. That is the official autocross series of Atlanta Motorsports Park. We started it last year. Had a lot of success. Decided to take it on the road, so we were doing half of our events here at AMP and the other half of the events at Lanier. They've got their big downforce battle event going on tonight, and that'll lead into our AXS event tomorrow. So if you want to get an advantage and learn the track, you should definitely head out there tonight.
Yeah, they should be starting to open up the gates. What, they open up the gates about 5:30?
And speaking of nighttime,
oh, yeah, I was going to ask
we're only a matter of weeks away from getting these lights on, and we were going to be back at it with some nighttime public kart racing action. We are so excited for that.
I don't want nighttime public karting. Oh, I do. But
that'd be nighttime leagues, nighttime enduros.
No. I want nighttime LO206s in Mayhem.
That would be fun. And
that's what I
could
want.
Definitely do some of that. But right now, the zoning on the lights is just going to be for public karting. So we might be able to see it down the line with some race karts. But you know, the big goal was just to get them approved.
Yeah, get
them
the
built.
lights in general.
Yeah, just get them, because we've been out here for over 10 years, and we're just, it has been almost that long since we last ran a night race here. And we used to do the Night of the Headless Cartsman.
I did it.
And I know you were here when we did that.
I ran it.
And that was a lot of fun.
Terrifying.
Well, we just go get a bunch of Doosan generators with some lights attached to them and just crank them up in each turn.
The craziest thing was, see, is the backfire of the cart. You have that out of the exhaust. That was all you could see with the shaded visor on your helmet.
I have done some sundown driving out here, and it is a lot of fun. And the karts especially, they go quicker at night. That cooler air, they
love it.
On a rail. And speaking of on rails right now, Oz Cheek, we are 3 laps down. He just did a 50.056. Although not quick enough to be the fastest lap of the race, his son, Oz Cheek the 4th right now with a 50.055. Just 1/1000th of a second faster that last time by, which was actually the margin of victory last month in our LO206 Senior race, in the pre-final race. We had our closest finish ever.
Guns out.
Sun's out, guns out. Man, I'm feeling a little insecure. I might take my shirt off.
You know what? I'll do it too. Let's go.
I'll party up in the booth here.
There's a pool up there.
I was leaving the track last night, and I saw the engineering team was out celebrating. They just got done with their week of work here. The main track was closed all week for our annual year of maintenance. We typically time it right after the 4th of July, so that way we can get the track back in order after all the drifting. And that is, military calls it Hell Week. We call it the week after 4th of July. and that's when they get all the they get to get all that maintenance done because they have to. It takes a lot to keep this track going, and unfortunately for those guys, when the track's cold, they're busy.
Here we go.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Live on YouTube
and Facebook.
Maybe
Twitter.
But that's that's what the whole engineering team looked like. They're out there, shirts off, grilling, having a great time. And I just walked up. I was like, oh, I guess I'm overdressed.
Well, speaking of overdressed members, there is a
pool party right now.
There's a party.
Yeah, if you are hot and bothered and want to go get in the pool and cool off, We are having that member social up front right there.
And we're going to have announcers.
Maybe if you're not a member, if you're a racer and you want to go back there, just go hang out. We're having a good time. The member social going on right now. A lot of cool people up there. Speaking of cool people, look at the motorcycles on track. That's kind of cool.
I thought you were about to talk about me.
Oh,
speaking of cool people, let's talk about Mikey.
Yeah.
Mikey's doing
Producer
great.
Michael Lane over here on the computer is doing a great job. Makes it look easy, folks.
All the transitions, all the graphics.
The fade to blacks have been on point today.
Yes. As
oh, he got
good
him.
Transition.
He got him. He's over here brushing it off right now.
Ozcheek out in front with 6 laps to go. Ozcheek the 4th and 2nd, and Sean Hayes behind.
And that is your field of 3 right now for the shifter kart division. You know, that October race last year, we had 27 karts in this division when we had.
I remember that
when Marion was out here to set the track record.
Yes, that was
so cool.
Wild.
That many shifters on track. You thought it was a national level event.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we can get 30 this time.
And that's and the thing, that's the hard part with the shifter division is that's what they do. They follow national events.
Yeah.
So trying to get
every one of them.
Well, just trying to get a local group of guys together to run these. That's the struggle in of itself, because this is the pinnacle of kart racing. These are absolutely, these are one of the most complicated race machines you can get behind. Just the physics of them, how you operate them, just the pure physical specimen you have to be as a driver just to operate these things. I mean, I know if me and you were to hop in a shifter.
Oh, I'd die after 2 laps.
Well, the betting line would be, on how many laps we could physically make, not what the lap times are going to be. It would be just how many laps can they make before they pull off track.
Yeah, before I rip my
these
ribs
guys
out.
wear rib protection to help keep from breaking their ribs, because they are
G-forces.
literally ripping themselves in that seat so hard. They're pulling their arms and their elbows in that they need that protection to keep from cracking their own ribs. And that's how much force is in these karts. And as you can see, great speed shot here. We call this the kink cam down there at the bottom of the hill.
No association.
No association at all. Well, we always say get kinky, but you never go too wide in the kink.
Man.
No, that's one in the kink. Two, no, anyways, stop. I'm going to get us kicked off here. Here we are.
You're
not supposed to laugh at your own jokes. That's the, broadcasting 101. Here we go.
Yeah.
The Stephen Will podcast hour
has officially begun. 3 laps to go. Ozcheek still way out in front, followed by Ozcheek and Sean Hayes.
Well, he's about only a 5-second gap, so not bad, honestly, especially for these things. We watch these guys race it out every month. The Cheeks are obviously Oztech, big sponsor of the series, the sponsor of this class, and Body Symmetry as well. The two of them really have kind of helped keep shifter karts going here.
Yeah, we went through a time period there when we only had one.
And there was a few times where we didn't even run them at all. And
yeah, there was one time we had the guy that we called the Incredible Hulk that came out here. I don't know if you remember that driver. Purple cart, green driver suit. It was great.
Oh, that's awesome.
Old dude. This dude was definitely. There we go. Again, another shot of people out here on the paddock area.
Sun's out, guns out, baby. Working on tan lines. And right now, got a hand out. Maybe he's just resting that hand. That was Ozcheek the 4th coming up the hill.
Man, I can't believe that we're moving this fast today.
Yeah. Hey, big shout out to the crew.
Yeah.
Lucas Arnett, Eli Bearden, everybody here working at the track, keeping this thing on schedule. We've had a couple of really long race days when we were up there, 170-plus contestants. And, when you're live for 7 hours straight, that's a lot of talking, a lot of race coverage.
Yeah.
And that's us in the air conditioning, not the guys out here getting beat on by the sun.
It is a little warm up here right now.
Yeah, and that's, they're out here at 6 a.m., and they don't leave until, 8, 9 o'clock at night. And they're the real heroes, and they're the reason we can even have this, the reason we can run this race safely. All the paramedics, all the track staff, the officials, everybody out here does a fantastic job. You know, we kind of just roll in at like 10, 11 o'clock, you know, flip the cameras on and start going to work around noon. But these guys, they are here butt crack of dawn. You know, it is dark when they show up. It is dark when they leave. And we cannot thank the crew enough for what they do out here. You know, it definitely makes our job easy.
Yes. All about making it easy. Speaking of making it easy, Oz Cheek.
Across the line, taking the checkered flag, Oz Cheek the third will be your race winner. And coming down in second place, getting a little squirrely there, showing off for the camera, Oz Cheek the fourth.
Slideways.
Doing a little slide in action. And there, off the top corner of your screen, comes Sean Hayes around the final turn for the final time. And he is going to make his way across the start-finish line. And that will do it. 12 laps of shifter kart racing in the books.
Now it's time for the main event.
And now we've got, what's this, LO206 Seniors in Mayhem coming up next?
That is correct.
Oh,
You know,
the big one, folks.
I kind of wish I beat out, what is it, not Baldozer. Is it? Is it Baldozer that's the sponsor of this? I can't remember.
It's on the sheet. Flip that over.
No, it's Swan Mechanical.
Swan Mechanical.
Yeah. Swan Mechanical. I wish I would have beat them out.
Yeah, because you were asking me at the start of the season
Yes.
which class you wanted to sponsor.
Yeah, I was like, give me the seniors, and it was a little late to the party, but it's all
I
good.
think we need to make an LO circle race. We need to do
I'm
the
telling
jelly,
you,
needs to be
no,
the
no, no,
jelly
no, no.
bean loop.
We need to
with
partner.
LOs.
We need to partner with Lanier.
Lawnmowers.
Yes, lawnmowers on the quarter midget track.
Yes.
And then LO206s
on the jelly bean.
No.
Do flat track in the parking lot?
Flat track, yes.
Oh, yeah. All right. Looks like we got an interview ready to go. That's Miss Mahita down there with Oz Cheek the third. Go ahead. Take it away.
Yes, I have Oz Cheek the third with me. So you started from the front, kept the beginning basically the entire time. So just tell me what was going through your head and if there's anything, that you had to work on out there.
Oh, that's the thing that I love about this sport is there's always something to work on. But no, just tried to run as hard as I could, and then halfway through try to see where the guys behind me were, and no, it was a great day. So yeah.
Well, congratulations on the win. Thanks for coming to talk to me again. Hope to see you out here soon.
Thank you.
All right, back to y'all.
All right. Thank you, Mahita. And well, just like that, Steve, what was it, about 19 races in the books, one to go?
Something like that.
Welcome to Finland.
Yeah, not the most races we have called in the day, but definitely some of the most exciting races we have had in one day.
29 races, and then 29 races the following day.
Hey, just real quick, the Masters guys and the Legends guys wanted to give a shout out real quick and a message of condolences to the family of Doug Wilson. Doug Wilson is a longtime karter. He's driven up here a lot, and he passed away this past week, kind of in his sleep, and he was not. No one thought he would or anything like that, so it was sudden and unexpected. So AMP and all the racers here, everybody were thinking about the Wilson family and thinking about all of his friends and their karting community that are mourning the loss of a really, really nice guy. So I wanted to mention that before our LO206 race because he was never small enough to do a senior race. So we always had him in the cheeseburger class, and he was a lot of fun in the cheeseburger class. We really enjoyed Doug.
Well, that's one thing about the karting community is it is a community, and we're all family here, and it's always tough when you lose somebody.
It sure is.
And we have got, what is that? 26
I'm not
karts on
exploring
grid
the
right
Pocono
now.
Mountains. All right, so we've got a nice grid here. Everybody getting gridded up, doing a fist bump here right before we start our LO206 Senior final race, sponsored by Swan Mechanical.
Gridding up nice and tight coming through 16 into 17. Hopefully we get a green flag right off the jump.
Let's see as they woe those carts down 2 by 2 by 2 down the tram lines. And there we go.
Green. And off we go, looking to see how much mayhem we have. Some folks over the curb there going through turn 1, and it's an all-out battle for the first, second, and third spots.
Still too wide.
Yep.
As they make their way up the hill, we got a mystery driver. Out there he goes. It updates. That's Austin Klein in the lead right now. Logan Kozlowski in second place. Jaden Fowler. Oh, that's Grayson Ball. It keeps updating as we go on here. We'll have to just wait for them to finish the lap and see.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because I see Alyssa up there, and she's not even on the score sheet right now.
It's Austin, Alyssa, Wes Bacon, and I'm not sure who's in that 4th position, but Wes Bacon, that's the top 3.
And that.
Whoa!
Whoa! We got another Carter round right there coming through 13. And it looked like
that's no
I don't know what happened there.
I think he was just avoiding the contact in front of him.
Yeah, he dropped a wheel off and went around.
Because it looked like the guys in front of him made contact, went off, and he was adjusting to that and just lost it.
Man, that one's going to hurt a little bit.
That is a tough break as your leaders starting to spread out a little bit. A little action. Look at that bumping and rubbing.
Bumping and rubbing there with Wes Bacon there back behind Alyssa Vasquez.
3rd and 4th, and they are 3 wide coming through turn 3 right now. Still too wide as they hit the hill.
Wes
Wesley
Bacon gets freight train. He's now in almost 6th position.
Oh, he got hung out to dry.
So as they came across the line last time, Austin Johnson, Alyssa Vasquez, Cody Wright, Ryan Forentino, and Danny May. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2 more carts getting into it. That looked like, was that 4th and 5th?
That might have been Ryan Forentino and Danny May. I can't tell. We'll find out when they cross the line here in just a second. But that definitely opened up a big gap.
It was Fiorentino. I definitely recognize his cart. But now it's Austin and Alyssa there with a commanding lead at this point. But again, we're just.
I hope that wasn't Danny. He has put in some work today to work himself up to 5th place.
He has. No, there's Danny right there.
He's in 3rd.
Danny's in 3rd.
3rd.
So it was Forentino. Well, maybe.
But that puts Carson Craig now in 4th position or 5th position.
Yeah,
there.
no, Wesley, that was
it was
Wesley Bacon.
Austin Klein.
Yeah,
Austin Klein has fallen down to 19th.
Oh, man, that's a tough break.
Well, who's that up front then?
Austin Johnson.
That's Austin Johnson.
Okay.
And there's Alyssa giving the hand signal to Danny May. Let's hop in line and do this.
Danny has fought tooth and nail all day to come back from what has been a not so great day for him.
Yep, and let's see if Carson Craig and Wes Bacon can work together to get back up to this lead pack. Danny May really quick checking behind him, see how far back Wesley Bacon is. Wesley's kind of lost the draft here, but let's see if he can just drive smooth and cool and try and catch back up to these guys. As you can see, he's starting to do here.
That's got to be Wesley's transponder not picking up, because that's definitely Carson behind him in 5th.
Yeah.
You never know in that scuffle, his
transponder
could have gotten knocked off. Or is he even in the?
Oh, and it looks like we got a red flag out, so we're
red flag.
going to.
Hands are in the air. We're going to just kind of go
come
offline
off
here.
What was it? Well, okay, I saw that, but they were just yellow and what they decided to make it red. They are, I mean, it's a bad spot. Like, you can't go move them. You almost have to red flag because everybody's wide open. That's not how I wanted this race to go.
right, and we are back. Track is cleared. There was a slight incident over there in turn 16, and looked like the driver was able to make it off the track under his own power, although we sent medical out there just to be certain that everything was all right. And right now they had the field gridded up and parked on the back straightaway, and they are sending them around right now one by one, getting that grid order reestablished. So once we get these guys back in proper order, we will get this race underway.
So all my people out on the balcony, let's get loud.
Yeah. Who's excited to see the rest of this race?
Yeah, absolutely. Come on, Cletus.
We are only 3 laps into this. We got 9 more laps of racing
see Matt
to go.
Lassiter and Paul McElry there. There we go. Fast Matt and John Wareheim, Will Bite Racing shirt on.
Big shout out to Blazers
Jose
Wings.
Garcia.
Yeah, I see Jose. Hey, we better see you on August 3rd, Jose. I miss you in Miatas.
Yeah, absolutely. The Miatas that sound like you're in so much pain as they go down the track. So what we do here is we actually don't grid them back up. They start single file on the outside in a particular order. And so they will come back and start on the outside of the front straightaway, go across the finish line, and that's the way the race starts.
I believe it's by the last time past the stripe, because that is the last scoring or data point we have.
The last data point we have is what we use.
Even if there was a pass, because they all stopped halfway through that lap.
Correct.
So last time by, I'll run down the field real fast. We got Austin Johnson, Alyssa Vasquez, Danny May, Wesley Bacon, Carson Craig, Justin Sherbert, William Cantor, Ryan Curtin, Evan Santanillo, Ryan Fiorentino, Lucas Fiuza Lima, Kyle Trammell, Jacob Spencer, Frank Ball, Brandon Mobes, I believe is how that's Mobes, okay. Grayson Ball, Jaden Fowler, Logan Kowalski, Jaden. Yeah, I heard woo. Jaden, I believe that's Tarish. I could mispronounce that. Tarshish, maybe? I'm not sure.
No, Tarshish.
Tarshish. Okay, I did say it right.
Let's just say Tarshish.
Okay, we'll say Tarshish. Austin Klein, Leon Robertson, Cody Wright, a mystery driver, Tristan Garberine, Tyler Farr, and Caden Jarvis.
And here we go. We're going to get these guys back out in the single file line. We might do a lap. It all depends, but they're going to get single file, and then we will go green, green, green.
Just the drivers in the top 5. This is going to be an exciting.
It's going to be an exciting start here.
I mean,
here
just
we are.
seeing,
green, green, green. Off we go.
And we are underway.
8 laps remaining in this final.
And look at that snake making its way through turn 1. Cresting the hill, still single
file.
There we go.
Someone going for it.
That's Danny May getting around Alyssa Vasquez right there.
Alyssa, and they're going to be bumping and rubbing as they go through here.
Wesley Bacon's giving Alyssa a ride.
Yep, absolutely.
And he, I would expect Danny to be the first one to make a move right there. Using all, 6 foot 6 inches there to get himself the lean to get through there.
We call him Lieutenant Danny May. Makes that maneuver, and now he is solidly in second place with Alyssa Vasquez in third, Wesley Bacon there in fourth, Carson Craig in fifth. Carson Craig's coming up into the TV screen. Love seeing that.
Yes, and he is in contention right now.
A hard charger here is Will Cantor in sixth place. Will's been struggling over the past couple of races, and look at him in sixth position.
I see him up 15 spots from the start of this race.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yep.
It's reflecting Danny May up 22.
Yeah.
And right now, across the stripe, Austin Johnson still your leader. Danny May in second, Alyssa Vasquez in third, and Wesley Bacon in fourth. Carson Craig in fifth.
And Wesley Bacon coming out on the outside of Alyssa.
Makes a move.
Going to make a move here. That can really cost you up through turn 3. You can get freight.
Yeah, if you can't get the run and you can't get by him, you're going to be on the outside going through 3 and 4, and that's not where you want to be.
And here's Danny May and Austin they are starting to leave that group, and Carson Craig and Wes Bacon are going to be sizzling back there. And, wow, good late braking there with Alyssa, but she overshot it just a little bit. You see how she caught right back up, and then all of a sudden it opened up very quickly again. But Wes Bacon's giving her a push.
And she is getting the shove as they are going through turn 14, starting to get the run. The field accordioning back together right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still in a pack as they go into that final braking zone.
Oh, wow, a little bobble there out to the outside. Better watch that, Danny May.
He keeps it together and on track as they get the halfway. 6 laps down, 6 to go. We still have 23 karts on grid right now. Turning laps. As the field makes their way up the hill. Oh, look at this little 3-wide action up the hill.
That's Cantor. He's going out for the outside. Oh, my gosh.
And he went for a ride.
He
Carson
sure did.
Craig, I think, is the driver that is off in the stripes over there.
Oh, that's too bad.
Blue suit.
Oh, somebody just hit by the mic. I heard that one.
Yeah, we heard that one.
Yeah, that is Carson Craig. I'm looking on the screen. They're pulling him off right now. That is a shame. He was in contention, too.
He sure was.
Oh, we got a cart around on the back hill right now. He's trying to just coast himself off the racing line. That must have been who smacked the wall right there by the mic.
Yeah, we heard that one clear as day up here.
Now let's take a look here, because I think Will Cantor was able to get through that stuff.
Let's see. Yeah, that was a lot of action on
Will
that lap.
Cantor has moved up to 5th place. Ryan Curtin in 6th behind Will. Hopefully Ryan's going to give Will an assist here and get him up there. To Wesley Bacon has moved to 4th. Alyssa Vasquez in 3rd. Danny May in 2nd. Austin Johnson in 1st.
And I think Danny's going to try and shove Johnson just to get some gap between him and Alyssa, because they're going to accordion back up.
Yeah, but here comes Wesley Bacon up on Alyssa's bumper. They agreed in our pit that they would work together, and that they are definitely executing on that agreement.
Yeah, but do they do that on the last lap?
Oh, no. You know what? All bets are off. We agreed on that. All bets are off, but they need to work together to get back up to this front pack so they can make it a run at it. They're doing it.
They're definitely doing it right now.
Yes, they are.
Again, it's Austin Johnson, Danny May, Alyssa Vasquez, and Wesley Bacon, the top 4 that you're seeing in your screen right now.
Yep.
Great shot.
Will Cantor, this is the best he has ever done, folks. He has really come into his own here. Let's take a look if Ryan Curtin is going to continue. Oh, no, Ryan Curtin got by him, and so Will could just tuck in behind Ryan. Ryan's a very seasoned driver. He can learn a lot if he just tucks behind him.
And Cantor's going to need some help, though. This pack right now pulling away from 5th and 6th.
Yep.
They keep doing the yo-yo right now, but watch, I bet they'll suck it back in here on the back straightaway.
There's about a 3-4 cart difference between Danny May and Alyssa Vasquez. Wesley Bacon's pushing Alyssa with everything he's got, trying to get them to catch back up and accordion back in.
So you look at that. Look at that late braking, trying to dive into that corner. That is really, really difficult to catch these two drivers. They're extremely fast, and now they've gotten a little bit of that jump. There's Will Cantor there, back in 6th position.
Looks like we're...
Oh, we got a pass.
For the lead.
Pass for the lead. That's Danny May out in front of Austin.
That slowed down Austin and Danny May.
Sure did, and now we got Alyssa Vasquez and Wes Bacon.
Whoa, they went wide.
They went a little wide there, but they have caught back up, so it's anyone's guess. Ryan Curtin there now in 5th position, and Will Cantor hanging on to that 6th position behind Ryan Curtin. If he can just tuck in back there, he can hang on to it. It's going to be a great finish for Will.
And these laps are winding down. 9 in the books, 3 to go.
3 to go. Let's see what happens. I'm really pulling for Will, man. He's really struggled over the past week trying to get his brand new cart dialed in.
With 3 laps to go, Danny May has pulled out to about a 3 to 4 cart lead over Austin Johnson, but that's not going to last very long.
And it looks like Curtin was able to get around Cantor that last lap.
Yeah, he was. Alyssa Vasquez.
And
now Cantor's getting started.
Look at Curtin's making a hard charge
right
now. Cat's a fury right now.
Yep.
He is on the move.
Attack Kitty.
Cantor is starting to get some, he's getting passed by Ryan Fiorentino here on the inside, but that's okay. That still ensures.
Oh, he's poked it out there. Thought about it.
Yeah, it sure did.
Danny May, he's running that all the way to the edge of the track.
So that's Ryan Fiorentino and Will Cantor there.
Popsicle sticks are in the air. 2
Yes,
laps
they are.
to go.
2 laps
Danny
to
May.
go.
Oh, we are back together. 4 carts. Anybody could do this.
Yeah, this is anybody's guess. This is who's going to win this. Wes Bacon on the
Oh,
inside.
he's going to try and make
of
a
Alyssa.
run.
Is he going to try and make a run at her and do an over-under? Nope, not going to do it.
And he can't climb the hill fast enough.
Yeah, he pinched it off and lost too much momentum there.
And they are making their way down the back straightaway. This is the fastest part on track. You can see those back 2 drivers, Alyssa and Bacon, catching up a little bit. I'm assuming they got the taller gear as they are making their way through the S's. Danny May getting a little bit of a gap. He's got about a 2-cart gap right now over Austin Johnson, but I don't expect that to stay that way for too long.
No, it's not going to stay that way
There
for
he
too long.
goes.
He's
He
going
gets
to
a
take
run,
it inside.
goes to the
Austin
inside.
going to the inside of Danny May, and Alyssa Vasquez trying to go on the inside of Danny May.
Trying
It's
to
going to be
catch him
3
looking.
across, and here comes Wes Bacon right behind Austin. Are they going to go for it? Oh, this is anybody's guess what's going to happen here. Wes Bacon to the inside of Austin. He's going to do a little bit of a late break and try and keep it on the outside. But Wes Bacon is, he gets shoved off by Austin there. He ends up, wow. Now Wes Bacon in third position.
I think everybody on the balcony watching
They're
that.
starting to scream. They sure are. This is the last lap, folks. White flag is out. Is anyone's guess what's going to happen here? Wes Bacon going to the inside. He's going to give Alyssa Vasquez a shove.
Here comes the snake of
this
three
is gonna be
carts.
it. And Curtin's in the mix now, too. Look
He
at
sure
this.
is.
We've got 5 carts battling it out for second place right now. Where
5
did this
carts,
come from?
5 corners. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
Danny May
Danny
has
May
about
is commanding lead here, but they are starting to catch him. Look at this.
Look
Suck
at
it
the
up
run
in the
they're
back
getting.
of him.
Oh, it's going to come down to the final turn. Here
It
they
sure
go.
is. Here they go. What's Alyssa going to do here? Is she going
looks
to
to the
over
outside.
under? Is she
Oh,
going to
here
over
comes
under?
Wesley.
Here comes Bacon inside of Alyssa
Oh,
Vasquez.
they're side by side. Alyssa's got
Danny May, Alyssa
wow.
Vasquez, and Bacon.
Wow.
Ryan Curtin coming out of nowhere, P4.
To take fourth.
He almost snuck his way into the podium.
He almost stuck his way. We had 2 more laps. He'd be in the podium. Great
One more
job,
lap, he
all
would've
these
been
drivers.
there. Wow.
So how this finished, Danny May in first, Alyssa Vasquez second, Wesley Bacon third, Ryan Curtin fourth, Austin Johnson fifth, Ryan Fiorentino sixth, William Cancer in seventh, Lucas Lima in eighth, Evan Santanilo in ninth, and Jacob Spencer in 10th to round out your top 10.
Wow.
Hey, what a way to finish off the day. That was a race.
Yeah, that's.
I know I say this every time, but that was a race.
Literally about to turn blue. I was holding my breath.
And, man, hats off to Alyssa for hanging on, getting second place.
Look at her. Look at her. She's like, oh, my God, thank God it's over.
Was this her first podium
This
in
is
senior?
her. This is
her
her
first podium in senior.
Oh,
Congratulations to
that
Alyssa
is
Vasquez
awesome.
and Wes Bacon. Oh, man, this is great. Great to see them. Look at that close-up shot. She got a smile. You can see it. Woo! Get me out of that helmet.
They just got to make it past the tech line. There's Danny May high-fiving everybody right there.
Yep.
What a way to recover.
Yeah,
Danny having a
absolute
rough day.
Hard charger today.
Yeah, he definitely turned on the heat.
You say he was
the afterburner.
blazer?
Yeah.
He was definitely blazing today.
He was a blazer.
Yeah, instead of the Hard Charger Award, it should be the Blazer Award.
So every time that when Wes shows up, I always go back to the movie Roadhouse.
Roadhouse.
Wesley.
Oh, and she gets the thumbs up, so that's the first hurdle to tech.
Yep.
Sorry, were you saying Roadhouse? I did not mean to cut off your reference there.
Texas Roadhouse?
Yeah, no,
Oh,
the movie Roadhouse.
The new one?
Yeah, no.
No.
There is no new one.
There's only one
Okay,
Roadhouse.
There's only one Roadhouse.
What are you talking about? Conor McGregor's acting skills.
Roadhouse.
Big hugs there for Alyssa. Way to go, Alyssa. That was really great.
And she's one of those drivers we've been watching for years here, and she was absolutely dominating in the LO Juniors forever, and then finally made the move up last season. And it took her every bit of half of this season to figure it out, but so happy to see her up on the podium.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't expect to see that to change for the rest of this year. I am definitely looking forward to the rest of this season.
Way to go. That's great. You know Bruce is really happy.
I know a lot of these guys were happy. This was not the typical group of front runners we're used to seeing here in LO Seniors.
Nope.
No, not at all.
Hey, and it's about time we had a little bit of a change in the guard
Yes.
anyway. So
It's been Ryan Curtin for most of the year, up in the top 3 basically. I mean,
He almost was.
He almost
another
him and
lap.
Ryan,
He probably would have been on the.
Ryan Fiorentino is another one that's always up in the front that finished in 6th today. But wow, what a race! This is gonna be a fun one to write about.
Now, you know, the real winner, well, actually, now they're moving the camera. I'll say that swamp cooler down there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the real lifesaver down there. In
all right,
Tech
Alyssa,
Row.
we are super proud of you and Danny. This is awesome. Hard Chargers, take it away.
Danny and Alyssa down here in Victory Lane. So Danny had a little bit of rough luck earlier today, but you made it out to the front. Just tell me how you're feeling, what you had to do to get up to the front and past everyone.
Well, I was okay in the senior class, but I ran master's class too and got wrecked twice. in the pre-final and final. So this was a little bit of racing God shining down on us and a little bit of redemption. But it was a lot of fun racing with Alyssa and Johnson, and it was a tough battle for the lead, but I knew I had to get in front of Alyssa pretty quick because she's got crazy straightaway speed, so I just had to mind the gap.
Yeah, and Alyssa, there was a battle for second the last couple of laps, and you managed to make your way in the front. Just tell me about that.
It was a struggle to get up there. I was struggling a little bit on the downhill, but with my straightaway speed, I was able to get around some people and then try to truck up to Danny as fast as I could. Then after that, I was like, all right, am I going to make a move? I'm going to stick it. I was unable to make a pass on the last lap, but I was able to hang on a second.
We're happy to see you on the podium. Hope it happens again. Thank you, too, for joining me. Back up to y'all.
Thanks. Thank you, Mahita. And awesome day of racing, guys. Can't say enough good things about this track, about this series, where we've come from, where we're at now. It is great to see the growth and the progression and all the drivers we have coming out to race with us month after month. And, my hat's off to all you guys, all you fans, the parents, the mechanics, everybody here that makes this possible. Thank you guys. And, any final thoughts, Steve, before we close this one out?
Steve, final thoughts is it's time to go to a pool party.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, there's booze and cool water up front. Is that where you're headed, Al?
Man, you know what? I am so worn out. I think I'm going to see that tent city that's right there?
Oh, yeah.
I got to take all that stuff down.
Oh.
And so I'll probably do that and head home.
What is there, 30 carts underneath that?
Yeah, we had 22 today.
Jeez.
Man.
So,
well,
good
thank
stuff.
you for supporting the series. I mean.
Oh, absolutely.
You're a quarter of the field.
Yeah.
That much actually
He's
is true.
the Hendrick Racing of AMP right here.
Yeah, we really enjoy this facility, and I've been here basically since the beginning, and to see where we have, as you said, where we've come from, literally a double wide trailer in the lower parking lot, only doing the C track as concessions, to the incredible world class facility that we have today. I am blessed to have a facility this close to my house. And that's one of the reasons why we just keep on sticking it here, and we just really enjoy the growth and supporting the series and supporting this awesome facility.
Well, that's going to do it for all of us here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. We will be back at it on August 3rd for the Main Track Race Series. Myself and Steve will be back at it tomorrow, live from Lanier for the AXS Autocross Series. So thank you guys for tuning in, and we will catch you guys on the next one. So long, everybody.
Take care.